points from the Victoria Sharks. Try of their own. Seven all as we resume the game.
Fredo gambye ki? Tolaba ki? Aika gamba intano sawa. That's okay, good stuff, good stuff. Hello and good morning. Welcome back to the Kyadondo Sevens. This is day 2 right here at the Kyadondo Rugby Club, and we have the first quarter-final of the day between the Black Pirates and the Victoria Sharks. The score was 7-7, but Captain Jones Kamiza stands up and Captain Jones Kamiza adds an extra 5 to give Pirates the lead. We have a restart from Prince William Nkore after the Pirates going ahead there. The last time they scored, the Victoria Sharks immediately responded with a try of their own. And now they hope to do the same thing. But William Nkore was there and he defended very well. And Alan Karuhanga was also very good defensively there, going over the ball and securing it for the Pirates. And of course, Captain Jones Kamiza once again dots down for the Pirates. The Pirates with 19 points and the Sharks still on 7. And now it is quite clear that the Pirates want to send themselves to the semi-final of the Kyadondo Sevens. Of course, they won the final of the Rujumba Sevens. They were semi-finalists at the Stone City Sevens. And now they are here to challenge for the Kyadondo Sevens. But as it stands, the Victoria Sharks are playing a little bit of football here, and it almost paid off for them. But they weren't able to pick up that ball. The experience of Wilfred Seguya couldn't match the pace of the ball. Now we are going to have an attacking scrum as the halftime hooter goes. This next score is going to be very important for the Sharks if they get it, because then they will cut down on that margin between them and the Pirates. It is a difference of 12 points, and any point now before the halftime break is important. Emma Ochan with the ball in hand to feed the scrum. And the ball comes out at the Pirates' end, and they kick it out for halftime. Pirates 19, Sharks 7. Once again, allow me to welcome you back to the Kyadondo Sevens right here at the Kyadondo Rugby Club. This is day 2, and today we have to live with a champion for both the women and the men. The Victoria Sharks, they are in a team huddle at the halftime, and the coach, Kevin Ivan McMott, with some serious words for his players. And of course, Alan Katerega, they are not playing today, but a very good servant for the Victoria Sharks. And we are going to have a restart once again from Prince William Corey right here at the Kyadondo Rugby Club. Corey with the kickoff. Sharks to receive. And to the sky, he sends it close to the touchline, but a little too close to the touchline, and that ball goes all the way out, and we shall have to go back to the center of the pitch for the free kick. Mao Chan gets us underway. Now the Sharks are recycling well. Seguya decides to keep. He had a Seligwa there in support. Mao Chan recycling once again. Ball Blaze Ocheng sends it out to the wing. Now it is recycled once again. Humphrey Asiligwa this time. And the Pirates are guilty of being offside, and Humphrey Asiligwa with some quick thinking there. Quick starts the ball and he goes all the way. Of course, he was untouchable in that instance because the Pirates were not yet the requisite 10, and so any contact there would have been penalized. And that has been converted. And that man there, Humphrey Asiligwa, the difference for the Victoria Sharks, not only in the sevens right here at Kyadondo, but also in the 15th season.
Next on pitch will be the hosts, Platinum Credit Hidden, taking on another home team here, Toyota Buffaloes.
The center referee there, Sauda Adiro, with a lot of experience. She is one of Uganda's finest, and she has done this at the highest levels in Africa and of course in Uganda. And we have a restart that goes deep and it goes dead, and now the Victoria Sharks have an opportunity to press the Pirates in their own 22 because of that kickoff, and we are going to have a line out here. Prince William Kore with the line out, and the line out is good. Ojambo gets it from the sky, and now the Pirates have to play out of their own half. Alan Karuhanga to Captain Jones Kamiza. Nkore recycles. Jambo with ball in hand. Komakech makes the pass to the wing. Karuhanga to Nkore. Kore decides to put it on the toe, and he finds touch. Kyadondo wasn't able to get there and get that ball. It goes into touch, and now possession with the Victoria Sharks. For now, the Pirates are out of trouble, pending the execution of that line out, and anything can happen there. So a line out is contestable, and Emma Ochan has the duty of throwing that ball. Wilfred Seguya there as the primary jumper. And Blaise Ocheng gets that. Ball goes to the front. Ocheng gets it. And now Stephen Kalema comes back to the short side. Kalema to Cyrus Watum. Watum keeps the ball. The Pirates are now defending here resiliently, but the referee says you are a little bit too enthusiastic there. Now Watum puts Emma Ochan in the gap, and Emma Ochan steps back to Watum. Watum's pass isn't perfect, but it is good enough to get to Asiligwa. Asiligwa sends it out to the wing, and that is a knock-on. Oh my Lord. For a moment there, it looked like the Victoria Sharks were cooking something, and they just ran out of gas there with that knock-on. And now the Pirates have possession, and they also have the lead in this game. Pirates making a change here. Pirates have made some changes here. They have introduced Carl Ivan Ainamani. They have introduced Carl Ivan Ainamani, and he goes straight into that pack. Prince William Kore with ball in hand to fit the scrum, and anytime now we come to the close of this first quarter final here at the Kyadondo Rugby Sevens, and now Alan Karuhanga taxing that ball, and he looks like he gets that offload away to OJ, that is Jeremiah Ojambo, and that is a try. The Pirates have done so well here, not only to defend, but to attack that run of Alan Karuhanga through the middle, and the awareness of Jeremiah Ojambo to run off his shoulder and be a passing option. And he was used there, and he got the offload and went all the way to score. And that is now 24 for the Pirates, with the lead. Pirates 24, Victoria Sharks 14. And now time isn't on the side of the Victoria Sharks, as they feel like it is running out fast. And of course, if you are a Pirate, you would feel that 2 minutes is a long time in this game. Emma Ochan keeps it in. Humphrey Orach recycles, but his pocket is picked. And now Prince William Corey. The ball goes out to Alan Karuhanga. And Alan Karuhanga scores his second try of this game. And the full-time hooter has gone. All we shall have is a conversion attempt, but at this rate, the Sharks have been sunk at the Kyadondo Sevens, and that is the end of their journey. The best they can do now is to finish 5th, but they are definitely out of the top 4. Haruna Muhammad with the attempt at goal, and Haruna Muhammad's attempt isn't good. The Pirates are the first team to book their place in the semi-final of the Kyadondo Sevens. And up next, it is the Kyadondo Derby between the Buffaloes and the Heathens, our lovely hosts for the weekend. And you can see them, they are in the tunnel. Uncle Moses Olwen running out with a lot of energy, whereas Otema is cool, calm and collected as he leads the Heathens out for the second quarter final of the Kyadondo Sevens. The Pirates through to the final, and will the next team in the final be the Buffaloes or the Heathens? And we have kickoff in this game. Emmanuel Odoye to kick us off. That ball is taken very well by Humphrey Dahura, who offloaded it to Douglas Musoke. Now the ball comes to the middle. Yasin Waswa away to Ogwang, and now Ayebale Godfrey, aka Ajax, with a good run there. And pure lack of composure there. Lack of composure there from the Buffaloes, who just knock it on at the base of the rack. And they give possession back to the Heathens. And now Marvin Asaba with ball in hand. He was splendid on day one, and he is back to inspire the Heathens into a dead-to win. And the Heathens are guilty there of a scrum offense, and possession is back with the Buffaloes. Allowing it to Ndahura. Ndahura sends it out to the wing. And Ronaldo Gwang decides to go back on the inside. There is Yasin Waswa there. He kicks it in behind for Hector Trinumujisha. But Hector was ahead of Yasin Waswa. And that is definitely a penalty for the referee in the center, Umar Balikanda, says you cannot be offside. And now Andrew Diambo, mid-season signing, sends it off to Sebuliva. Lawrence Sebuliva, who has done this thing at the highest levels, of course, in the Uganda National Sevens, at the HSBC International Sevens. Knocks it on there. Buffaloes with the possession. Humphrey Ndahura with ball in hand to feed in that scrum. And Ndahura out to Yasin Waswa. Waswa to Ronald Ogwang. Out to Hector Twinomujisha at the wing. And Hector Ndahura to Waswa. Waswa sends in a kick. Odiambo gets it, but he was closely marked by Ayebale Godfrey, and they pin. The Heathens were pinned in their own 22, and they ran out of ideas there. Sebuliva attempting a cheeky kick, but it didn't come off. And now Humphrey Ndahura with the dummy and the offload. But that ball goes straight out. Both teams are yet to be a little bit more clinical in this fixture. The Heathens having no clear plan on how to exit and how to advance further down the pitch, as all this rugby has been played in the Heathens half. The Buffaloes, on the other hand, just not knowing how to get to the whitewash and dot down for the opening score of this game. Now Marvin Asaba Sebuliva recycles to Emmanuel Odoi, who finds Walter Otim. Walter Otim sends it out to Alphonse Open. Open does well to keep the ball. Otim wanted to recycle that. Now Waswa guilty of not releasing there, and Walter Otim goes very quickly and he dummies. That was a very ingenious piece of play there from Walter Otim. He looked like he was going on the switch to Alphonse Openyi, and then he decided that he can play on his own. But ultimately, he ran out of air courage, and that ball went into touch. Look at that. He left his own man and his marker beaten, but when it came to making that final decision, he decided to put it on the toe and send it into touch. Now the pressure is with the Buffaloes, who have this line out in their own half. And that ball is stolen. Heathens have done well to steal that ball in the line out, and now they get to play some rugby in the half of the Buffaloes for the first time in this game. And that is Emma Odoi to Walter Otim. Odoi just looping around. And now it is a foot race between Humphrey Ndahura and now Hector Twinomujisha decides to come back inside. And Waswa is there. Waswa 2, Ogwang 2. Moses Olwenyi, and then out. And indeed out. Moses Olwenyi just passing that ball to the touchline as he was looking for Godfrey Ayebale, and clearly and Cloud Otema is nicked. Humphrey Ndahura and Hector Twinomujisha failing to combine once again, and they lose possession there, and the halftime hooter has gone. We wait to see what happens after that scrum, because the halftime hooter has gone, but it has gone after the call has been made, and therefore they will have to play this passage of rugby, and then they go into the half. But importantly for both sides, as they set up for this scrum, any score before the halftime would be very important for any of these teams, as it sets the pace for the second half. But the first half is still on. Give Kluchamzi with ball in hand, and he decides to kick out and go back and set up for the second half. For now, it is still 0 to the Buffaloes and 0 to the Heathens as well. The Buffaloes asked most of the questions. The Heathens had the answers. And when we get into the second half, the Heathens definitely have to start asking some questions, because playing rugby in your own half isn't how you score in rugby. Now Coach Cyphers Onen there with some very strong words for his boys, and of course he's joined by Andrew Olwenyi, a legend of the game in Uganda. But the Buffaloes have been very wasteful there in their attack, and that is something they need to clean up on in the second half, while the Heathens need to play some rugby in the half of the Buffaloes if they are to get something. And we have a restart. Yasin Waswa with ball in hand. We have a restart. Yasin Waswa sends it to the sky, and it is well taken by Ronaldo Gwang, who was almost arrested there. And now Douglas Musoke comes running hard at an angle, and Uncle Moses Olwenyi goes all the way for the first try of the game. And we have been seeing some of the comments in the comment section there. One of the Pirates fans, that is Derek Mujenyi, just commenting that before the sun hits Uncle Oz's bald head, he won't be able to play any ball. But look at him now. Clearly the sun is out. Uncle Moses Olwenyi picks it up and just puts his head down, and he knows exactly where he wants to go. And this goes in between the poles, making it easy for his kicker. And that brings the score 2-7 for the Buffaloes. And Heathens are yet to score. Waswa once again. Starboy, Andrew Jambo with ball. And Douglas Musoke, they are penalized for hands in the rack. Now, Uncle Sebuliva, Walter Otim. And that is not how you roll away by going offside. And the referee, Umar Balikanda, just tells Marvin Asaba to get back to the mark. Sorry, tells Emmanuel Odoi to get to the mark, and Odoi obliges, kicks off, and now Sebuliva that run, ball to give Luchamzi to Odiambo, former teammates at the Ginger Hippos. And Odiambo decides to keep possession. Comes to Odoi again, former teammates at the Ginger Hippos. Now Cloud Otema almost finding an opening in there. And that ball is handed. Hector Twinomujisha with ball in hand. Hector Twinomujisha decides to put it on the toe, and that is a foot race between Alphonse Open and Hector Twinomujisha, but Open comes out on top, and now Open has acres of space to run into, and Hector is beaten once again by Open, and now Ayebale Godfrey do the defensive work, and Andrew Odiambo does so well to put Walter Otim in the gap, and Walter Otim will make no mistake and get the first 5-pointer for the Heathens. This is beautiful end-to-end stuff here at the Kyadondo Sevens. One moment, the Buffaloes looked like they had opened up that space in behind, and then the other moment, Alfonso Pen is running in the opposite direction and going all the way to assist for that try. Look at the brilliance of Andrew Diambo, having the awareness to know that Walter Otim is there with him and just offloading to him. And Walter Otim, from that range, he made no mistake. He knew where the try line was and went all the way straight for it. Heathens 7, Buffaloes 7. We have a restart. Goes to the hand. Now Mehdi Abdallah is on. He recycles to Ogwang. Ogwang finds Bajana Seko. Bajana Seko is marked there by Emmanuel Odoi, but Bajana Seko is still going. Abdallah to Odiambo. Diambo sends it out to the wing, and Hector is still looking for something there. And now they release the wheels, and the wheels put it on the toe. And once again puts it on the toe there. And does he get down? And the Buffaloes For a moment there, it looked like they were through, but that ball had gone out of the try area by the time the Buffaloes dotted it down. But in sevens rugby, you attempt to score, you're given an opportunity to score again. Now the Buffaloes will restart us off with a scrum there, and that is a scrum 5 with possession to the Buffaloes. Oh no, it was a knock-on. Matthew Musasizi has ball in hand for the Heathens, rather. The Heathens are going to attempt to play ball from there. Ball has come to Musasizi, and Musasizi has put it on the toe. It goes long. And we shall have to come back for that knock-on. Matthew Musasizi's kick in behind applied the pressure on the Buffaloes, who ended up knocking on that ball. And now advantage is with the Heathens. Matthew Musasizi with ball in hand. He has Emmanuel Odoi there to receive. Alphonse Openg on one wing and give Luchams on the other. And it is a free kick there. Musasizi quick starts to Odoi, Odoi to Openg on the wing. And Openg beats one. Now recycled Musasizi. Musasizi just putting Andrew Odambo in the gap there, but Odambo is arrested. And surely possession back to the Heathens. That was a very resolute defense by the Buffaloes, just arresting a big man like Andrew Odambo in there. Starboy didn't see what hit him. And now we have the hooter for the full time. The score is still 7-7 on day one of the Kyadondo Sevens. We saw the Pirates drawing with the Rams, but on day two of the Kyadondo Sevens, there are no draws. If it ends like this, we shall have to go for sudden death to determine who wins. Of course, in sudden death, the team that scores first definitely wins, and that is game down. That ball has gone out. Surely we shall have sudden death between the Heathens and the Buffaloes. This is a Kyadondo. This is a Kyadondo derby, and of course, this is heritage. As the theme of this year's Kyadondo 7 says, legacy lives here. Now, the coaches, that is Andrew and Charles, with some words for their players. Of course, the Buffaloes had the last possession in the second half, and they chose to put it to the toe, and it went into touch by Yasin Waswa. And now we are going to go into sudden death after this very short break, and this break is usually short. We wait to see who scores next to win. And that break is longer than usual. Of course, we have had a coin toss there. And after the coin toss, the Buffaloes are going to be kicking off Yasin Waswa with ball in hand. One of the very best at these restarts. He hangs it up in the sky and gives his teammates an opportunity to contest. At this time, the kick wasn't good. And we shall have to go for the free kick. Matthew Musasizi. Matthew Musasizi kicks it in behind for Lawrence Sebuliba, and he gets the try, and that is going to be full time. The Heathens are through to the semi-final of the Kyadondo Sevens. For a moment, it looked like the Buffaloes were in charge of this, but then the Heathens showing their talent and experience there, the talent of Matthew Musasizi, a young man, and the experience of Lawrence Sebuliba. Well, I won't complete that sentence, but you know how it goes. And of course, the Heathens are through to the semi-final. And that means the Buffaloes will have to go back and do some soul searching after being contenders coming into the National Sevens, to now, at best, getting to 5th place. But we have another game on our hands. The KCB Cubs playing the Company Eagles. Yesterday, this was Pool B action. And today, it is quarter-final action. The Eagles, of course, going through as one of the third best ranked teams, alongside the Buffaloes, who have now dropped out. Now it is the Eagles who used what we call the window to get into this, and now it is their time to prove that they may not have got to the quarterfinals by being group leaders or second place, but they deserve to be here. And we have a kickoff. Calvin Gizamba with ball in hand to kick off. And that is the knock-on by the Cubs. And the Eagles executing that scrum perfectly. They have possession. But Ian Buawe there with good defensive work. The Eagles with ball in hand, but they are still in their own half. They slightly exit the 22, but still in their own half. They come back to the 22. They don't seem to be able to beat this defense of the Cubs. And they are just moving the ball from side to side there. And finally, they start to make some inroads here. That was a very good carry there. The ball comes to the outside here. And Francis Bogere, his offload wasn't good, but the defense was great as well. And now Jaffa Abdallah is bundled to the ground. Brian Wandera. He just slows down a little bit as he gets into contact. Makuliam Lukwago passes it out. Gizamba to Ian. Ian Bowe has Jaffa Abdallah there with him. Bowe recycles to Lukwago. Lukwago sends it back to the opposite end where they have the big ball carriers, and that is Brian Wandera with the big boy carry, and Byron Oketayot is there to rack him. Lukwago to Mwai. Mwai to Bowe. Bowe steps off his right, but he is arrested there. And Lukwago to recycle to Gizamba. Gizamba, good hands. Gizamba looking for that offload to Jaffa Abdallah. Bowe to Oketayot. Oketayot to Brian Wandera. Brian Wandera cocks a step. Decides to come back on the inside, still with possession. As the Cobs progress. And they have been doing this so well today, Cobs. We know them in the 15th game as the masters of expansive rugby. They know how to move the ball from side to side until the gaps open up. And that is exactly what they are doing, staying with their philosophy of moving the ball from coast, from end to end. And now Ian Bowe. Oketayot recycles there to Mwai. Mwai to Gizamba. Gizamba to Jaffa Abdallah. Jaffa has Mark William Lukwago there. And Lukwago decides to come back on the inside. Jaffa racks him. Gizamba recycles. Ball comes to Oketayot. Oketayot with the big boy carry there. He refuses to be taken down. And Gizamba recycles to Bowe. Bowe invited Wandera on the switch. And surely that has been stolen. And for a moment there, the ball kept on going from side to side. And the opening just didn't open up there for the Cobs. Kudos to the Eagles for that defense. And now they are showing us what they can do on the attack. And the Eagles are through for the first try of the game. The Eagles did very well to defend their lines. And when it was time to put something on the board, they additionally did that and scored. Eagles with first blood here. They have the 5-pointer with an opportunity to extend their lead to 7. And they make no mistake. The Eagles with 7 points here at Kyadondo 7s. And the Cobs yet to score. Look at that, the awareness to just pick up that loose ball there and then beat 3 defenders to go all the way and score the first try of the game. And this is what 7s rugby is about. The great wits of the players to think fast and on their feet and get what? Ahead in some of these plays. Now Jaffa Abdallah. Mark William Lukwago put it on his toe to go ahead. But now Mark Lukwago starts that very fast. Ball to Jaffa. Jaffa sends it to Oketayot. And now Ian Bowe inviting Wandera on the switch. This time Wandera does so well and he beats 2 defenders and the ball, and they decide to play in that tight area. They had the numbers on the outside. Mwai to Gizamba. Gizamba puts Mark William Lukwago in the gap, and Lukwago appreciates that play by putting Stuart Mwai in the gap as well, and Mwai will get the first try for the Cobs here. Halftime hooter has gone right before the conversion attempt. And we are going to go into the halftime with a tie, 7-7. In the second quarterfinal of the day between the Buffaloes and the Heathens, we clearly saw that you cannot afford to draw in the knockout stages, because that will go to sudden death. And when it gets to sudden death, it usually comes down to luck and hard work. Once again, allow me welcome you to the Kyadondo Rugby Sevens. This is the third stop of the National Sevens, and we have 3 more stops. Of course, up next, the Gulu Sevens. After that, we shall have the Chabazinga Sevens, and we shall crown it off with the Coronation Sevens at the Mutesa 2 Memorial Stadium, Wankulukuku. But for now, we are at the Kyadondo Rugby Club, and the Kawowo sports team is here to serve. Of course, additionally, allow us welcome you back from the Hoima City Stadium in the National Basketball League. The men's playoffs are done. Congratulations to the Namuongo Blazers. But we still have Game 3 of the Women's National Basketball League. We still have Game 3 of the Women's National Basketball League finals between the UCU Lady Cannons and the JT Jaguars. So stay tuned for that action as well in the Basketball National League. But for now, back to the Kyadondo Sevens. A wrap tie with ball in hand to kick off and restart the second half for the Eagles. The Cobs to receive.
Kick off for the second half. The team deadlocked at 7-all.
We are still in the quarterfinals, and Ian Bowe has been penalized here for making that tackle while still offside after the penalty. And Bowe, Ian, a young man there, will have to go to the bin for his efforts. The Cobs, 6 players on the pitch. And usually that is punishable when you don't have the numbers. And will the Eagles have the awareness to punish that? We wait and see. And the gap just opens up there on the outside. And the Eagles are happy to get the 5-pointer there. They had the awareness to go out on the outside. He saw the gap on the blind side and he decided to take it. And he has extended the lead for the Eagles to 12 points with a conversion to come. And look at that awareness from Maraptai. Just seeing the blind side open, the Cobs had committed 2 men to that breakdown. And they did have the numbers there. Of course, they are on a yellow card. And then with committing those numbers to that breakdown, it just created space on the blind for the Eagles to run into and get the lead. And now they restart as I am joined by the incredible Pass Mpoza. Now, and Bogere says he cannot carry on. He asks for a substitution as we set up a lineup there. And the Cobs have also made some changes here. Ian Bowe is coming back after his 2 minutes in being But additionally, they have added the youngster Shafiq Okole in there.
Back to full complement.
And Bowe just coming back with force, and they almost had it. That interception was almost perfect there by the Eagles. And the referee says the player had very good claim to that ball. As you can see, with two hands there, he almost had it. And then he didn't. But he won't be penalized for that. It is only a scrum. And Mwai is back on the pitch. William Lukwago puts Shafiq Okole on the switch. And Okole steps one. He is arrested. Bowe to recycle there. And that pass is a bit slow. But possession is key. Byron Oketayot there. With the carry, Shafiq Okole. And Stuart Mwai gets the try for the Cubs to tie this game to 12 points apiece, with a conversion to come. And of course, this would be a very important conversion for them, as time is running out for the Cubs. And the young man there, Shafiq Okole, with the conversion attempt. And that isn't good. So as it stands, it is 12 for the... But look at that, Stuart Mwai, that's going fast enough. And of course, he was untouchable in that situation, as the player was still offside. But once you get to your try line, you are allowed to defend. And Gizamba to restart. Calvin Gizamba with ball in hand and sends it to the sky. Comes backwards of Brian Wandera. Faraji Odugo now. He has been introduced. Odugo to Lukwago. Lukwago to Gizamba. Gizamba to Okole. Now out to the wing. Quick release and carry on. Now the Cubs need to find something here. Faraji Odugo sends it out to Byron Oketayot, who also sends it off to Brian Wandera, but that ball goes forward out of the hands of Byron Oketayot. And once again, we may have to go into sudden death if at all this ends like this with 12 apiece. But again, allow me welcome you back to the Kyadondo Sevens. This is day 2. These are the quarterfinals. The Pirates are through, the Heathens are through, and as it stands, either the Cubs or the Eagles will also be through. But the next score will have to decide that for us. And again, I am joined by the amazing Pius Imposer here at the Kyadondo Sevens for day 2. And Pius, welcome.
Yes, good morning. We are here at the Kyadondo Sevens, right in the heart of Kampala, at Kyadondo Rugby Grounds, here in Lugogo. We are on quarterfinal 2, Cubs taking on the Eagles. There was a break there, and we're going to restart with the scrum here. It's a draw here. Everyone's looking for the win, and their way through. Big clearance, but charged down by the Cubs. Cubs are trying to play the ball wide patiently. William Lukwago puts the ball wide to Bowe. He's arrested Rasul Abiga.
was scrapped by defense.
Cobbs still going hard. Cobbs is still going hard to try and find a way out here to break the deadlock. The hooter sounds. Lukwago tries to open Farajo Dugu. Ball is open. And the referee calls it for quick scratch there by Farajo Dugu. Tries to beat his man. And he's in to put Cobbs in the lead and to win this quarterfinal to go on and onto the semi-finals of the day.
Of course, the experience of Faraji Odogo just coming there to the fore and showing what he can do here, something that he has done over the years. He does it once again at the Kyadondo Rugby Grounds to send the Cobs to the semi-final of the Kyadondo Sevens. This is day 2, and we still have more mouth-watering action coming. And look at that, where the penalty came from. For a moment there, the Cobs had lost that opportunity, but then the Eagles playing ball on ground were penalized for that. And Faraji Odogo decided to take it fast and get on with it. But on the pitch, we have the Walukuba Barbarians in their new beautiful grey kit. And as Kawowo Sports, we say that we are proudly associated with excellence that comes with a team like the Walukuba Barbarians. And of course, the Barbarians are taking on the Rams from Mulago, who play at the graveyard in Makere. And the Rams have also had a change in attire, not their usual maroon or burgundy, if you would say. They are now putting on blue and white with the maroon bottoms. Ryan Thierry Joko to kick us off. The ball goes to Ruben Kagwisaje, but that ball is knocked on the deck. We have the first scrum of the game. Ruben Kagwisaje took that ball very well, but he didn't do enough to present it. As he knocked it forward while trying to present it on the deck. Now possession is with the Rams. Adrian Obo to feed in the scrum for the Rams. Obo to Thierry to Hashim Kabogoza. Hashim Kabogoza shows a little bit of that ball, and Hashim Kabogoza. And surely that is a turnover. Shafiq Mansour with the turnover for the Walukuba Barbarians, and he backs himself to go on the outside, but he is arrested. And the turnover is good. That was great hustle from the Rams. Look at Hashim Kabogoza just showing a little bit of that ball. But now once again, Semakula with ball, hands it off to Thierry and John Tabu. John Tabu is put into the gap there, and John Tabu stretches his long legs to get the first try of the game here. And Rams have dotted down, and they have one leg into the final, these Rams.
And yes, Rams has showcased rugby the whole weekend from yesterday to now. They take the lead here with John Tabu scoring there and Ryan Juko adding on the extras to put the lead at 7-0. We are here with Walukuba, who are the semi-finalists from the past circuits, with Jinja reaching the final and winning it, and then in Rujumba Sevens getting there off into the semi-finals, missing out on the finals narrowly. But we are in action here at Kyadondo Rugby Ground for the Kyadondo Sevens. Rams 7, Walukuba still to score.
And of course, the Rams ahead through John Tabu. And now, Walukuba Barbarians have a line out to throw. And Ahmad Sechanzi makes no mistake, plucks it out the sky and gets on his bike. He is stopped, but now Baluku, Faizo just recycling there. And you can see Gift Wokorach just there, marshalling his charges and telling them exactly where he wants them. And now Ruben Kagwesaje gets on his bike. He beats one defender. And he has another defender to beat. And Ruben Kagwesaje, deceptively fast. And Ruben Kagwesaje goes all the way to score there for the Walukuba Barbarians in their new beautiful grey kit.
One would say that was a lazy run, but he had the legs to take him to the final choke and put Walukuba to have 5 points in with a conversion yet to come. Ruben Kagwesaje in for the Walukuba.
Of course, the big winger was dearly missed in Ginger. And look at him once again, just skipping away from that tackle. And then going all the way to the corner. He beat one, he beat two. And look at him just handing off and fending off that defender to go and score closer to the post for Gift Wokorach to convert. And now Ahmad Sechanzi attempting to pluck that ball out of the sky, but he knocks it on, and we shall restart with a scrum. We have a scrum down here. The Rams with 7, the Walukuba Barbarians with 7, and we have a game on our hands. Scrum time.
Obor gets the ball in. Ranjuko all the way out to find Yusuf. He has been dangerous the whole of the series so far. And Walukuba charged for not leaving the ground. Rams go again. Iron Bobo. Bobo swings the ball wide to find Yusuf. Yusuf breaks in to break his man, but he is arrested there. Rams still patient enough. Ball goes right to Ryan Juko. Ryan Juko looks for John Tabu to Ozaya Opileni. Takes the ball wide to find, and the ball is right to the wing. Big carry from John Tabu. Restarts the ball again. Comes to Ryan Juko. Juko tries to step and take balls back. John Tabu onto the blind side. Ozaya Opileni. Opileni is arrested there. Steady and steady. The ref calls for infringement. But Walukuba, quick start there by Ozaya Opileni. And the ref awards the try. The ref awards the try by Josiah Opileni, getting the score here to put Rams in the lead, taking the score to 12-7 with the conversion to come by Ryan Juko. Rams has been a tough side. As you saw yesterday, they played a good game to end up drawing with Pirates, the last game of the day yesterday, and they're still taking their prowess through the day today, giving Walukuba a run for their money as the leaders in the series.
And look at that try once again. The Barbarians were guilty of not rolling away, and Hosanna Opileni had the awareness to look at the chalk and go for it to score for the Barbarians. And now the Barbarians with possession, Sechanzi to Baluku. Baluku finds Emiemu, Emiemu finds Baluku, and Baluku looks like he is away, but Edwin Obo is there as the sweeper, and now Gift Wokorach just passes that ball forward, and the holder has gone. And Semakula's pocket is picked.
That is the halftime interval.
And we have halftime, and those are the Walukuba Barbarians looking beautiful in their green. That was great defense by the sweeper there, and gifted that ball away to Gift just gave that ball away to the Rams, and the Rams are happy to go into the break with the lead. This is the fourth quarter final. The first one was won by the Stanbic Black Pirates, who are through to the semi-final, and the other semi-final was won by the Cubs as well. And we are yet to see who is the winner between this one to join the Cubs, Heathens, and Pirates in the semi-final of the Kyadondo Sevens. But as of now, the Rams are looking like the team with the score and to go all the way and secure a semi-final spot.
Referee scattered the players. We are set for kick-off of the second half. From 12 points.
We have a restart. The Barbarians are receiving here. And that ball goes high. But Regan Mungu does well to get that position. And Hosanna Opileni has seen the gap. Hosanna Opileni has seen the gap on the outside. He is tackled, but a little too late, and he goes all the way. Great work by the Rams, and look at that celebration. Between Regan Mungu and Hosanna Opileni, the try squader, they deserve to do that little dance because they have put in the hard work to get ahead in this game.
Rams truly showing up there with Hosanna Opileni. He's been a prospect in the game of rugby. Opening those legs, you can see he saw his gap and was told Gift, let's go. Gift tried, but he was too late. He scored a very clinical try to put Rams in another stronger lead, 10 points ahead, leading 17-7 here at the Kyadondo Sevens.
Yes, that is the voice of Simposa, and we have a restart here. Sechanzi, he doesn't get that ball, and he knocks it forward. The Walukuba Barbarians have clearly been rattled. Sechanzi went to the sky and couldn't get that ball. And for a moment, they lost their bearings there, doing a 360 while looking for that ball, but they had already knocked on. And time is back on. The center referee there, Ronald Otimba, one of Uganda's finest. Adrian Obo for the Rams with ball in hand, feeds it into that scrum. And now the ball is with Ryan Juko. Ryan Juko with possession still. He dummies that pass to
into touch the Rams player there. Rams RFC have a new partner, Simba Automotive. He's going to be giving out colors of the Rams, 2 motorbikes, the overall MVPs, 1 for.
and that was great defensive work from Gift Wokorach, just to bundle the oncoming Brian Joko Thierry into touch. Now it is a line out, and it isn't well executed. And once again, Hosanna Opileni will continue to punish. Hosanna Opileni will continue to punish the Walukuba Barbarians.
A hat trick for Hosanna Opileni here to put Rams way ahead, 22-7 with the conversion to come. It seems the game is running away for the Walukuba Barbarians. I don't know if they can be able to catch up, but they always find a way and are able to win this game. But as of now, Rams has it, and Rams seems to be heading straight into the semi-finals, where they will be facing along Pirates. Whoever wins this game will be versing Pirates at the semi-finals here at the Kyadondo Sevens.
Yes, pass. Rugby is a team sport, but when some few individuals are missing, you can definitely feel their absence. And of course, the Barbarians here are playing without their captain, Ivan Bulima, who is with the national team at the Driftwood Sevens, and now Shafiq Mansour looking for that opening there. He doesn't get it, and he is almost arrested, but he had some help there. Ball comes to Sechanzi. Sechanzi, Gift is there, and Gift's cheeky pass through the back was good, but Marvin Serugo wasn't able to hold on to that ball, and everything seems to be going wrong for the Walukuba Barbarians.
Yes, Walukuba seeming to lose concentration there, and the pressure they were piling up to the Rams. Runs short with a knock on there, and the restart yet to come with a scrum down for Rams. Rams is proving to be heavy today. They feel like they need to win this circuit and add their prowess onto the game of sevens, where they show a lot of magic during the win of. And if there was infringement at the scrum there, Barbarians infringe. More pressure is piled on to the Walukuba, as now Rams are able to exit and keep that ball and play the ball. Ball is wide to Ryan Juko. Ryan Juko looks for Hashim. Hashim looks for Yusuf, tries to beat his man. He steps out, and the ref calls him in.
And we are going to have a line out here. Yusuf Semakula just running out of space there, and he is defended by the touchline. We shall have a restart with a line out here. This is day 2 of the Kyadondo Sevens. And this is the 4th quarter final between the Walukuba Barbarians and the Rams. Barbarians have definitely been outclassed in this game, and anything they can salvage, they should, as they look to finish 5th and keep high in the standings. But for now, this looks like it is game over, but it is not yet done. Gift Wokorach with ball in hand. Gift Wokorach decides to back himself. Gift Wokorach hands it off, and the Rams defending very well there. Hosanna Opileni is a man on a mission, but he drops it while concentrating on the hit. And Ahmed Sechanzi goes all the way. Hosanna Opileni with his Rams. The Rams did very well there defensively, and Opileni did very well to scratch and go, showing strength there, but then he concentrated a little bit too much on the hit and took his eyes off the ball. Now it's not yet over. The Rams are behind. Sorry, the Rams are ahead with 22 points. 8 more points than the Rams, and that is not how. That isn't how you mount a comeback. Gift Wokorach.
Again, Walukuba, the hooter is sounding, and Obo puts the ball straight out to take Rams to the semi-finals. Walukuwa Enzia and the Rams go on to the semi-finals where they'll be playing against Pirates, a rematch of what we saw as the last game yesterday that ended in a draw. This time it will be for who will be going on to the finals of the Kyadondo Sevens. And we are having the Mongas up against the Mbale Elephants coming up next here at the Kyadondo Sevens. They have been quite beautiful quarterfinals we have had. Heathens there winning against the Buffaloes, and as we saw last was Walukwa being trashed out by the Rams, and the other was Pirates going through against the VU. And I'm telling you, the semi-finals are ones to watch. Just keep locked eye on Kawowo Sports. We are live. We are here to show you the beautiful game of rugby here at Kyadondo for the Kyadondo Sevens.
Finally, the kickoff whistle is blown. Edgar ties the ball.
And we have the Challenge Trophy semi-final one between the Mongas and the Mbale Elephants. The Mbale Elephants almost nicking that ball, but that is a knock-on, and that opportunity has gone baking. There was a chance for a clean break, but it hasn't been taken or utilized by the Elephants, and therefore we shall have a scrum for the Mongas. And that is a penalty. Referee Nicholas Fred Odot. Edgar Cairo looks for the opening there for the Mongas. The Mongas have finally opened up the defense of the Elephants, and the Mongas go through for their first try of the game. The Mongas, they are taking their sweet time with the score, and also the conversion is good. And the Mongas are now on 7 points. The Elephants yet to score in this game or even to show up to this party.
And yes, Mongas there take the lead on here. Edgar Cairo to kick us off with a restart. Cairo puts it high. Mongas are able to regather. Edgar Cairo puts the ball wide. Big run there, try to take his man. Papi puts the ball again wide, finds Edgar Kairu. Edgar Kairu trying to open up a gap, find his winger. Ball is secured. Ball moves from wing to wing. Beautiful, beautiful rugby being showed here. The Kyadondo Sevens. Patience is being displayed. And their OB is there, trying to make sure he can open up his former team. Ball is moved wide. Papi try to find Edgar Cairo, steps back in, gives his man, tries to open the gap, but he's still arrested. Steps. Mongas is trying to cook up something here to take the lead, and they lose concentration there. Make a knock on to give a position to Mbale Elephants. We are still at the Kyadondo Sevens here, and Kawowo is bringing you all the full action here in the best quality in the land. As you see, Mbale fans trying to break away. Mbale fans still trying to play with a big carry there, and the ball. The ref calls the ball open. Mongas win the ball out. Turn it over. Papi with a restart. Plays in. Ball is gone wide. Salim finds his winger. Steps back in. Eden is still short. Salim picks up the ball. He is still short. Eden is there to secure him. Ref calls for high. And Mongas are still in. And he's in. Mongas double their lead here. It's patience, patience, patience. And it's paying off for the Mongas here at Kyadondo. Conversion put wide. Edgar Cairo to kick us off once again after that beautiful try by the Mongas. Ball is gathered by Mbale Elephants. Loss of concentration. Papi picks up the scrambles. Mongas try again. Edgar Cairo is taken down there, but he's still in possession. Mongas still patiently enough waiting for their opening. They are moving the ball left, right. Edgar Cairo tries to open up Papi. Easy through. Opens up Edgar Cairo again. And he will jog down the ball just there in the corner to add onto the score of the Mongas, taking their score to 17-0. I can definitely say the Mbale Elephants are struggling here against the Mongas, as they are yet to show up to anything of the prowess being showcased by the Mongas, leading 17-0. Ball crosses there, still regathered by Mongas going on with a big hit right there. Ball is put wide as the hooter sounds to take us to halftime. Mongas still looking for more points to extend their lead, to come and have a very easy and soothing second half. Shatif Eden puts the ball out to Salim. Salim tries to beat his men, still secure. And the ref calls for diving into
Elephants to penalize the passage of play.
It is the Mongas with the ball there. Secure. Elephants pick it up with a wide step there. It would have been full of flair. Ball is put wide, regathered by the Bale Elephants. And the ref calls it
That should be
for a forward pass.
so
And it's half time here at the Kyadondo Sevens, having Mongas leading 17. Mbale yet to show up in this game. No score for them yet. But we are live on Kawowo Sports. Please keep it locked, like, subscribe, and comment as you're watching the Kyadondo Sevens here at Lugogo. This is the Men's Challenger Trophy semi-final. Mongas facing it out against the Mbale Elephants, where the Mongas are leading by 12 points in this game. We are still here at Kyadondo Rugby Grounds, the home of rugby, the home of the Heathens, the home of Buffaloes, the home of the Thunderbirds. And once again, our hosts, Heathens, have been here, put up a great show for the Kyadondo Sevens. Yes, we're back for the second half here, with a restart to come from the Mbale Elephants to take us into the second half.
We start the second half here. Game 8 at the Driftwood Sevens between Abbas and Uganda. So we started. Abbas a good level of blocks in the score. The third try. 2 points in our favor.
Restart there,
Uganda
did,
sevens,
and the ref calls.
0.
He knocked the ball forward. It was a successful restart by the Mbale Elephants to win the ball back there, as he was being forced to knock on that ball. We're restarting here with a scrum down for Mbale Elephants. Will the game change and Mbale comes back into it in the second half? Let's watch and see. Scrum is in for Mbale. Long pass, skips a man, regathered by Mbale. They're being dragged back in the half, but the man is carrying the balls very hard. Takes a few men from the Plascon. Ball is taken wide. Monga, and will he break away? Mbale go on, long pass, long ball wide. Just 2 passes have the ball wide, and there was a knock on in the tackle, but ref calls back with no advantage. Mbale to have another chance to go again, as there's a knock on there in the tackle by the Plascon Mongas. Restart is on again. Elgon Wolves yet to put a score on the board, and they are here trying to find a way to rectify that. Ball is in. Ball is put wide. They cook up something. A loop happens here, and the winger is in, steps back. Tried. Hey, did you see that? Dummy there, but still arrested. Ball goes right. A gap is open for him, but he's arrested, and the ball is offload. Ref calls for offside to the Plascon Mongers. Elgon moves yet to cook up again. Elgon moves. One cuts back in, offload. Ball is taken back. Quick fit there, beats his man, beats a second, offloads the ball, regathered. It was a full stop. You're not hitting me like that, is what they told the Mbale Elephant, but they're still in possession. Ball is trying to take away by the Mbale Elephants. Offload in. Papi says no, and the ref calls for a high tackle on Papi makes a high tackle on the man. Quick restart by Mbale Elephants with a good carry. And Salim is able to regather the ball for the Mongers. Step is open, and it is a runaway for the Plascon Mongers. Papi, offload to Papi, another offload by the Mongers. Big hit there. And the Mongers still in possession. Quick scratch there. The Driftwood Sevens are going on in Kenya, Mombasa, where Uganda is there representing Uganda. The Uganda Sevens are in Kenya at the Driftwood Sevens representing Uganda. They had a quarterfinal with the KCB. I'm yet to update you of the score there, but game is on there in Kenya as we are live here on Kawowo for the Kyadondo Sevens. Here watching this semi-final of the Challenger Trophy between Mbale Elephants and the Mongers. Mongers with a restart. Ball is taken wide. Opened up for Eden Chatif. Eden taken to ground. Mongers still patiently. Will they go? He tries to step his man out. Hands him off. But he's still arrested. Mongers still playing deep in their half. But I'm sure gap will open if they keep their patience. Ball is still played wide to Salim. Salim against his hobbies. He hits the man. And he's off. He's off. Still arrested. Mongers still going pace by pace. The patience will pay off, certainly. Mongers is still on. Oh, cheeky offload. Edgar Kairu. Kairu puts the ball wide. Tries to fade off his man. 1-2. And the gap is open. Will he beat the man? Puts the ball back in. And the cutback. Ooh, beautiful fit. And indeed, the Mongers pay off for their patience with a beautiful try there. Step in, step out, and the gap is open to put the Mongers ahead with 22 points and 0 for the Mbale Elephants. Next, we shall be having the second semi-final, which will be Hippos up against Rhinos, semi-final of the Challenger Trophy, and later we shall have the ladies on pitch trying to showcase their love and beautiful sport of rugby. Mongers the restart once again with a good restart. Oh, he was taken in there and the ref calls it. Mbale opens up. Mbale trying to open up and the ref calls for not 10. Sinbin. Eden Chatif sent to the Sinbin for infringement. Mbale calls for a scrum so that they are able to take advantage of the less man Mongers is having to get a score onto the board for them. Another yellow card for the Mongas. Mbale is playing 5 men now. 5 men now. They call for a scrum again, and the hooter sounds. I only hope they are able to put a score on the board, but the game is far gone for them as Mongas is leading tremendously with a 22 score here. Scrum starts for Mbale. Let's see how they do it. Fades off his man. Puts it on float back in. Still arrested. The 5 men Mongas are defending so well. Salim takes his man down. It's a penalty for the Mbale Elephants. Quick start for the Mbale. And the ball is switched back in. Is the gap opening? Overlap here. Swings the ball wide. Regathered by the wing. Will he reach? He beats. Gap is open. And he knocks on the ball. Final play with 5 men. Still, Mbale Elephant is unable to put a score on the board. And Mongas sail through this with a 22-0 lead. And yes, the second semi-final of the Challenger Trophy is yet to set to be kicked off by Ruben Opesa, which will be Hippos tussling it out against the Rhinos here at the Kyadondo Sevens. This is the third circuit of the series. We started from Jinja all the way to Wakiso for the Rujumba Sevens. Now we're here at Kyadondo for the Kyadondo Sevens. We will be heading to Gulu next weekend as the break comes off. Ball is on. Knock on. But Rhinos have the advantage. Ball moves wide. He would say take his man, beats his man, but he's still arrested. He is able to recover that ball and is taken out. Ginger Hippos are defending hard. Ginger Hippos have taken the man out to win themselves a line out just at their 5, short of the score by the Rhinos. Restart is on by the Hippos. Line out is good. He breaks the line. Will he go? Still one step. Offload. Oh. Ball was just thrown into his face. Rhinos gather here. Rhinos looking for a way out. Ref calls back for the advantage of the knock-on. Restart is here. It was a knock-on by the Ginger Hippos. Rhinos restarts the ball. Tries to open up the overlap. Tackle is made. Patience is still bound. Ochen gives the ball, moves the ball wide. Rhinos trying to look for the spaces in the wide area. He is released. Will he choke? And he does score. I am very insistive that patience pays off in this game of sevens. And it has paid off for the Rhinos to take the lead 5-0.
Was an attempt, one to forget.
Conversion attempt was terrible,
0, Rhinos 5.
but restart is on. We will add more points onto that. That's what the Rhinos are saying, and that's what they are going for here at the Kyadondo Sevens. Restart is on. Deep high kick. Another knock on for the Hippos, regathered by Rhinos. Chen plays the ball wide with an overlap. Gap is open. Another offload into the ground, but regathered by the Rhinos. Try to look for the gap, taking his man out. Rhinos playing steadily. Long pass out. Tries to save the ball from finding touch, but he has put himself in jeopardy because right now the Hippos have regathered the ball deep in the half of the Rhinos. Here we go, the big man makes a big carry here. Hippos have gotten a chance to be able to play the ball right now. They are playing something. The gap has opened. The gap has opened, and he will go the way. And the ref calls it for a try. The Hippos got the chance with the ball and definitely came out with a positive try there to draw the lead with the conversion to come.
All scoreboard reads. In the back half of this one, welcome to much.
It's clear the conversion was missed by the Hippos there. Score is still 5-5.
Next game or next fixtures.
Regathered by the Rhinos.
Fifth place
Rhinos swings the ball wide.
will have 2 games or 2 semi-finals for who will finish 5th place.
And the Rhinos are moving steadily.
Now Rockets will take on Valley Eagles.
Ball is trying to put wide. Tries to beat his man Cheng. Ref calls back for a penalty to the Rhinos. They decide to find touch and get that advantage of the meters from their 10, now in the 10 of the Hippos. Nice play there. Let's see if it really pay off when they win the line out and go on to get a score in this game. It's still 5 apiece here at the Kyadondo Sevens. This is the semi-final 2 of the Challenger Trophy. Hippos up against Rhinos. And it is 5-5. They still want to be able and give it a chance in this first half and try to find a score that will break the deadlock. Ball is taken back wide. Ochen decides, let's go for half time.
The ball into touch. We are into the half time. 5-all.
Hippos is coming on. Failed regather by the Rhinos, and it's a knock on. By the Rhinos. It's a scrum for the Hippos here. Game is still a deadlock. Who will break it? Let's watch and see here on Kawowo Sports. Scrum is good for the Hippos. Play is taken wide. Try to hook up something with a loop. And the ball is put behind him. Gathered by Rhinos. Rhinos also steady now, looking for a gap. Tries to beat two men. But they take him to ground. Ref calls that for an infringement. Quick start there by the Rhinos. Trying to find a gap. Oh! Kanyebwa, but he has the ball. Same possession with the Rhinos. And the move goes on. Gap is open. Slowly for the Rhinos to put a score. Ball is taken wide. Ocheng tries good quick fit there to dance his player over. And the challenge is taken for the Hippos to turn over this ball with a penalty.
Still 5-all in this game. These are
Restart the scrum down here.
the chance to take the challenge trophy. Customonials already booked themselves.
Rhinos with a restart.
Having
Ochen
over
swings the ball wide.
the winner here will be taking
Tries
the
to fade off his man, but he's griply arrested. Foul play by the Hippos. Rhinos get a penalty there to restart this game. They decide to find touch far into the half of the Hippos. Sevens is a game of territory. Sevens is a game of patience. Sevens is a game of flair. Sevens is a game of pace. And sevens is a game of fun. We are the Kyadondo Sevens here at Kyadondo Rugby Club, right here in Kampala, right here in Lugogo, and live on Kawowo. Line out good by the Rhinos. They start to grow. Chain goes hard, oh, but the ball is regathered. But the Rhinos still have the ball, and still they're patiently cooking up. Ball is taken back wide. Wu tries to beat off his man. Yeah, he almost lost the ball, but he's still in possession. Rhinos still have the ball. Ball is taken wide by the Rhinos. Chu Cheng, he tries to take him to the line. Cuts back in. He's taken down by the two, but the ball is secure. Rhinos are trying to cook up and regather to break the deadlock here. Ball is taken wide by the Rhinos. It's in the middle. Hard hitting. Rhinos are patiently. He goes in with a switch. The gap opens. Offload there. But he's still arrested. Rhinos still steady, and the defense of the Hippos is still working. Good communication there to keep on. And it is an intercept by the Hippos. His all legs. His all legs. Tries to step the man in. He takes him back out. He's open and he's still tackled. Hippos are able to get the meters deep into the half of the Rhinos. And the ref calls for a knock-on by the Hippos. But what an intercept there by the Hippos. But the legs couldn't let him go all the way to the try area. He was arrested by the... You just watch that. The intercept tries level best, open the legs. But Ochen says, no way, no way. You can beat me in this race. Ball is restarted here. Rhinos deep in their half. Trying to cook up again. To see how they can break this deadlock to make the score. Dummy there. Tries to carry as many men as possible. And he fails to release the ball after being tackled. Quick start by Hippos. Hippos, big man has been carried into the try area. Does he score? He is held up. The ref calls it. Still going to be a scrum restart at the 5. Still for the Hippos to find a way to make progress of this chance. This fumble by Rhinos deep in their in their half. Abwang is on for the Rhinos to see if we can foster in and break the deadlock here. It is still 5 apiece. Hippos start he goes wide, he opens up the gap, and he finds the choke. Easy peasy for the Hippos as they take the score 2-10-5. It has been a hard game. It's been a beautiful game. Both ends of rugby has been displayed, but this time it is the Hippos who are able to break the deadlock and take the score 2-10-5. Restart by the Hippos. Tries so hard to save the ball, but taps it into touch. It is Hippos' ball. Rhinos seem to be the team to win this game, but the Hippos have found a way out, and they're in the lead here with the hooter sounding to call off the end of this game. Who regards ball is kicked out. What is the ref call? Ref Ruben Opesa ends the game, and the Hippos are way sailing through this. They had to defend most of the part of the game, but the few chances they got, they put it all across, taking the score 2-12-5.
And that was the voice of Pius Mpoza, aka Mzee Paineto, on the commentary. And this is Joseph Man Muhumza to take you through the next shift. We have the ladies' games. This is the 5th place playoff between the Nile Rapids and Mbale Eagles. Of course, the Rapids are short of players, with a huge chunk of their team representing their respective schools at the East African schools games. But the ladies that they have on board have done just enough, winning 1 game and losing 2 in the group, just to keep the Rapids around the top of proceedings. But now we have kickoff. Tina Akelo has kicked us off for the Rapids. Now the Rapids are doing most of the defending at the start of this game, and the referee says come back. And the referee has just brought them back there for an infringement. Possession is with the Nile Rapids to feed the scrum. Akelo at first receiver. Dummies 1, looks for Unity Namulala, finds her, and Unity Namulala will not be stopped from there. The defender came across, but she couldn't get there in time to stop the lambasting run of Unity Namulala, who has gone over to open the scoring in this 5th place playoff. The Rapids with 5, with a conversion from Tina Akelo to come. And Akelo's conversion isn't good, But the Rapids will walk away with the 5 points so far in this game. And that conversion just hit the crossbar and came back onto the pitch. Quite unfortunate for the Rapids. But there is kickoff. Tina Akello sends it to the touchline. That ball bounces beautifully for the Rapids. It bounced for the Rapids, but the referee preferred to go for the knock-on by the Eagles. And now the Rapids have set up here. Of course, the Rapids have set up their scrum. Tina Akello is there in. Tina Akello is there in first receiver for the Rapids. The scrum just on the left part from where the Rapids are attacking. The ball doesn't go to hand, but it gets there. And it is sent out to Unity Namulala, who is once again interested in stretching her legs, and she just beats one defender, ducks under that tackle, and gets. Now that is Halima Likambo to Tina Akello. Akello shows some strength there, and Halima Likambo recycles to Unity Namulala. Namulala is brought down in a high tackle, and Tina Akello says, "We want to play rugby," and she scratches and dummies and goes herself, and she scores. Brilliant piece of rugby from Tina Akello there, who decided to scratch, dummy, and go on her own. The Nile Rapids have 10 points now, with Akello's conversion to come. This time, Akello doesn't even find the crossbar. That ball entirely sways wide. But they will take the 5-pointer and add it to their first 5-pointer to make 10 points. And the Eagles are yet to get something out of this game. And Tina Akello goes for the short one. Eagles with the ball. And that is great piece of play there. Having the awareness to know that there is no one home for the Rapids, as she gives this run everything, as she goes all the way to dot down for the Eagles, and that surely that is a run of her life. She gave it everything, and the conversion will be quite easy for Mastula Nambozo. Look at that run once again. The Nile Rapids had no one home. There was no sweeper. And she took full advantage of that. She gave it the run of her life. And as she struggles to catch her breath, she did everything she could to get the 5 points for the Eagles. And the Eagles are only 3 points behind now, because the conversion by Mastula Nambozo was good. And now pressure is with the Rapids. Kickoff by Nambozo goes to Unity Namulala. the Eagles had gotten an opportunity here, but then Tina Akelo puts in great defensive work and forces the Eagles to lose the ball in contact. And now we have a scrum. We have a scrum for the Nile Rapids, who have survived that scare there. And the way the Eagles are set up, they have 3 players on the line. They have 2 players on the line with one slightly at the back, looking out for that run of Unity Namulala. And Tina Akelo decides to go very fast and puts the kick in behind. Unity Namulala is there to chase. Will Unity get there before the Eagle? And a small shove in the back. And it is survival time. What works, works. They decide to put it out on the boat, and we shall go for the halftime. I mean, you know what they say, survival is winning, and for now, the Eagles are surviving, and for them that is winning, because then they get to go into the halftime break with only 3 points as the deficit, and they have all to play for in the second half. We have a restart, Mastula Nambozo to restart here for the Mbale Eagles. Remember, this is the 5th place playoff of the women's category. Mastula's kick is deep, and that ball goes backwards. The Eagles file the pressure, and surely it is going to be a scrum for the Nile Rapids. But that was great piece of pressure from and Halima Likambo there to feed the scrum for the Nile Rapids as they restart this play deep in their half. Tina Akelo is there in first receiver. And the ball is in the scrum. Halima Likambo takes it out. Tina Akelo, what does she do? She decides to keep ball in hand, and she invites Unity Namulala on the switch. Unity Namulala puts her head down, but there is a sweeper at home, and she doesn't go far. Now Halima measured her pass very well, but her colleague just put and stretched her hands out to receive that ball, and she knocked it on. But that was great pass selection from Halima Likambo for the Now Rapids. Quite unfortunate that ball couldn't be gathered. And now that is an opportunity for the Mbale Eagles through Mastula Nambozo to feed the scrum. Ball is in and ball is out, and ball goes to the wing. And once again, as we have seen in this game, all it takes is one run. Player is penalized there. And the Eagles are almost there. Now this is scramble defense. Tina Akelo decides to push her back. The Mbale Eagles have got another try. It didn't have to be fancy, it just had to do. And it worked out for them. Mastula Nambozo with ball in hand. And Mastula's conversion isn't right. It goes wide. And we are going to have a restart. The Eagles with the advantage now. They have 12 points. And the Now Rapids still on 10 from the first half. And Tina Akelo runs onto that ball beautifully. Gets it back now. Likambo, and they knock it on. Surely it hasn't been the weekend of the Now Rapids, who had won the Stone City Sevens and then won the Rujumba Sevens. And now they have to scramble and get something out of this game, from being number one to finishing above the top four. And now it looks like they will finish above 5 and 6 as they are losing at the moment. And that turnover is good by the Now Rapids. As she decides to go so fast, urgency is key in this situation because time is quickly running out for the Rapids. That ball goes backwards. And that is destiny for the Rapids. And Halima decides to put it on her boat. Unity Namlala chases, keeps it in just slightly, and she's back on her feet. And Destiny is there to recycle, and surely that is an offside there, and the referee rightfully calls it. And now Halima Likambo decides to go fast. But surely the referee will have to touch his socks and pull out the card for the Mbale Eagles player. Just tackling there while offside. She wasn't the requisite 10 meters away from the mark when she made that tackle. Now the Rapids have elected to go for a scrum there. And they have set up quite deep, these Rapids, and they know that they have the one player advantage, and they will try to make it count here. The ball comes to Akelo. Akelo on the loop. Akelo finds Halima. The space opens up for Halima. Halima passes it out to Namulala, and Namulala's offload to Akelo. Not so fancy, but it works out. And now Halima once again floats to the big girl who carries very well. And they decide to go back to the short side. Tina Akelo to Unity Namulala. And Unity Namulala gets that try in the corner. The Now Rapids are back in business. They were trailing by 2 points after going ahead 10-0, and now they have a they have a 3-point lead with 15 points to their name, while the Eagles, who have grown into this game, have 12. And with that, the Now Rapids have managed to snatch a victory from the jaws of defeat, as they were behind right until the last play. And with their last piece of action, which was a try from Unity Namulala, they get to survive and fight another day. Now Rapids 15, the Mbale Eagles 12. And we have another playoff game on our hands between the Walukuba Titans
Rapids victorious over the Valley Eagles with 2 points to 12. They book themselves into another game against the winner of this current game on pitch.
and we have the Walukuba Titans on pitch
We are
playing the Black Pearls,
these are the semis for 5th place.
and of course the Titans are looking very beautiful in their grey, a kit that they launched this week. And at Kawowo Sports, we can proudly say that we are associated with the future.
For the Barbarians, then Toyota Buffaloes will take on Safani Eagles.
We have kickoff. Rebecca Kabajungu gets us underway here. And Liz for the Titans, her pass to Sarah Chirabo was just knocked on there, and we are going to have the first scrum of the game. The Black Pearls, of course, had a historic win yesterday, and they had the celebrations to match the victory. And now Bahati restarts. Bahati's pass to Lilian Namudo didn't stick, but it still goes away, and it worked out in the end. And now and the Rapids are still with, the Black Pearls with possession, and Bahati decides that enough is enough. We aren't going anywhere with this. Let us go and find some touch. Line out for the Walukuba Titans. And the Rapids have brought down, the Titans have brought down the ball very well. Sarah Chirabo sends it out to the wing. And the wingers measure swords here. Sarah Chirabo gets back the ball. And she looked like she was in ascendancy, but she was stopped in her tracks. And now the Titans have opened up a gap there in the middle. But Rebecca's tackle is good to stop the Titans there, and they knock it forward, but they were offside. We have a penalty here, and the Titans have elected to go for a scrum. And surely we are going to have the first try of the game, courtesy of the Walukuba Titans. Look at that. Sarah Chirabo releasing her winger there to score the first try of the game in this second semi-final of the 5th place playoff in the women's category of the Kyadondo Sevens. And we have kickoff. And Bahati is banded onto the ground, and surely that turnover isn't good. We are going to have a scrum here, but Rebecca Kabajungu for the Black Pearls, she did so well to receive that kickoff, and then just handed that ball over to Bahati and set her up for that crunching tackle. Now Lilian Namudu decides to put it on her boat, and that ball goes out. Line out for the Walukuba Titans. Great defensive tackle there. And Sarah Chirabo showing her experience in there. But then her experience couldn't come to the fore when she needed it the most in keeping possession, as she hands it over to the Black Pearls. And now Pearls in possession. They are moving the ball side to side, but there is no clear advantage there, but play goes on, and Sarah Chirabo once again just hands it off to her colleague, who goes all the way to score. The Titans have extended their lead to 10 points now, with a conversion to come. And that is not good, but once again you can see the experience of Sarah Chirabo just being able there to drag two defenders out and then release her colleague to go over for the second try of the game. And we have another restart. Sarah Chirabo with ball in hand to restart for the Titans. Zulaika Muchala thought about going for that ball, and then she let it bounce, and now the Titans have possession and they are punishing. They are indeed punishing the Now Rapids. The Titans still want to play some action here, as the halftime hooter has gone, but they think they still have one more try in them, and they almost get it. But Zulaika Muchala just swings the attacker into the try area, and she scores. And if there are any kids at home watching, That is not how you tackle in the game of rugby. This time the conversion is good and the Titans have 17 points as they go into the break. They made the business decision not to kick that ball out at the full-time hooter, and they were rewarded for it through that brilliant run that you can see. And Zuleika Muchala making a mess of that tackle. Look at that. Just swinging the player into the try area, and she scores. And once again, kids, that is not how you tackle. It is halftime. This is the second semi-final of the ladies' fifth place playoff. The Now Rapids have already booked their place into that final, and they will be playing to determine who is fifth and who is sixth. On the other hand, the Mbale Eagles have already booked also their final in determining who is seventh and who is eighth in the event that that game is played. And the second half is about to get underway. Both teams, they are having a few discussions with their respective coaches at the break. Once again, the Black Pearls are guilty of allowing that ball to bounce. Now Sarah Chirabo with possession.
Back for the second half of this game between the Titans and
Ball comes out to the wing, but Zuleika Muchala is there to defend.
for the Walukuba Titans, and they get another penalty.
Sarah Chirabo kicks off,
In a hurried quick start to get
and that is
advantage.
very beautiful interplay from the Walukuba Titans. They knew exactly what they were doing. And
Try is converted
the conversion is good. The Titans
for the Titans.
are happy with the possession that they, with the lead that they have, as they have been very dominant here through some of the leaders that they have on pitch, like Sarah Chirabo, Liz, and the other Titans in there.
Sarah Shirao restarts. And it fouls fumble on fielding. They use the ball forward. The Titans continue on the ascendancy.
And scrum time. The Titans with ball in hand. It has been the Titans in charge of this game. They have quite handled business against the Black Pearls, and the Black Pearls are still in transition, and we do not expect them to put in the performances that we had gotten accustomed to from the yesteryears. But for now, they are here, they are still playing, they are still fighting, but most importantly, they are building and bringing on new talents onto the scene. And now, that is going to be another try for the Titans.
They are goodies with the rest of the rugby community. Simba Automotives offer 2 motorcycles to the club. That's Company's Eagles.
The score just keeps on widening and widening. Sarah Shirabo's conversion attempt was not successful, to say the least. But at least the 5-pointer was good, and that gives the Titans, that is the try that has given the Titans 29 points today. The Black Pearls are yet to put something on board. Sarah Shirabo with ball in hand to kick off once again.
Just take a stroll there and admire, and if you have any information you might want, they will be glad to.
And this time, the Rapids make sure that that ball doesn't bounce. Now, Koyo Muteme hands it off to Lilian Namudu. Namudu finds Rebecca Kabajungu. Rebecca's pass wasn't gathered well. Now Muteme, and this may be trouble. But Sarah Chirabo is a very, very, very lucky girl there, because the referee has put out the full arm for the penalty there, but she has survived that yellow card, and now possession is back with the Titans. Koyo Buteme's touch finder didn't go the full, but at least she makes the turnover, and once again puts in a touch finder in behind, and Rebecca Kabajungu put in the kick behind, and it went to Zulaika Muchala, and Zulaika Muchala has finally scored something for the Black Pearls. But all hard work from Koyo Buteme, who put in the kick behind, and then Rebecca Kabajungu put it again on her toe as she was bundled into touch, and Zulaika Muchala made no mistake, picked up the pieces and scored.
Was good from the pass winger. Another support play there for Martinez, and the Pearls get their first try conversion. Would rather be quickly forgotten. Scores 39 to 5.
When I become union president, in the game we just did, I was in the 12, 11, and Buteme with the kickoff, and that is what a handoff. Oh my lord, the Titans are meaning business. The Titans are meaning business here, and she goes all the way to score. But before that, she put in the hard work. Straight off the kickoff, she received undecided. Let me show you how it's done.
Even a big one, 34-5 is the score so far. Titans elect not to.
Buteme's kickoff was gathered, and then she went on a mission to destroy, annihilate, and break feedings. Look at that. What a hit. To go all the way and score for the Titans. And surely This game has been put to bed. The Walukuba Titans with 34 and the Black Pearls with a consolation try in there by Zulaika Muchala. But the full-time hooter has gone right in sync with the kickoff. And Buteme still has some legs on her to run. And she switches that ball off to Muchala. Muchala finally goes down. Buteme is there to recycle. And Buteme finds Bahati. Bahati comes back on the inside. And Buteme once again to recycle. And Buteme puts it on the boot. And surely that is full time. What a clinical performance.
The Cows 5 will head into the fifth place semi-finals.
Very clinical performance by
Victoria Sharks.
the Walukuba Titans. And now the Walukuba Barbarians are up next on the pitch, taking on the Victoria Sharks in the 5th place playoff game.
And yes, it's still the grey on the pitch. Walukuba Titans are off with a win, and Walukuba Barbarians are next up against the Victoria Sharks for the men's 5th place playoff here at Kyadondo Sevens. Day 2. Walukuba fell short. Walukuba fell short up against the Rams, seeing them drop to play for the 5th placement. Now they are to face. Now they are here to face the Victoria University Sharks.
Playing at the same level today. Fifth place.
And Ruben Kagwesaje with the duty to kick off. And Give Fokorach gets to rest on the wing as Kagwesaje kicks off here. And the ball goes deep to Humphrey Orach. The Barbarians with great defense there. But the referee, Angoyo, isn't happy with that entry. And now Ochan to Stephen Kalema. Stephen Kalema is alone in this race. And he will go over for the first 5-pointer in the game. Stephen Kalema, 1 try. Victoria Sharks, 1 try. They score 5 with a conversion to come.
Is it fatigue, or is it because they are not in the presence of their captain? But Walukuba is trailing and seeming to be downplayed here. Run was smooth. Kalema saw the gap and went clinical and all through to score for Victoria University. The first try here for the 5th place playoff.
Emma Ochan with the kickoff. Gift Wokorach receives very well. And the ball is with Shafiq Mansour. And Gift Wokorach does so well, so strong on that rack. And now Edward Emiemu. Edward Emiemu's pocket has been picked there by Blaise Ocheng, who does well to get possession for the Victoria Sharks. And now Humphrey Orach with the switch pass and Gift Wokorach with the steal there. Emiemu to Shafiq Mansour. Shafiq Mansour is no match for the man on the wing. Blaise Ocheng chases there, but Shafiq Mansour will not be stopped. And he goes over. Sorry, that is Issa Lukman. Issa Lukman with the run there. He couldn't be stopped. And Issa Lukman brings the first try for the Walukuba Barbarians.
Is it because of the grey that the Titans, the Barbarians are being called the Titans? But don't worry, they're all from Walukuba. Beautiful try there by Issa Lukman. Quick fit to open the score for Walukuba. And Gift is back to take the honors of that kickoff.
And Gift Wokorach puts it high and it just bounces on and off. Now it is a line out for the Victoria Sharks. And remember, a line out is a contested ball, and therefore the Walukuba Barbarians have every right to that ball, as do the Victoria Sharks. But of course, the Sharks have the advantage of the throw and the dump, and they will put it to full use here. But Ahmed Sechanzi is there to contest for the Walukuba Barbarians. And he jumped a little bit too soon, and that is perfectly executed by the Sharks. And the ball goes out to the wing. And surely the ref isn't happy with that high shot by Issa Lukman, and Humphrey Orach wanted to go very fast, but he was clearly off the mark, and the referee says go back to the mark.
Yes, rugby is intense here. VU gets to win a restart of the scrum as they try to find their way to get more score on the scoreboard. And the ref calls in for the crouch, bind and set. Let's go. And it's on. VU gap opens. Can the Wheels manage? Offloads the ball wide. Will Gifts with a nice defensive tackle. Ball is lost. And Walukuba regather. He was trying to outmatch the man, but was definitely dragged out. Quick restart by VU. Blaze Ocheng beats his man. Will the gap open for him? No. VU goes in. And it's try time for the Victoria Sharks.
Israel Makoha with the try for the Victoria Sharks, who extend their lead.
Another try for the Sharks.
With that successful conversion,
For 14 points.
the Sharks are enjoying a 14 points and the Barbarians 5. Gift Wokorach there with the great defensive work, and Shafiq Mansour initially did well to pick up the ball, but then he chose the wrong option there, going on the outside. It was him against the Shark and the touchline. And quick thinking from Emma Ochan there, which led to that try by Israel Makoha. And now we have a kickoff. That is the try by Israel Makoha there, running a great support line for Blaze Ocheng, who did the hard work, and Makoha did the finishing touches. Emma Ochan to restart. Ruben Kagwesaje is there to receive, and Ruben Kagwesaje hands it off to Issa Lukman. Gift Wokorach with a very unconventional pass, but it works out. Now Edward Emiemu. And surely you can't dive into that track. And the referee calls that. And now things only seem to be getting worse for the Barbarians, as they are penalized, and they are again taken back another extra 10 meters, and the Sharks still want to go for their scrum.
Another 10 meters for back Sharks.
And the ball is in by Emma Ochan, and Stephen Kalema just hands possession to Ahmad Sechanzi. Now Gift Wokorach with possession. Now Edward, sorry, that That was Ruben Kagwisaje. And now Marvin Serugo with the big carry. Now Ahmad Sechanzi backing himself. The long man with the long legs plays like a typical back for a forward. Ahmad Sechanzi showed a little bit of that ball, then damaged it, and the Sharks bought in. And then he had the awareness to go all the way and score that try for the Alukuba Barbarians. That is Ahmad Sechanzi to reduce the deficit before the break. The Barbarians with 12. Barbarians with 12 and the Sharks with 14, and it is halftime. We have a restart here.
2-point game. And the Sharks lead.
Possession with gift for Korach, and he just passes it out in the back to Ruben Kagwisaje, who is almost arrested and almost lost that ball, but he does well to keep possession there. And now the Barbarians are keeping the ball alive, and that ball comes out to Shafiq Mansour. Shafiq Mansour decides to step back inside, and now ducks a tackle there. Wilfred Seguya. And this time it is Issa Lukman on the run. And that is a very good counter-attack. The ball is available on the other side for the Victoria Sharks. And now Humphrey Orach with ball in hand and decision to make. He decides to find Emao Chan there, and now back to Orach. And surely the referee says that ball has been lost forward, backwards, and we have an offside there. Look at that show of strength from the Victoria Sharks to turn over that ball. And beautiful interplay there between the Sharks to go over and score the first try of the second half. The Sharks are in from 14 points to 19 points and a conversion to come. The game is starting to run away from the game is starting to run away from the Victoria Sharks. That conversion isn't good, and the Victoria Sharks are a converted try ahead of the Walukuba Barbarians, who have generally had a lackluster Kyadondo Sevens. We have a short medical break, and Emma Ochan is standing by there to kick us off, and he is a player who knows the Kyadondo grass very well, of course beginning out with the Tigers and Stallions and then graduating to the Heathens team before Emma Ochan made the move to the Victoria Sharks. Now he kicks us off here. Remember also the Sharks train here, play here, so this is also their home. And play is back on. Gift Wokorach with the big fan there. Ruben Kagwisaje there with the ball, and Ruben Kagwisaje goes all the way to score under the poles. And if Satan doesn't do his thing, surely that conversion will be good by Gift Wokorach. And indeed, the good side wins. Gift Wokorach scores. And now it is 19-19. We have a game on our hands. And this is knockout rugby. In knockout rugby, there are no draws. We shall have to go to sudden death. But for now, there is still time to play some rugby by both the Sharks and the Barbarians. They have a minute or so into this game. And surely the next team to score will stand a very, very, very huge chance of winning this game as Gift Wokorach kicks us off. And Ruben Kagwisaje picks up the pieces. And Ruben saw the gap on the outside. He wasn't held in that tackle. Now Gift Wokorach. The young man Baluku showing some strength there. And now the ball is being recycled there. Beautiful dummy. And beautiful offload. Marvin Serugo will not be stopped. The big man goes and scores in the middle. And surely the Walukuba Barbarians have done enough in this game with a few seconds on the clock and a conversion to come. And it is Ahmad Sechanzi who stands up to take that conversion, and the conversion is good by Sechanzi. But look at that run once again. What a beautiful dummy from there, and Orach is sent away, and a beautiful switch inside for the big man Marvin Serugo. Emma Ochan was there to defend, but Emma Ochan was sent the wrong way by the big man Marvin Serugo, who goes over to score in the middle. And of course Ahmad Sechanzi adding the extras. And we have kickoff. Gift Wokorach with ball in hand. And with the clock on the side of the Barbarians, Gift Wokorach decides to go deep and say, let us play from those ends. And the Barbarians are over the ball. And the Barbarians come out on top with possession, and they are too eager there. And surely that is a double knock-on. We shall go for the first one. And possession is with the Victoria Sharks in there. Now Stephen Kalema, who scored the opening try of the game. And we have another scrum. For every set piece that we have, those are seconds off the clock. And if you are a Walukwa Barbarians fan, the sound of that footer should really be exciting for you unless your boys concede a converted try at this point. But this should be the last passage of play here unless the Victoria Sharks pull off a huge upset. For now, ball is in hand. Humphrey Orach with possession. Emma Ochan in first receiver. And Stephen Kalema in the center there. Now the Barbarians are defending with everything they have. And surely with that knock-on, the game is over and the Walukuba Barbarians have won this. They have come back from behind to be 26-19 victors here in the 5th place semi-final. The Barbarians are through, and up next we have the Company Eagles taking on the Buffaloes.
I won't be in foul to tell you that Victoria Sharks gave away that game. They had the lead and they had Walukuwa come back from behind to win that game to take their 5th place. Next we're having Eagles up against Buffaloes. These two are looking for the position. And yes, Eagles up against Buffaloes is coming up next. These were sadly lost their quarterfinals. Eagles lost its quarterfinal to Cobs, and Buffaloes lost its quarterfinal to Heathens. A game that was one to watch out, to watch for, as it had to take us into the dying times to have who would proceed on to the next level. And Buffaloes were short of that, and they then go through to play the semi-finals here at the Kyadondo Sevens.
Players' safety matters on and off the pitch. As a fan, as a parent, always protect a player. Remember safety first. So if you want to find a safeguarding team, just on your entry to the players' village, the tent is right there. You can go there as a player, as well as a fan, to the public, anyone, you find them there.
And the action is back. And it's in play. The 5 and 6 placement playoff is set to set off. Is set to start. And yes, we're back from that short stoppage that had to be a medical stoppage, and we're off to set in the 5 and 6 placement playoff. Eagles up against the Buffaloes. Yasin Wasa to kick us off. And there you go. Ball is in high. Called back for a poor kick as it did able to cross the 10-meter line. Stayed on pitch. And Rosenberg had to call it back. Eagles is in. Roth looks for his player. They put it to the wing. Tries to avoid the fed line. It was a tussle there, but the Eagles still have the ball. They keep strong. Long pass out. But the ref calls for a knock-on by the Eagles. Since them making the final at the Ginger Sevens, Buffaloes has continued to struggle to make the high stake levels in the next two circuits, as we saw them drop out from the quarterfinals at Rujumba 7, and again today they drop out from the quarterfinals here at the Kyadondo Sevens. Ball is out. Yasin Wasa looks for Yasin Wasa still with the ball. Yasin Wasa opens the gap, but he's arrested. He's still that he's not able to release. That's what ref Rosenberg calls for, and it's Eagles ball. Eagles have a restart there. Ball is in wide. Taken back. Eagles strong in that breakdown. And the ref calls for sealing. Buffaloes have a chance to redeem themselves, and they send their brain, their engine, Yasin Wasa, to restart them in this penalty. Scratches cleanly, chooses a side, damage the other, ball goes wide to Humphrey, and Daura tries to give it, but is missed. And now Roth opens his legs, releases the ball. Eagles able to find the choke, and is given a chance to go as close as possible and scores right in behind the posts. The Eagles are able to break the deadlock here to make the score 5-0, and certainly that conversion will be successful. I can see the miss. Hopefully he didn't think he was playing soccer, because that was a poor conversion right in front of the poles from the Eagles. But we still have more action, and the restart is on. Really, surely, it's all been bad. From missing their conversion to a very terrible restart. And now Buffaloes has a chance. It was a good step, and the gap is opened. It is all fortress for the Buffaloes. And quick reply by the Buffaloes, scoring straight off that poor kickoff from Eagles, and the ball goes in straight to score. And Yasin does the extras as well. Yasin Wasa started smoothly, releases his ball, man sees the gap, steps Gap opens, and he goes all the way to find the try for the Buffaloes and take the lead now. Kickoff is on. Will the Buffaloes regather here? They put in the pressure onto the Eagles. They're using every chance they have to take it all the way through it. And there was an infringement as Rose calls for a knock-on by the Eagles in the turnover. Restart is on. The scrum wasn't stable, and the ref calls for stability and a restructure of the scrum. Ball is here. Ball is taken wide by the Buffaloes. They look for Hector. Hector misses the ball. Does it go forward? But is taken into touch. Quick restart, but the ref calls for the knock-on. That was earlier before he was taken into touch. The restart is on, and the Buffaloes are in the stands. The Vuvuzela is on. You can see their cheerleader right there, all in, all buzzing, pushing for his team. And the Buffaloes struggle here. He goes win there. And the ball is lost. Ref calls for a penalty as the Buffaloes did not release the man in that tackle. Eagles start their ball there. Ball moving, Roth swings a ball into the ground, but is gathered by Eagles. And that's an intercept. And Ogwang goes all the way to score. Beautiful intercept by Ogwang as the Eagles try to offload. And Eagles and Buffaloes score their second try here at the Kyadondo Sevens. Ogwang with the score right there. Really lazy by the Eagles. Lost concentration there and gave it away. Yeah, Yasin puts it wide, but you could see Eagles try to cook up. Ogwang sees a loose ball, takes the turnover and runs for the choke. And that takes us into halftime here at the Kyadondo Sevens as we are having Buffaloes up against Eagles. Buffaloes leading that 12-5. These lost their quarterfinals and they are now playing for the 5 and 6 place. And yeah, we can see the Eagles there. Surprisingly, I won't lie to you, you cannot believe they are coachless at the moment with no coach, but their display of rugby is undisputed. Like they are coached by the best. Buffalo still are in our gear. Kyadondo is really vibe is on, and trust me, if you're not here, just tune into Kawowo. Watch the game live, watch the action live. Like, you can comment, we shall get your engagement. You subscribe to the YouTube channel, put that bell on, and we will be notifying you when we get the action of rugby live and set for the rule. It is all blazing at Kyadondo for the Kyadondo Sevens. way back for the second half here at Kyadondo Rugby Grounds in Lugogo.
And the time now we have to go for the second half. Please, after this game, we'll have a break. The games will resume at exactly 10 minutes to one. So after this
We are off for the second half,
after that break, we'll be coming back for the semi-finals.
and we come. It was a knock-on by the Buffaloes. Eagles have a chance to restart and try to find a score on this.
Go to the main cup for the men. Stanbic Black Pirates take on Rams. The Platinum Credit Heathens take on KCB Cubs.
Strong tackle by Buffaloes there, but he infringes. Eagles quick to try and see if they could get a score on this. Roth swings the ball wide, trying to get that ball to the wing and see if the gap will open. There was a back in there, and is arrested, but secure as the Eagles still proceed. It's a wash, but ref calls for driving from the side. Eagles still have a chance to go for that. They scratch. Look for Roth. Roth with the goose. He's on to look for his fellas. And he's arrested. And the ref calls for a turnover. Douglas starts quick to try and open the gap and take the lead. Douglas takes his man. And the ref calls back the game for not being 10. Stepping by Bajan Seko. He's taken to ground. Batrak is secured by Douglas. Humphrey swings the ball to Hector. Hector tries to find Odiambo. Odiambo is on to find Yasin Wasa. Yasin Wasa opening the gap, but the ball is thrown away. Still in possession of the Buffaloes. Long pass to find Humphrey Ndaura. Holds the ball in one. Steps his man and tries to find Hector. Hector opens up his leg. You've seen this before from Hector. All the way from him. The gap was there for him and he goes all the way to the corner and scores for the Buffaloes to take their lead to 17. Yes, it was end-to-end rugby there. Hector was able to open his legs of sprint and take the run to the end with a score, taking the score to 17-5.
No originality.
Yasin puts it in from a tight angle, takes the score to 19 for the Buffaloes and 5 for the Eagles. We are here at Kyadondo Rugby Grounds for the Kyadondo Sevens on the beautiful Sunday. Beautiful rugby is played. Welcome back from church. Welcome to beautiful rugby here at Kyadondo. Live on Kawowo. Hector there running all the way to find the choke for the Buffaloes. And yes, they are in the lead. They are taking this for the 5 and 6 place. Yasin Waswa. Ball is wide. Step was open. He is going to. Oh, it's intercept by the Eagles. By the ref calls for advantage. Ref calls for the advantage way back for the Eagles. For Eagles or the Buffaloes. Yet to see that. It's for the Buffaloes. There was an infringement there. Ref calls back play to see a scrum down to the Buffaloes. Will they extend their lead? And they knock on by the Buffaloes. They lose that scrum down to the Eagles. And now the Eagles have a chance to take their chance and score here at the Kyadondo Sevens. This is a 5 and 6 playoff against Buffaloes and the Eagles. Having the Eagles lead this Buffaloes lead this by 19-5. It was a Kyadondo derby via the quarterfinals where the Heathens had to tussle it out with Buffaloes. Heathens coming out as victorious in that quarterfinal and going on to the semi-finals here at the Kyadondo Sevens. We see Eagles opening up here. The gaps are opening and the ball is trying to roll, puts the ball wide and he fumbles the ball. The beautiful display of rugby by Eagles is cut short by that fumble. Knock on brings the game to stop and to restart with a scrum down to the Buffaloes. Hota is on. Eagles try to find another try here. Ref calls for playing ball on ground by the Eagles. Buffaloes now there. Quick start by Yasin Wasa. Wasa steps his man all the way. Oh! He finds the full stop. Buffaloes still in possession though. Comes to Odiambo. Odiambo with the goose. Trying to open up a gap. Puts the ball back to find his fellow. Ball is still secure. Time is all done, but Buffaloes in the lead, but they still want to add more onto the scoreboard. Trying to cook up something here with a step in. Gap is opening. Looks for support. And he tries to step, but he's into the ground. Ball is still loose. Ref calls for a knock on, and definitely it is done right there. Remember, Uganda, who are representing, the Imagine Cranes are representing Uganda in the Driftwood Sevens in Kenya, Mombasa, and we will run short at the quarterfinals, losing to Cabras Rugby 27-5. Sadly, we did lose that. But it's a good show for the boys. What they're doing in the Driftwood.
Bias, allow me to disagree. Maybe this isn't the platform, but surely we have set some standards as a nation, and we cannot keep imaging forever. Those are grown men. At some point, you have to stop imaging. Even a maggot becomes a butterfly. And surely, as we go into the break and as Uganda keeps on playing at the Driftwood Sevens, remember, we are still on Kawowo Sports. And the fans are loving this. As you can see, Biaruhanga there. As you can see, the fans from Jinja who have made the trip to watch the Now Rapids. And the fans, that is Flavia over there, the beautiful Flavia, all the way from Entebbe, here to support the Mongas, and she is always available for her team. And of course, we have more fans in the house. We have some Pirates, and We have some Cubs as well, and of course we have Arsenal fans. And as we go into this break, we shall be back at exactly 10 minutes to 1 p.m. for more action. For now, enjoy some of the action. For now, enjoy some of the action from day 2 of the Kyadondo Sevens. And as we leave you with those pictures and catch a breather, we shall be back with the women's semi-finals at exactly 12:50. For now, bye bye.
semi-final.
And we are back for the women's semi-final. After that short break, we have the Avengers taking on the She-Wolves. Avengers doing the defending early on in this game, and the She-Wolves doing the attacking with ball in hand. Yeah, that is good. The She-Wolves are doing so well to keep possession here. And now Brenda with the ball. She recycles to Sunday. The ball goes to Gamisha here. Gamisha has Habiba Namalemba on her outside. She doesn't use her. She doesn't need her. Oh my God. Come on. The She-Wolves were almost through. And all they had to do was make sure that that pass sticks. And they go all the way. But it doesn't. And the Avengers appear to be out of the water now. And onto the dry land. They have done a lot of defending. They have done a lot of defending early on in this game. But now they are going to be doing the attacking. These Avengers of Entebbe. The referee in the center there, Barbara Agatha, not satisfied with the way that scrum was set up. But now it is stable and the ball is in. Julie Nandaula to Peace and Peace. This kick went straight out and the She-Wolves attempted to start right away, and that was almost costly for them. Now line out throw here by Brenda for the She-Wolves. Remember that this is the first semi-final of the day for the women's category. And that line out has been executed perfectly there. Gamisha in first receiver, she sends it out to Sunday. Andy Roth back to Gamisha. Gamisha sends a long one out. And the She-Wolf does so well to stay on the pitch. And she just shows a little bit of skill in there. And the way she did that. Look. What a run from the She-Wolves. Her little shimmy just put Julie Nandaula off her paces. But that is a try. Sunday Aniroth for the She-Wolves. Conversion attempt to come from Gladys Wilembe. And it isn't good. But for now, the She-Wolves are enjoying a good 5-point lead. They applied all the pressure first, and they have been rewarded for that pressure that they applied here against the Avengers. The Avengers, on the other hand, had defended so well and had the opportunity to exit, but Peace Lekoro's kick wasn't good, and neither is that restart kick from the She-Wolves. Julie Nandaula restarts, sends the ball to Peace, and the Avengers are showing a good set of hands here. All their passes are sticking. Now that is Peace, Nemira. The Avengers just overpowering the She-Wolves here. She has been held up there, and the Avengers will get another opportunity to have a crack at it after being held up Now they get to try and score once again, but we are going to have a small medical break. We have a scrum here. Juliet Nandaula with ball in hand for the Avengers as they get the opportunity to get themselves on the board. And Peace Lekuru was there in first receiver. Juliet Nandaula decided to go on her own for a moment there, but then she finds Peace Lekuru, and the She-Wolves have defended with spirit there to force back the national team captain.
Rangers pushing hard, trying to get across the try line.
But the Avengers are getting ever so closer.
She-Wolves are not having it.
But this time, the Avengers will not be stopped. Fazida Namukwaya goes over in the corner and scores for the Avengers finally. And now the angle on that kick is a bit tight. But if there is a lady we can trust to deliver from there, that is Julie Nandaula. We wait and see whether she gets it. And she almost got it, but it goes wide. And as it stands, it is 5 for the Avengers and 5 for the She-Wolves. And we have the hooter. And any infringement after. And they kick out. And we shall go for the break here. The She-Wolves have 5. The Avengers have 5. The She-Wolves went in front first, but the Avengers were equal to them. The Avengers haven't been able to crack the ceiling of the semi-final. They finished as semi-finalists at the Stone City Sevens and at the Rijomba Sevens as well. And as for now, they are in the driving seat of this semi-final between themselves and the She-Wolves.
That are out for grabs for the 2 overall MVPs. Therefore, to see and to be one. Simba Automotive is very, very generous at the same time very intentional. They are showing the bikes to the players. Yeah. Not to the fans.
We are back for the second half.
You risk taker. We will define what you want to win. For what? Fullback. Second half is underway in this semi-final for the ladies. Avengers 5, She-Wolves 5.
That is Peace Nemira with the ball. She passed it on,
As the player decides
and the
to
ball has now reached the wing.
ride the run of the bikes. Well done. Thank you to the Eagles. Thank you to Simba Automotives.
The She-Wolves are pressing very well here.
Penalty against the Avengers. Held on to the
And the
ball.
She-Wolves,
Ground.
that Jacko was successful, and they get the possession here. The She-Wolves, they decide to scratch. Gamisha is standing over that ball for the She-Wolves as her colleague fastens her boots. Now Gamisha decides to run across and release the player on the wing.
Avengers force the turnover.
And that ball has been stolen by the Avengers, who send it on from Julie Nandaula. And what a beautiful dummy and pass on the outside. And those are beautiful handles there by the Avengers, who managed to hold on to that pass. Now Peace Nemira to recycle to Nandaula. Nandaula sees some gap on the outside, but Habiba Namalemba is there. And Habiba Namalemba defends very well there. Julie is stopped in her tracks, but possession is still with the Avengers there. Nemira to Chirabo. Chirabo has Fazida Namkwaya there for as a passing option. She doesn't use her. And the ball goes back to the short side. Peace Lekuru. Big hits. Kyadondo sevens. Unfortunately, she steps out after serving that huge hit on the She-Wolves. But defense is defense. And whichever way you manage to stop the attacking player, use it. And the Peace, the Avengers have won the physical battle, but the She-Wolves have won their possession. Peace Lekuru with the carry there after the scrum. The Avengers have numbers on the left and they use them. And that is great defense. Huge tackle by Gamisha there. The She-Wolves are defending with heart here, but Peace Lekuru picked it up and recycled. Surely they will need to get some possession here. They can't do all this defending forever. But kudos to the She-Wolves. They are defending well. And they have turned over that ball. They kept their discipline. And the She-Wolves managed to keep that possession there. Brenda with the ball. Brenda wanted to open up a gap there, and they are offloading very well. That's Gladys Wilembe for the Wolves. And the ball comes to Gamisha there. And they roll away. They roll away by the roll away by the Avengers took forever, and now Gamisha is there to recycle. Gladys Wilembe in the middle sends it to Sunday Aniroth. Sunday Aniroth beats one. Fazila Namkwaya is left for the deck. And now the She-Wolves appear to be knowing what they are doing here. They keep on attacking the middle there. And at any moment now, the spaces will be opening up for them if they keep the patience and keep the ball. And with that pass, she decides to come back on the inside. And now the She-Wolves doing very well to keep possession there. The ball goes out to Habiba Namalembe, who comes back on the inside, and a beautiful offload to Gamisha, who gets that strike for the She-Wolves. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful rugby being played here by the She-Wolves. They move the ball from east to west very well, from touchline to touchline, and when the opportunity arises, they attack the middle and get the 5-pointer. And the conversion by Gamisha isn't good, but the try was. And the She-Wolves have 10. Avengers with 5. And we are going to have a restart here. Gamisha with the ball. And the hooter has gone. She almost dropped that, but she kicks it. The She-Wolves guilty of being offside here. They were a little bit excited to defend. Peace Lekuru with the big hit. And the advantage is over Kabrin Chirabo. Now that is Captain Peace Lekuru. The She-Wolves hold on. And with that defense, the She-Wolves are through to the final of the Kyadondo Sevens. And of course, a little bit of drama in there. But what is done is done. The She-Wolves are through to the final, and now we are going to have the Thunderbirds taking on the use of Makere in the next final, in the next semi-final at the Kyadondo Sevens. And we have kickoff here. Mercy attack. Marcia take there to kick off for the She-Wolves, for the Ewes, sorry. And the ball comes out to Gertrude Katesa. And that is a high shot on Katesa. And Lona Amoli quick starts and kicks the ball forward. But there is a covering Ewe. And now the Ewes protect their ball. The Thunderbirds quite aggressive here. And that is Babi for the Ewes. Ball goes to Mercy. Mercy passes it out to Julie. Julie Ainomujisha, she doesn't have, yes, she does have the wheels, and she releases Christiana. Christiana presents the ball very well, and Mercy with the awareness to know that she was the first one to arrive there. Surely you have to release in that moment, and she is penalized for that. Now Mercy to Julie Ainomujisha. The pass that was going to Julie Ainomujisha did reach its destination, and that ball has been stolen. For a moment there, Precious losing her bearings and presenting to the opposite end. And now Proskovia Muchala finds Julie, and a big hit on Julie by Proskovia Muchala, who just manages to release Gertrude Katesa. And Gertrude Katesa will go all the way to score the opening try of the game for the Thunderbirds.
Is 0.
And that ball is with the Thunderbirds. The scrum is theirs. Sandra Lona Amoli approaching and picking up the ball. She is ready to get the game going there with the scrum feed. And that almost went loose, but it was picked up. And now Gertrude Katesa once again looking for that opening on the wing. Grace Nabagala is there to clean up. Surely the no roll there has been punished by the referee, and Gertrude Katesa manages to score the second try of the game and her own second of the day here at the Kyadondo Sevens.
Try number 2 for the Thunderbirds.
Dances around there. We're trying to build something here, but it doesn't. Thunderbirds have managed to extend their lead to 22 points, while the Ewes are yet to put something on board.
Good support play. Use another try for the Thunderbirds. 22 becomes 27.
You are still watching Kawowo Sports. Producer Fred is cooking. The whole team is cooking. We have Steven and Victor on the microphone. And
Invasion is missed by Grace Nabagana. They want
the Thunderbirds,
now because the healthy lead continues getting bigger.
the Thunderbirds have extended their lead here, and it is quite clear that they are going into
Men's semi-finals.
the final of
And first up,
the Kyadondo Sevens. Of course, the She-Wolves already booked their place in the final, and now the Thunderbirds look like they're going to join the She-Wolves in that final. And that is a crunching tackle there
taking on
by Muchala. Now that is Precious with the ball. She takes it forward. That ball has been picked up. Ball was picked up by the Ewes, who have good possession here. They have done so well. That interchange between that pass to Mercy to take her very well into the 5 of the Thunderbirds, and the Thunderbirds have defended very well there.
now try
And the fans of the Thunderbirds are enjoying this. You can see them at the far end cheering on their team and congratulating them for defending so well. But now we have a scrum on the 5. Scrum on the 5, and that is Oroma with the ball, fielder Oroma with the ball for the Ewes, and she is going to be feeding in. And of course we can see there Masio take at first receiver, and at the very far end Otana is waiting at the wing, and Otana receives that ball at the wing. Surely this is going to be a 5-pointer, and the Ewes have got their first try of the game. 5 points for the Ewes.
finally get themselves across the try
But the
line.
Thunderbirds are still on their 29 points, and that is a lead that appears to be very insurmountable as we close this action in group. So as we close this action in the semi-final, of course the She-Wolves are in the final, and now the Thunderbirds look like they are also destined for the final. And up next we are going to have the men's The men's teams are already in the tunnel. The Black Pirates are in the tunnel waiting to take on the Rams in the semi-final. But for now, we have a small matter here to take care of. And the referee, Brian Batakwide, penalizes the Thunderbirds for attempting to collapse that mall as and the Buffaloes, sorry,
Also penalty in favor of the Thunderbirds.
Thunderbirds there doing well defensively, and then they lose the ball forward, just losing concentration in there.
Respite there
After
for
putting
the
in the
Wolves.
hard work,
Once
it
again,
is quite painful to lose possession in such fashion.
We will start with a scrum down. Just a kind of reminder that this coming weekend we are heading to Gulu City for
The ball out
fourth
to,
stop on the Uganda 7 series calendar.
and that
And,
is
it's
another
very
knock on
good
there,
that Saturday is a national cleaning day.
and surely the
We'll start
Thunderbirds, will they add another try? We are yet to see whether they do, but they have been arrested as usual,
as the Ewes say, we
and
are
surely that
today.
ball is unplayable.
Ball unplayable.
And we are going to have a scrum here. Scrum for
Resume
the
the
Ewes,
scrum
who
down.
have
The
done very
Ewes
well defensively there to stop the Thunderbirds from leaving their own half. And if the Ewes are to get something out of this game, this is their moment. And the full-time hooter has gone. And the Twin brings this affair to the end. They say enough is enough. To the final we go. Now the men's quarterfinals, we have the Rams taking on the Stanbic Black Pirates. Sorry, this is the first semi-final between the Pirates and the Rams.
Yes, we had this action yesterday. It was the last game of the day, and it ended in an all-draw 7-7. Let's see what this stage has to offer, because these are the semi-finals and everyone needs this. Pirates needs it, Rams needs it. Let the game begin. Semi-final one, Rams up against Pirates here at Kyadondo for the Kyadondo Sevens, and William Prince Nkore takes us underway. Ball is high, field regather. Ref calls for a knock-on by Pirates. Rams have a chance to go ahead here. The ref, Utimba, is in charge of this. Scrum for Rams. Ball is played. Misses his man, looks for the ground. He squeezed deep. Ryan Juko steps out of his man, but Rams is still secure. Deep in their half. Ozayo Pileni swings the ball wide. Hashim kicks it deep. Regathered by Pirates. Brian Mubarak Wandera here to Samwiri. Samwiri tries to step, is arrested by Karanga, Texas. On the way, Jones Kamiza tries a long pass into the ground to Koma. It's a bag into Jumbo. Fends off, but still going nowhere, and the ref will call it for a crisscross. Scrum for the Rams. Rams are having a chance to go ahead and retain the ball and look for the score in this semi-final. Lest you forget, Pirates were the champions of the previous circuit down in Rujumba at their home at Kings Park Arena in Boyogerere. And they're here to try and see if they can win their second circuit in a row here at the home of Heathens, the hosts of the Kyadondo Sevens today. Opelani tries to play, but he's gap tries open for the Rams. Yontabu defends. Obo looks for his man. Ryan Juko kicks the ball deep, and he finds touch. It's been hard for the Rams to move from their half. They choose to take the boot to gain some of those advantage meters.
Yes, and the Rams have done so well. They have enjoyed their possession in this half, and they have finally exited their own half through Ryan Juko. Now it is a line out, Prince William Corey to throw. The Rams have also prepared to contest this, and they almost got back that possession through a scrum, but for that knock on, and now we shall have a scrum here. Regan Mungu, Hosanna Opileni and John Tabu, the men in the scrum for the Rams, and on the other end Koma, OJ and Wandera in the scrum for the Black Pirates. Kore to feed it in. Kore decides to go to the shot, and he finds some success out there, and the Rams have made very good defensive play there, but the Pirates continue to keep coming, and now Alan Karuhanga asking the questions but giving away possession, and Hashim Kabogoza with the possession for the Rams. Now possession is with Regan Mungu, and that is a crunching tackle there. Adrian Obo with possession, John Tabu finding Ryan Juko but just setting him up there. Now Kabogoza to Obo. Obo not sure what he wants to do, but the gap opens up there for him, and he manages to get the offload away to Hosanna Opileni. Opileni has Ryan Juko on the outside, and Ryan Juko goes all the way. Try time for the Rams. Opileni to Ryan Juko. The perfect combination for the Rams to get them ahead in there, and they have their first try pass.
Yeah, Rams' possession has paid off. They have the wheels, and Ryan Juko showed up there to take the ball to the touch and they score the first try of this semi-final. Ozaya Pileni with conversion, but he puts it wide. It was good possession. Ozaya Pileni takes in his man, sucks in his man, and releases Ryan Juko, who takes the wheel, and on and forward he goes. He was shortly caught by Ojambo, but he had reached, and he wouldn't save anything. Juko was already in his try area.
So of course Ojambo tried there, but it wasn't good enough. And now we have a restart here. Ryan Juko, the try scorer, to kick us off. And Juko sends that ball to the sky. And it is taken by Hosanna Opileni. Hosanna Opileni was marked by Alan Karuhanga, but Alan Karuhanga went to bed there, and Hosanna Opileni went through all the way for that try. And now the Rams are on fire, winning that ball straight off the kickoff and handling the business. And now I'm not sure that these are fans or haters, but they are definitely happy to enjoy some rugby here. And Juko's conversion is good, but look at that try once again. Juko started it off with the restart, and he sent that ball high, and unfortunately the Pirates weren't able to get to the sky and get it, and Hosanna Opileni was there to receive the gift with two hands in his basket and going all the way, running to the corner, and Alan Karuhanga sleeping a little bit there, and Opileni taking the advantage to get closer to the poles, which has allowed Ryan Juko for the conversion. But we have another kickoff here, and Pirates have the ball. Haruna Muhammad is... There was no release there. John Tabu finds Hashim Kabogoza, and Adrian Obo releasing John Tabu. Now Hashim Kabogoza sends it to Hosanna Opileni, but there was an offside there, and the Rams just keep on coming, Pius.
Lovely play by the Rams. It was a tight game yesterday. It is definitely a tight game today, and it's a semi-final. And trust me, the Rams decide to put the ball out to take us half time. But Rams, wow, oh wow, oh wow. Coach Lumu has to be happy. Coach Jude has to be happy. The boys are definitely showing up for this. They want this win, and they're showing prowess ahead of the Pirates, who are trailing here at the Kyadondo Sevens. It is 12 for the Rams and 0 for the Pirates. Game is still on. Still have more 7 minutes to play. We'll see who takes it to the final. But oh wow, oh wow. This is why we love Sevens rugby. It's quick. Everyone is a winner. You have all the chances you get, but you have to execute. And Rams has had its chances, and it has definitely come out. Execute the best out of it. From the kickoff, from the patience, and it has all paid up for the Rams here at the Kyadondo Sevens.
The second half is on. Ryan Thierry Juko with the ball to kick us off here at Kyadondo. The Rams are happy with the position they find themselves in. They are fully in charge of this encounter. And they put it on the toe for Yusuf Seru Nkuma. Yusuf Seru Nkuma didn't have the awareness to release the ball there, and the Pirates are turned over. The Pirates turn over that ball. The Rams were not able to protect their ball in there, and the Pirates managed to turn it over. But now the Pirates have also given possession back to the Rams, and the Rams have an attacking scrum in prime real estate here because they are getting closer and closer to the try line there, and that is a very good attacking platform pass, as you can see. The scrum being set up, and anytime now, the Rams may do the thing.
Pirates is definitely suffering. Rams is definitely ahead of this, and it seems they want it more at the moment, leading here 12-0, and still have a chance to increase the scoreboard with a scrum just outside of the 5 of the Pirates. Let's see how that runs. Let's see how that play comes. Adriano puts in the ball. Swings the ball out to find. He dummy switch. Ryan Juko. Another dummy switch for Ryan Juko. And he's all the way through. Ryan Juko.
We are definitely loving this.
Twice is not enough. Twice dummy switch is not enough. You don't love that. You don't have love rugby. That was a beautiful try.
Beautiful, beautiful rugby, and the Heathens fans are loving this as much as we are at the Kyadondo Sevens. Beautiful rugby by the Rams. Ryan Juko, you beauty, and the conversion is through Ryan Juko. What perfect execution of a set play there. Look at that. The ball comes from Obo to Ryan Juko in first receiver. First dummy switches to Hashim Kabogoza. And then he goes all the way to look for Semakula. Dummies Semakula as well and leaves the defense wondering what next for them. And Ryan Juko goes all the way to score that. And as we get to the live scenes here, the pressure keeps on piling up here for the Pirates as that restart isn't gathered by the Pirates, and now the Rams have another opportunity to work some magic after showing us magic on the previous scrum to bring the score to 19 points for the Rams. And now possession is with Ryan Juko, who has been feeling himself today in this game. And Ryan Juko has been the difference for the Rams here. And now the Rams, patient in the execution, they decide to kick it in behind and go for the chase. But the ball has gone straight out. And on that far end, you can see the Cubs are already in the tunnel. And they are there against the arch nemesis, the hosts of the Kyadondo Sevens, that is the Heathens. And this line-out execution by Nicholas Kato should be perfect because time is fast running out for them. That is a strong carry, but an even better defense there. And Haruna Muhammad is going to get the first try for, and that is the and that try isn't converted by Haruna Muhammad. Gets a little bit excited there and fails to convert.
It's not excitement, it's pressure. They're trying to catch up, but we don't know if the time is enough. But Rams is holding on to this. It's now 19-5. Rams ahead. Jones Kamiza here to try and take us ahead of this. Puts the ball high and deep. Ryan Juko regathers. Steps the man. Ball is still with the Rams. And the Pirates are punished there for not releasing. Rams with the ball. Ryan Juko here to try and find touch and push Rams further in the half.
And Ryan Juko has the awareness to know that the clock is ticking. Ryan Juko knew that the clock is ticking and he decided to take it to the line. But look at Haruna Muhammad there doing what Haruna Muhammad does. Leaves two defenders for dead and scores a brilliant try. Then in pure Haruna Muhammad fashion, follows it up with a rather funny and look at that conversion by Haruna, which wasn't good. But now game is still on. The clock is ticking. Hashim Kabogoza is dancing. And the Rams have the ball, still patiently building up there. And
very happy for play to continue. Then he blows his whistle. Goes for the yellow card. As they're closing the game is not enough. They also
and we have, and it is a full red card for Haruna and a yellow card for Komakech in there. The Pirates are down to 5, and in terms of scores, they are down to 14 points here at the Kyadondo Sevens. And the Rams have decided to look for touch once again. And the Rams have possession here, and the line out is there as we wait for the execution.
It's visible the indiscipline of the Pirates is going to punish them, and it may be their end here as Rams they kick the ball ahead to see if they can get another try. Keeps it on the pitch but tries but fails. The indiscipline of Pirates has seen them be less by 2 players. They're playing 5 men against the 7 Rams, and definitely I can tell you Rams already leading by a total of 14 points as Rams has 19, Pirates has 5. And the hooter sounds problems. It is all done. Rams is through to the semi-final. Let's just hold and wait on to the final whistle by ref Utimba for this one to come. And they refuse to do the line out technically. So it is a free kick to the Rams. And will they kick it out or will they try to play the game? Ryan Juko puts it away. And Rams go to the final, beating Pirates 19-5. It is backflips. It is jubilation. It is Rams. It is Rams. It is rugby.
Of course, the Rams have won this in pure fashion, and they are happy to take the lead home, but we have another game on our hands. The Rams shouldn't celebrate so fast. They can't use up all their energy celebrating when they have a final to play against either the Cobs or the Heathens, and the Heathens are on the pitch. The Heathens, remember, are the hosts of the Kyadondo Sevens in their new kit there. And hopefully the kit comes with some good luck for them. But for now, the Rams are through and they don't care a jaya, in the words of theirs. And the Heathens fans, not sure whether they are celebrating the Heathens taking to the pitch or they are still celebrating that win by Walukuba after a successful head watch. But we have kickoff on the pitch. Calvin Gizamba to kick off. And away we go. Gizamba sends it to the sky, and it is plucked out well by Cloud Otema. Walter Otim in there. Releases Sebu Liver. Sebu Liver power. Sebu Liver just rolling back there as they are at the wing with that big run. And of course, he has the power to brush off the defender. But the defender did well to stop him either way, as that is the goal. And now Andrew Odiambo puts in a grabber for himself, and this is a very versatile player, Andrew Odiambo. But who would have thought that Andrew Odiambo would manage to stick in a grabber in there and go for the score for a flanker who sometimes moonshines at center. Andrew Odiambo, what a player.
He is definitely a player for all seasons. He punishes his old club, Cobs, as he puts the Heathens up front in this. You could see he saw them napping and he just put in the grabber, and all he had to do was chase the ball and ground it, which he definitely did. That was Odiambo for the Heathens.
Of course, the Heathens are definitely ahead. And what a run from Calvin Gizamba. Calvin Gizamba also shows the Heathens that he can do it too. And Calvin Gizamba with that run to get and respond immediately. Look at that, Calvin Gizamba with the try. Of course, he has the duty to convert, but first he put in the very valuable 5 points. Now, the duty to convert has fallen on Mark William Lukwago. And Lukwago's conversion isn't good, but look at that reception by Calvin Gizamba. He went straight to the sky, onto the ball. Look at him, and the only way he knew was one way, all the way to the try line.
And yes, we are set again. Kickoff. Cloud Otemari gathers for the Heathens. Ball is wide for Andrew Diambo. Will he find the gap again? He's beating. Hard run there from Andrew Diambo. Ball is taken wide to Luchamzi. Luchamzi looks for Alphonse. Alphonse tries to take his man out. He stays on the pitch. He then still patient enough, moving the ball left, right. Ball is passed into the ground.
And that is a high tackle on Emma Odoye. And the Heathens have decided to go very fast. Lawrence Sebuliba for the try. Sebuliba appears to be limping here. And the reward for scoring a try is pulling a hamstring in this case. But of course they get the 5 points. And that was a very beautiful play from the Heathens. The youngster Walter Otim just managing. Look at that, Walter Otim went fast and managed to release Sebuliba, who went all the way to score Heathens' second try of the game. It has been converted. The Heathens are enjoying a 14-point lead. The Heathens have 14. The Cubs have 5. And now Mr. Lawrence Sebuliba being sent to the sin bin after doing all the hard work in there, scoring. But now he goes to the sin bin probably to catch some rest, as he was limping after scoring that try that came off the assist of Walter Otim. And now the Cubs have called for a scrum. And Emma Odoye has had to go into that scrum to fill in for Sebuliba. And now Stuart Moy with ball in hand just spins it a little bit there. And Moy feeds the scrum. The ball is out. Moy to Gizamba. Gizamba to Lukwago. And Lukwago has Jaffa Abdallah on his outside. Jaffa Abdallah goes back on the inside, and surely the Heathens with possession. Emma Odoye there for a moment thought he was through. And what a dummy by Alphonse Open. Surely Alphonse Open will not be stopped from there. But brilliant rugby from Alphonse Open. And he has the celebration to match the try.
It's the awareness, it's the bit of experience that the Heathens are using here to be quite ahead of the Cubs in this half of the semi-final here at Kyadondo for the Kyadondo Sevens. You can see Alphonse Openi sees them napping, dummies, and takes the run to score his critical and clean try. Wow. Game is on with a man down. Heathens still in the lead, 21-5.
And the Heathens are showing why they are the home team. As the home team, the Heathens are definitely enjoying the party. And they have, should we call it an orchestra? But they definitely have a band, instrumentalists, if you may say, who are playing the music, and they have the dancers who have the vibes. And they almost got that ball back through Cloud Otema, but he just knocked it on. And now the ball has come outside to Jafar. Jafar Abdallah backs himself and decides to go back on the inside there. But the ball is still secure. Mark William Lukwago to Stuart Moy. Moy has Buawe there, and Buawe has the awareness to stop it with his foot and get it going. And now Calvin Gizamba scratches, and now Ian Buowe's pocket was almost picked there. And now Calvin Gizamba is through. The experience of Byron Oketayot coming to the fore to know that we need to get something going before we go into the halftime break.
And yes, the hooter is in. The conversion will take us into the halftime break. And the score is 21. It's a really beautiful rugby being played and displayed here. It was a quick tap by Byron Oketayo to release Gizamba, who scores for the second time against the Heathens in the semi-final. And yes, you can see it's the semi-final. The game is on. Everyone wants it. Everyone will get it. Heathens is hot. Cubs is hot. But Heathens is coming out stronger this time, leading the game 21-10. Here are the Kyadondo Sevens. Definitely, Money Heathens seems to have hosted us and want to remain with the owners today as they lead their way into the final come the second half.
Of course, the Heathens are comfortably in the driver's seat. They have done everything right in this fixture, and now they get to have that halftime break, have that halftime discussion with the lead of 21 points, and they are 11 points ahead. That surely in the game of sevens is comfortable enough as you get to build on that momentum in the second half.
We have an expectation to have the Cubs get back into this game and snatch the semi-final qualification from the Heathens. Restart is on for the second half. Cubs gathers here. Mark William Lukwago plays with Odugo. And Stuart Mwai. Lukwago fills that ball, but it's still in the custody of the Cubs. Again. Lawrence Oliver pinned there for going high. Lukwago tries to create for Stuart Mwai. And it's a knock-on by the Cubs. Heathens yet to restart this. The winner of this game will definitely be versing out with the Rams, who have thrashed the Pirates to get onto the final for the first time in this series this season. Rams have been contenders in the previous years, and today they showcased, and they have a final to play as we wait for who is going to come out as the winner of this game today. Heathens playing well there. It was a good loop, and now it is Alfonso opening all the way. He is opening the legs, and he will definitely reach safely and touch that ball down to make another try for Alfonso opening. Will I say it's obvious the Heathens are through yet, or the Cubs have something to offer us?
Well, it's not yet over. This is sport. But when you realistically look at it, the Cubs, their attempt to come back into this fixture ended in a knock-on there. And immediately after that, the Heathens have responded. Emmanuel Odoi And that is the beautiful try by Alphonse Open. He gets his name on the scoreboard once again, and he gets the Heathens a 26-point score as compared. And the ball was kicked in behind for Open to chase, but they have asked too much of him. The Heathens are not yet done in this game. And Emma Ochan, who has just been introduced, he was the 13th man. He has been introduced and he has made a knock on there. And now the Cubs are also making some changes. They have brought on Humphrey Olauna, and Captain Byron Oketayot will go to the bench. Cubs with possession. It comes back to the forwards. And that looked like a double knock-on, but play goes on. And Julius Opio will score. Julius Opio invites himself to this party and he scores to bring the score to 31 for the Platinum Credit Heathens. And the conversion isn't good, but the score has already run away from the Cubs. Of course, the Cubs should be looking for 3 converted tries. Pass, is there a possibility of us getting 3 converted tries in the next 2 minutes?
I tell you the truth, it is done. It is over. Heathens on to the final, up against Rams. Only wait for the final whistle to approve that. But accordingly, it's what is visible here at the Kyadondo Sevens. Heathens leading 31-10. I don't see a comeback. A few minutes on the clock, you know it's Sevens. It has just slipped away from the Cubs, and the Heathens are having this game. Lukwago trying to step in there. The Heathens are, and they give it out as does double rolling. Heathens trying to go in with Emma Ochan. Ball is ripped out by Swat Mwai. It's a yellow card.
And now it is trouble for Stuart Mwai. He looked like he had initially done so well to rip that ball out, but then the referee, Sauda Adiro, says you were not onside when you did that. And he is not happy with that decision as it comes to the bench, as it comes to the sin bin. And unlucky for Mwai, he may see out the rest of this game in the sin bin, as time is being fast spent here. Matthew Musasizi with ball in hand. And now Matthew to Walter Otim. Otim with a pass in behind, quite unnecessary there. And they have been penalized there for holding on to that ball. And Brian Wandera sets up the teammate there for a thumping by and these passes are quite unconventional. And we have the full-time hooter here. Look at Brian Wandera just setting up his colleague for that thumping hit by Trevor Ochan. And that is what defense is about. The Cubs player was caught blindsided there. He didn't know what was in his surroundings. And Matthew Musasizi just kicks out that ball to send us into full time here. And the Heathens are through to the final to meet the Rams. And the Cubs will be preparing to meet the Black Pirates in the third place play of the bronze medal match. But now we have to find out who finishes 11 or 12. And on the pitch are the Rhinos and the Elephants.
In other words, last and second last, depending on who wins.
And yes, it is the 11th and 12th place playoff. Rhinos against the Mbale Elephants. And we have confirmed it is the final. Heathens is in it and Rams is in it. It's coming up later on for the final of the Kyadondo Sevens. Oh, knock on there, but it's been a thrashing day, a hot day, a calm day, and a breezy day here at Kyadondo as we are having full-packed action of the Kyadondo Sevens, the third circuit of the series. Remember, we started off in Jinja where the Walukuwa won it. Then we headed to Wakiso for the Rujumba Sevens, and the home owners Pirates won it there, and we are here as Heathens host us for the Kyadondo Sevens. And then let's see who will take it. Rhinos here trying to find the gap in, open up. Ball is swung wide. Will the Rhinos score here? Fumbles with the ball. Battery gathers it. Ball is on. Rhinos tries to step out, look for the space to punish the Mbale Elephants. And is open all the way through for Rhinos to record their first points of this game. Take the scores to 5-0.
Dramatically epic. With a bit of luck.
We're still live here on Kawowo Sports YouTube channel. You can like, you can subscribe, and please do put on that notification button as we are ready to bring you all the live action of the National 7 series. We are on series now. We are on series number 3 here at Kyadondo. We shall be heading to Gulu next week before the break, and we shall still have more rugby to show you here at Kawowo. Please like, please follow, comment, and we will still surely engage you. But we are live here at the Kyadondo Sevens. Rhinos messes up there to give off a scrum for the knock-on to the Mbale Elephants. And Mbale wants to go through here, but ball is still kept on pit. And Rhinos have the ball. Ali tries to be faded out, but he refuses. Rhinos still in possession. Try to throw the ball wide, looking for the Cubs at the gap. He tries to take the one in the middle, but he is taken to ground. Rhinos, Ochen throws the ball to Ali. Ali tries the long pass wide to find his winger, who is Chippy and Chapa. Try to dance the Mbale, and is he through? Men keep coming, and the still gap is closed. Power drive here by the Rhinos. Ball is moving steadily and slow. They are patient enough for the gaps to open, and I'm sure when it's open they will take it, like right now. Mbale is trying so hard to keep closing off those gaps, making it out for the Rhinos to score, but they are patient. They have the ball, they are keeping the ball, and like I said, they lose the concentration there, and the ball is passed straight into touch. Restart is on, and the ball is intercepted by Mbale. He is outnumbered, but he tries to buy time for his teammates to come and support him. Ball is secure. Mbale Elephants with a big carry there. Ball is put wide, and the hooter sounds for the halftime. Rhinos turn over that ball. Ref says there was infringement, no release. Quick start from the Mbale Elephants. They go looking for the gap. Ball is presented. Ref says play on. Pass in for the Mbale Elephants, and ball is put wide. Will he take him? He stops and is arrested. Rack is very much secure. Another big carry there for the Elephants. Ball is taken wide. Gaps are expected to be wide. Ball is taken to the ground. And does he reach? He's in. He scores. And it is 5-2 the Mbale Elephants. Try time.
That is
The
halftime
patience of
from
Mbale Elephants saw them going to second half, going to the halftime break with a try as they look for the winger who just passes through and reaches to touchdown for a try for the Mbale Elephants. The conversion was short and they take us into halftime. Mbale Elephants 5, Rhinos 7. Second half is on here. Rhinos trying to cook up something to get early kicks. Advantage not taken. There was a knock on in the tackle by the Mbale Elephants, and Rhinos have a chance to take the ball on from the restart at the scrum. Ball is taken wide by, big tackle there by the Mbale Elephant. And the gap is opened for the Rhinos to score straight in the middle of the poles. Swift through to sail and score.
Another try. And they push their lead now to 14 points.
He saw the gap, just had to take it. All they would do is wave him by, and he reached safely in the try zone to score the try for the Rhinos. Beautiful try here.
Next up, we'll have,
We've really had actions and beautiful actions of rugby here at the Kyadondo Sevens, and definitely I'm sure all those watching from home, those watching from Kawowo Sports, I'm sure you've had a nice show. We've brought you live footage of the Kyadondo Sevens here at Kyadondo Rugby Grounds, and you know you have to like, you have to share, you have to subscribe to our YouTube channel so that we can be able to get you more of these actions in Uganda, across Uganda, and all around the world. It's still game on for the 11th and 12th playoff. Rhinos leading it 14-5 to the Mbale Elephants. And we will start here with a scrum. Nice loop by the Rhinos, and he passes wrongly into touch. It was nice play, a nice loop, but he was short. And it was a quick start for the line out by the Mbale. It was a good counteract by Rhinos, and the ball is open for them to secure and lead on to give a good, nice wrap to this Rhinos with the ball. Rhinos tries to break through the middle there. He is bundled in two, not held into his tackle, and it continues. It's a hard tussle for the Rhinos here. Ball is passing, passed to go wide. Little grabber. Mbale Elephant player decided to put it out of it.
Ball through the hands from one wing to the other. Another try for Rhinos.
Try time by the Rhinos. And here, conversion is short. But the Rhinos extend their lead to 19-5. It is slow live action here at Kyadondo for the Kyadondo Sevens 2026, hosted by the Heathens.
Right out the front as a disposable. Instead of weed, you get a rugby, not special. No more empty, no more rock, boom, platinum credit.
Mbale tries open through. Nice step. Big hits opening the another one. Mbale loses the ball forward. And Rhinos take the advantage to play continue play. Take a second back and the gap is open. Legs are out. Flare is out. The run is on, but the chase is too on. Support is also on for the Rhinos. And score in the middle.
The Rhinos add another score.
Stay locked in. Stay clear. Because the final is on. It is Heathens against the Heathens. Before that, I'm sure we'll be having the second and third play, the third place playoff, which will be Cubs up against Pirates, who saw themselves lose in the semi-finals.
Six points, Rhinos, Mbale. Elephants 5. As the full-time rota is sounded, Rhinos add to their already big score of 26. Make it 31.
And it is final play here
Over the game.
as the Rhinos win it 31-5
1 points
to win the 11th
Rhinos.
placement
Finished
here
third.
at
Rhinos 11.
the Kyadondo Sevens. So confirmed, Rhinos finish 11 and the Mbale Elephants will finish 12 in this series of the National 7 Series of Uganda.
We have kick off the Plastic Monkeys to take on it was RFC Challenge Trophy final. Otherwise, like the day.
And it is the Challenge Trophy final here. Mongas up against the Hippos. We starting. It was a kick for chase here for Mongas. Really rich before. Does he ground it? The ref calls for a knock on by the Mongas here. It is 0-0. It has just begun. The Challenge Trophy final here at the Kyadondo Sevens. As we get to see Mongas playing the Hippos. Deep restart for Hippos and the ball is kicked deep to find territory. Oh, fumbled twice. Mongas fumbles it and so does the Hippos. The rugby ball is tricky, skips past him. The Hippos man couldn't regather and he did knock on as well. Unlucky there. Unlucky for Mongas not to be thrashed there. Hippos penalized there. Right? Mongas starts quick. It was a deep pass but lost, and it's a knock-on for the Mongas. Referee says play on, but calls them back. Referee calls them back for the knock-on by the Mongas. It's a twist by the Hippos. Tries to kick for territory, but he is not. Knock on by Mongas. Hippos tries to round his man, but he won't accept that. Hippos still in possession here. It was a knock on by the Hippos there. A bit scrappy from the Hippos. Knock on that ball, and the Mongas have a chance to attack from the scrum down. Edin Shatif steps, but he is battered and saved by the ref as the Hippos player didn't use the gate. They call for a scrum down for the penalty. Ball is taken away by the Mongas. Trying up to look for the gap in there. Mongas still trying to cook up something. Ball is checked in. Mongas able to go phase, pawn phase. And again, scrappy again by the Mongas. And shortly, Hippos have a chance. We're playing on advantage here. And the run with the channel open. A big hit, but he's twisted and held in. Ref saw it. And Salim is sent to the bin for irregular incident there. Salim is right in front of the ref, cynically. He tries to play unsafe rugby, and the ref sends him to the bin to go rest and cool off in his cooler. And the 6, oh! It is a hit. Rugby is getting hot. The weather is hot. And the hits are big. The hits are hot. Ginger Hippos, 6-man Ginger Hippos tries to find a gap across the 5-man Mongas. Ball is secure. And it goes. Ref calls for a knock-on by Ginger Hippos. This game has seen quite a number of handling errors across the game. Scrum downs are very many of those, and handling errors are becoming too much in this game, but I hope they can all handle, because we are in a 0-0. We're having a 0-0 game here. No one is yet to open the score because of these handling errors. Mongas tries to get the territory with the ball deep into the half, into the 22. Hey, I hope it's not tiredness, but he passes the ball into touch, and the ref say to end there, to end the half there. It is still 0-0, and it is still Kyadondo Sevens, and it's still Kawowo Sports, and it's still live here at Kyadondo Rugby Grounds. Yes, we are live here on Kawowo Sports, here at Kyadondo Rugby Grounds in Lugogo, where the Heathens are hosting us for the Kyadondo Sevens 2026. This is day 2. This is the day we get to crown the finalist, the winner of this series. We are in the 3rd series of the National Sevens. You remember we started in Jinja, where the Walukuba won it at the final against Buffaloes. We went straight to Wakiso in Boyogerere at the Kings Park Arena, where Pirates, the host, won the Rujumba Sevens, had a break, and now we're back in Kampala for the Kyadondo Sevens hosted by Heathens. Next week we shall be in Gulu for the Gulu Sevens, and yes, it's rugby. It will be brought to you live by Kawowo Sports. Just subscribe, like, and comment on our YouTube channel, and keep locked in here on Kawowo.
Right, back to the second half of this one, and still no tries. So this challenge trophy final. Lascomongas who finally look like they are breaking through. There is the try.
Try time by the Mongas here. Quick step, quick fit, in out, and said, let's go. They wouldn't get him. And the Mongas break the deadlock here to put points on the board, and it's 7-0 here.
7 points, Lascomongas, because RFC yet to score. It is time to also open your accounts. If you haven't yet, Castlelight on Borders 5K. A bucket of 5 is 25,000 Uganda shillings only. Sedanet is offering the internet, but if you need the devices, welcome computers is here. New technology for you. They have their tents right in the parking if you need anything to do with technology, laptops.
Mongas try to look for touch here from that penalty. From that penalty incident. Let's see if they're going to find more points on the board for this game. Monga's up for that carry, trying to look for the gaps. Salim is back on pitch and tries to goose and go into the men, but they got him. Ball is open and ready. Ref penalizes the Hippos there for not using the gate. Another chance for the Mongas. They call for a scrum. Scrum by Mongas, ball is out. Ball comes here. Mongas trying to off. It is fumbling again. Mongas in the lead, but they got to fumble the ball there and force a turnover for the Hippos to restart this game at the scrum and see if they can level it. And he tries it, opens the gap, ball is quick and wide. Will the Wheels, good steps, but is arrested. And on the play, the Hippos, he turns back into traffic. It's taken to ground. Quick pass, and he finds his man trying Eden Chatif as he was. And Eden Chatif is able to chase the man down and force him into touch. He had pressed wrongly, so he had to use the speed to defend his line, and all he had to do was push and tackle that man into touch to secure their lead, keep it at 7-0. Mongas restart deep in their half. Ball is turned over and try time by the Hippos. Game is on. Conversion is yet to come to put it at levels.
Try in the making after a very long time.
And Eden Shatif, but he's arrested deep in the 22 of the Hippos. Turnover by Hippos there. Hippos regather. They're still down. Hippos kicks in the ball deep. Beautiful rugby there to find Salim. He tries to find his man again, but he's still arrested. It would have been a beautiful try and a beautiful... He tries to dummy the man off, but the ball is knocked on there. It was a beautiful break from Mongas. Salim was found, but wasn't able to reach. The hooter is on. Mongas leading by 2 points. Hippos deep in their half. Will they make it across to add on to the scoreline and take the Challenger Trophy here? This is the Challenger Trophy final. You are watching live here on Kawowo Sports. Oh boy, it is all done. The Hippos infringe on that scrum, and the Mongas say enough is enough. Put the ball out to call for the final whistle of this game. And Mongas are the winners of the Challenger Trophy.
And we have the 7th or 8th playoff between the Mbali Eagles and the Black Pearls there. And the Eagles have kicked us off. Pearls with possession. The possession has gone to the Mbali Eagles, and it is a try for the Eagles, and that try is by Mastula Nambozo. Almost immediately after the start of this fixture, the Eagles.
Attempt to add the extras is not executed well. It remains 5-0.
And look at that. Koyokoyo Muteme just lets that ball bounce, and Mastula Nambozo is very happy to pick that up and go all the way. Even the oncoming Rebecca Kabajongo couldn't stop her. Conversion isn't good, but she gets us underway once again. And the Black Pearls let that ball bounce, but they aren't punished on that occasion. Rebecca, ball comes to Buteme. Buteme with Rebecca wrapping around, and Rebecca backs herself to go all the way. Can she make it there? I do think she can. And now she swerves side to side. And Rebecca swerves from side to side, and she goes all the way and scores. She appears to be in some discomfort, but that is a small price to pay for such a try. Rebecca Kawajungu, what a young lady she has turned out to be in the sport of rugby. Just last year, I was listing her on the Kawowo team for the breakout players of the 2025 season with the Black Pearls, and here she is living up to that expectation. And look at Rebecca Kabajungu, loop around and then just decide to round, beats one defender, and then she had the legs to go all the way. And look at how she intelligently swerves there at the end, just swerving away from the defender, and the defender had nothing to do but give up as Rebecca Kabajungu went all the way to score. And now Mastula once again. This is turning out to be a very interesting game. End-to-end stuff. Mastula Nambozo once again shows a clean pair of heels to go over and score. And this time, Nambozo gets it right. Look at that, straight off the kickoff. The ball went to the last person the Pearls wanted it to go to, and the drifting defense is just caught scrambling, and Nambozo goes all the way untouched to score the 5-pointer and additionally add the 2-pointer in there. Pearls with possession. That is Muchala Zulaika. She is high tackled, and they decide to go right away. Rebecca Kabajungu once again is on the run, and there was a cross-covering player who is just beaten on the inside, and Rebecca Kabajungu once again gets a second try. This is now turning into an end-to-end game. Every time Mastula Nambozo scores, Rebecca Kabajungu goes ahead and replies in kind with a try of her own.
In favor of both teams. Elephants, sorry, the Eagles have 12. Now the Black Pearls with 10.
Look at that run from Rebecca Kabajungu. First, recycling the ball very well through Zulaika Muchala, who was high tackled, and Rebecca says, I can go on my own, and then she scratched and ran almost the full length of the pitch. Look at that beautiful step right there from the young lady of the Black Pearls. And then when you almost thought that it was done, there was an oncoming defender just into the frame, and she just ran onto her right, leaving the defender for dead, and she went all the way to score her second try of the game. And now the Eagles with possession. Here they come. And the referee isn't happy with that shot. The Eagles trying to open up here, and the Eagles have opened up this defense. Rebecca Kawajongo is there cross covering, but her tackle isn't enough to stop the Eagles from scoring their third try. This is only the second half of the game that is meant to determine which team finishes 8th and which team finishes 7th. Remember, at the end of the series, in the women's category, 2 teams will have to face relegation, and the same for the men's category. 2 teams from there will also have to face relegation. But the Eagles are doing everything possible to stay in this division after getting promotion just this year. And to stay in this league, you have to score tries like that one on your screen. And despite the efforts of the oncoming Rebecca Kawajungo to stop the Eagles, they were determined to go all the way and score the 5-pointer. We have kickoff, and once again, the Pearls are guilty of letting that ball bounce. And the referee says, we have had enough, let us go for the halftime. Plenty of things to think about in this game. The Pearls are behind by a converted try, and they will need to cover that. The Elephants, on the other hand, are happy with the way things are going right here at the Kyadondo Sevens. Of course, they haven't managed to break into the knockouts, to break into the top 4 yet, but they have been improving from the first 2 circuits that we have played, and now to this third one. And we are back for the second half. Rebecca Kawajongo with ball in hand, ready to kick us off here at the Kyadondo Sevens. And Rebecca puts it high, and it is plucked out of the sky very well. Zulaika Muchala makes the tackle, and there is an offside advantage there. And the referee says, let us go back for that advantage. And the Mbale Eagles have elected to go for the scrum, and that is how they will restart. And Mastula Nambozo with the wraparound there, as she measured the defenders there and felt like she could beat them, but she has delegated her colleague to do the beating. And Helen, or rather Koyokoyo Muteme, is over that ball, and she scratches to go very fast. Zulaika Muchala with the ball. Big girl can't step. Now Lilian Namudu coming out on the outside, and now Koyokoyo Buteme. Now the ball comes to Rebecca Kabajungu. This time she is stopped, and that ball is stolen by the Eagles. Mastula to recycle here. And the Eagles, this time they are denied. And the Eagles have opened up another gap here. They will score in the corner. Lilian Namodo, who was there defending, couldn't do enough to stop them from scoring.
Taking that tally to 22 points.
And the conversion attempt isn't good by Mastula Nambozo. Look at that run from the Eagles. The Eagles have a plan not to go back to where they came, from where they came. To do that, they have to stay in this league by defeating some of the sides that they can manage so far. Now Mastula Nambozo with ball in hand, and you can see her just smashing her backline there, setting them up for the next score for the Bali Eagles. The Eagles still have possession, and it is going to be a scrum, and the put-in will be for the Eagles. Once again, the Eagles have an opportunity to build something. And it is going to be a free kick. And Helen goes very fast with that free kick. And Rebecca Kabajungu, this time she is taken out. And she does well to get back on her feet.
You are driving a car registration number UPR 344.
Surely there is no...
You are blocking.
Lilian Namudo has been called back there. But look at that run from Rebecca Kabajungu. She did so well to get back on her feet and get the ball. But then the Pals still have possession, and now look at that. Rebecca, Lilian Namudo to recycle there for the Black Pals. Bahati sends it out to Zulaika Muchala. Zulaika has the support of Bahati, to whom she offloads. And now Namudu there too. Namudu decides to go on her own, hands off one, fends off another. She is stopped. And they have been washed off that rack. And now the ball comes to Nambozo. And Nambozo is the last person you want that ball to go to. The Eagles are still building, but Rebecca is there to defend. The Pals are still retreating, and it is a miracle that they weren't offside there. But what's even more of a miracle is Bahati getting there and making the tackle, and this time Muchala gets there and also makes the tackle, but the Pals look like they have given up. And for those defensive efforts from Bahati and Muchala are not enough to stop the Bale Eagles from extending their lead from 22 to 27. And surely that conversion, after that conversion attempt which goes in, it is full time. The Eagles with 29. But look at that run from the Eagles once again. Bahati in shot 21 for the Pals did very well to chase her down and stop her. But the Eagles player was aware and released the ball, got back on her feet, played on, and this time it was Muchala who was there to make the tackle, and that means that the Black Pals will finish 8th, and then the Eagles will finish 7th. And now we get into some men's action, and that is 7 and 8 for the men. On the pitch, we have the Victoria Sharks taking on the Company Eagles, and on the commentary, we have Mosei Mpoza Paineto coming right up.
This man is trying to give out all my government names. But yes, we are live on Kawowo Sports here at Kyadondo. We are in for a men's action of the 7th and 8th place between Victoria University and the Eagles. Kickoff is on, rugby is on, and the ball bounces on and off to give territory advantage to VU, but ball advantage to Eagles. Ball is taken back here. Victoria University secure with the ball. Victoria University secure with the ball. Another big carry there. Big shove. Big carry there by the big man. He's trying to find the try time, and he releases the ball forward in the try area there. And referee Ruben Opesa calls for a scrum to the Eagles deep in their 5. Eagles dummies, opens the gap. Roth, he tries to find his teammates, puts the ball wide. Does he have the wheels? But he's arrested. Ball is released to Roth. We're here, Eagles. It's a cutback step. Ball is taken back where it came from, and the gap opens for Eagles. Does he have the wheels? He has the support. And ball is taken. He was offside. The ref calls the ball back. It was an offload by the Eagles, and the interception was by the VU player who was coming from an offside position. Eagles gets on. Roth trying to open the gap for Eagles, and it is open. Will they finish it off this time? Steps back in, steps back out, and definitely he released the ball to his partner who scores the try for Eagles. We are 5 in for Jasper here.
The Kupani Eagles are
Jasper
scoring this
scores
time.
for the Eagles to take the lead here for the 7th and 8th playoff at the Kyadondo Sevens. Restart regathered by Chigas. Beautiful wash there by VU. Ball goes in. Kalema tries to open the gap for the VU, but his shot, ball is taken back down and wide. Tries to kick to find territory, and the chase is on. Is that a knock-on? The ref says the ball went back. Ref calls for not high tackle by the VU, and Kalema finds the tight angle of the corner to score a try for Victoria Sharks. It is try for the VU. Quick scratch there, and he finds the tightest angle to make that score.
Victoria Sharks with a try of their own. 5-all, but things failing to convert the tries.
Eagles still in possession here. And in. Still in possession. Roth with a swift dance goes back down to open the gap. And the gap opens for him. Roth, does he have the wheels? That was a high shot. Referee Beno pays a cause for a high tackle. Quick start there for the Eagles. Try to put the ball wide, find their winger. In and out. Oh, and he's through. Willie Rich tried to dance through and is able to touch down that ball past the choke. It was a big in and out lose for Eagles, and through he went to score this Eagles try to take the score 2-10 for Eagles and 5 for Victoria University. You could see there the good step. He took the man out, dummy shot, gap open. Chigas wouldn't get the man, and off he went. Off he went, had to dance his other defender out there, and he wouldn't pace him out to just score a very beautiful try for the Eagles. Restart is here, gathered by VU. A dummy run, and ball is open for Muchiga. Who does he have the wheels? Waits for support. He's bundled by the Eagles player. Ball is taking wide. It's a quick step here, but arrested. Ball keeps on continuing to the wing there. He has the wheels, but they got him. VU trying to go into the half time with an extra score here to keep the game tight as possible. VU here trying to find its way through to make the score. They're still short. Kalema brings the ball. Takes the ball wide. It's a step back and is flying in the air for that try. Kavito with a beautiful try there, and is told to add on the extras, which he does successfully. Now taking the score to 12-10 into the halftime here at the Kyadondo Sevens. Look at that. Misplaced his man, and all he had to do was walk to the try area, and he did the shark jump there to dive into the try area to score a beautiful try.
And what, what a fancy try by Kavito. And of course, I bet his coach is proud of him for putting his team ahead by only 2 points, but they are important. The Eagles have 10, and Victoria Sharks have their 12 points going into this break.
We're back for the second half. Victoria Sharks 12. Bunny Eagles 10.
And the game is back underway. Stephen Kalema recycles there for the Buffaloes. The ball is with Israel Makoha, and Israel Makoha's pocket is picked. They lose possession there, and the Eagles are happy to play from there, but then he is high tackled, and the Eagles still with possession, and they have a decision to make. They say, let us scratch and play rugby. Now they are moving the ball very well here, and beautiful, beautiful steps here, but a show of strength, and then a show and go. The Eagles have come out of the locker room, all guns blazing and ready to reclaim their lead. The Eagles have managed to get 15 points as it stands, and the Victoria Sharks are with 12. Pius, for a moment there in the first half, the game looked like it was 50-50, but with the way the Eagles have started the second half, they are making their intentions clear that they are here to win this game and get a better ranking out of the Kyadondo Sevens.
I'll still give you a surprising fact. The Eagles have no declared coach, but they display a level of rugby that you cannot think of a coachless team would display. It's just a family that is showing off a lot of prowess. Call here for a forward pass. by the Eagles. Ref Ruben Opesa calls for a scrum down.
And it is quite confusing here. When you indicate a forward pass, surely the team with possession should have been the one that made that forward pass. But the Sharks have possession. Humphrey Orach to fit the scrum. And he has Emma Ochan in first receiver. And Orach decides to go to the short side. And they now finding inroads there. What a step! What a step there by the Victoria Sharks to go in and make sure that they stay ahead. And that is a beautiful try from the Sharks, and an even better step from them to bring them back to the lead. And they have 17 for now. And the Eagles, and now look at that run. What a step from the Victoria Sharks. Would you look at that? And the try is good. The Sharks have also converted that to bring it to Sharks 19, Eagles 15.
And the restart is on deep into the Eagles half. Rugby still being played on the beautiful pitch. And the step by Roth. Tries to open up his man. He goes back into the traffic and steps enough to try to find gap. He's waiting, looking for the support, but he's off and arrested. And he gives the ball away. Long pass here. But VU now turn over the play. Yeah.
And what looked like defense there from Victoria University has soon turned into possession for them as they try to get forward through Kalema Stephen. The ball is now recycled, and Kabito is there with the pass, and now we have Cyrus Watum, a big man with soft skills. Ball goes to Humphrey Orach. Humphrey to Kalema outside on the wing. Kalema recycles that ball. The ball is with Watum. The Victoria Sharks are happy to play in one area as long as they manage to take off some minutes off the clock. And now that grabber in behind has given possession back to the Eagles. The Eagles player looked like he was isolated for a moment there. And what a hit! This is proper sevens rugby. He found a willing shoulder and he ran straight into it, leaving the man sitting down on the bench. But the Eagles are still going, and he just manages to slip through that tackle, and he will score behind the poles for a better kick conversion. And in this game, the lead has kept on exchanging hands. This time the lead is with the Eagles, who had 15. They now get to 20 points and make it 22 with that conversion, whereas the Sharks have 19 points. And of course, perhaps now it would take a penalty drop goal, or it would take a drop goal itself to bring this game to level, but that is an occurrence we rarely see in the game of sevens. Of course, one of those very famous attempts was the game between Uganda and Australia at the 2022 Commonwealth Games, where the game was all tied. And Philip Wokorach, the great, tried to win it for Uganda with that penalty kick. But it wasn't good. And now a penalty kick is all that is needed right now to bring the game level for the Victoria Sharks. But a 5-pointer would be better. Now Blaise Ocheng passes it on, stepping one, stepping two there. And the Sharks are still going, but brought down now. They keep the ball. But surely that was offside. The ball was still in the rack. And now Stephen Kalema to Humphrey Orach. Humphrey Orach beats 1-2, but then he is high tackled But he won't need that penalty as he can get the 5-pointer himself here. And he is brought back. And the try is good. Humphrey Orach, for the troubles of being high tackled, he gets himself a try in there. And of course the players shake hands. That's the spirit of this game. Look at that. Hot steps by Emma Ochan in the midfield there. Now look at Kalema to Ochan, and Ochan offloading to Orach. Orach making that try, and with the full-time hooter, this may be it. And of course the Eagles have done so well. We earlier noted that the Eagles are a self-coached side, and of course self-coached, self-reliant, but the man at the helm of all that the Eagles are doing is Liam Sewanyana, who is joining us shortly. Liam Sewanyana, kindly say something to the fans and tell us about your new sponsorship.
I would like to thank the fans for coming to support the boys, and some of the fans give them. I want to just say thank you, and for our new sponsor, One Way, One Road, One Machine, Simba Automotives.
All right, thank you very much, Liam. At the end of the National 7 Series, the best players, those are the MVPs for the men and the women, will take home a border. So, with 3 more circuits to go, you could still be the MVP, and you win yourself a border, courtesy of your talent, your rugby talent, right here in the National Sevens. But we have another game on our hands. This time we are determining who is going to finish 5th and who is going to finish 6th. Of course, Tina Akello with ball in hand, and Akello is going to kick off with the Titans receiving there. And Akello, her kickoff is picked very well. And of course, this is a Ginger Derby. Walukuba playing Nile Rapids. These are teams that know each other very well. And now Sarah Chirabo uses her experience. She has Hope Mulonde in support. And there goes Hope Mulonde all the way. Hope Mulonde touches down for the Titans in this game. It was first the efforts of Sarah Chirabo to break through there. Look at that run by Sarah. Hope Mulonde on your screen is the first try scorer there. We have a conversion attempt to come from Sarah Chirabo. But as Sarah Chirabo misses that, let us look at that lambasting run once again. She manages to just split the defense open there, and there you can see her receive and go straight into the gap. She damaged Unity Namlala, and Unity was left to defend 2 players, that is Sarah Chirabo and Hope Mulonde. Sarah Chirabo just weighing her pass very well and waiting for the right moment to offload to Hope Mulonde, and when the time was right, she offloaded and she scored. And now we have kickoff, but that kickoff isn't good from Sarah Chirabo. And Tina Akello. What a hit! That is a proper carry. Surely you can't put your hands in there. And the referee says Jeyo. Now Tina Akello. Oh no. That is a knock-on. But the Now Rapids are assured of what they are doing. Look at that hit via Yompiteo. The Rapids very confident in what they are doing at the moment. The scoreboard doesn't tell the full story in there. And of course, the scoreboard doesn't tell the full story. And the Rapids are yet to have some of those players back for them. But as the day winds down, you can see some of the teams that are done with their action. We talk to Liam Sewanyana, who is done with the Eagles. And of course, those are the team right there, the Victoria Sharks, who are also done with their day and they have finished. And Hope Mulonde gets on her bike and she won't be stopped. She goes all the way once again, and who knew that Unity Namulala could be beaten for pace on the outside. Hope Mulonde there just rounding peace, just rounding Unity Namulala there, and what a run. Unity Namulala there doesn't know what she has been hit with. Unity doesn't know what she has been hit with as she wonders what is happening in this game. And of course, we have to commend that run from Hope Mulonde. She just put down her head and she saw the gap on the outside and went for it and scored.
Good to see Mr. Liam Sewanyana, who was the coach this weekend. Well done, Liam. Put on the shades and you
Look at that run by Hope Mulonde. And she beat Unity Namulala for pace on the outside. And Unity Namulala was left eating grass, and that is what you call pace.
for the overall MVPs after this 7th series. So the men's and the women's overall
And we are back.
will walk away with
The now Rapids with ball in hand. That is Halima Likambo. And now Unity Namulala backs herself. Unity Namulala wants to show Hope Mulonde how it is done. But Hope Mulonde is there to defend. And Halima Likambo sends it away.
the defense holds, and the Rapids are
And that ball surely has been stolen by the Walukuba Titans. And everything seems to be going the way of the Titans. But look at Halima Likambo's pass to Unity Namulala, and Unity Namulala says, let us go for a fortress. And Hope Mulonde obliged, and Hope Mulonde followed, and finally Hope Mulonde caught up there and tackled Unity Namulala. Interesting game. We have a scrum in the middle of the pitch, and it is a feed for the Titans. Ball to Sarah Chirabo. Sarah Chirabo also has pace to burn, but she also has a winger to pass to, and that is the option she takes. And the winger, they now Rapids commit one too many players on that breakdown, and now the ball is with Hope Mulonde. This time she goes for the pass, and it takes two players to bring down one Titan, and Sarah Chirabo is there to recycle. And that ball is comfortably stolen. That is the easiest turnover attempt you will ever see, and it was good. Center referee Sauda Adiro says we have an infringement, and Tina Akelo with ball in hand
the Victoria Sharks are
decides to go and find touch almost to the halfway line.
tour of duty. Mr. Cyrus Watum and his boys. Well done, Cyrus. As
Bias, someone said you used to run that fast. I don't know whether that is true. Maybe now all you run is your mouth. You can tell us something.
You're in company of liars, but I tried.
Yes, the game is still on for the Titans, and the Titans have found another breakthrough. Is this a new Jersey bounce? And of course, this new kit for the Walukuba Titans, it is grey, it is bright out there on the pitch. It is produced by AS Sports, and on that sleeve right there, on that right sleeve, you can see the pink and the brand itself, Kawowo Sports. We are proudly associated with the Walukuba Barbarians and the Walukuba Titans. We have the halftime hooter, but we still have to take this kickoff. And Sarah Chirabo kicked off. And Halima Likambo finds Tina Akelo. Tina Akelo puts in a grabber in behind, and it goes on the outside. And we are going to have halftime here. The Walukuba Titans go out into the halftime with a proper lead. But look at that final try that extended the lead to 19 points for the Walukuba Titans. Look at that run to score right in between the poles. And of course, the conversion was also good.
Yes, it's Kyadondo 7s here at Kyadondo Rugby Grounds in Kampala, in Lugogo, and we are live on Kawowo Sports. Here, please get to like, get to follow Kawowo Sports for all your live sports. We did basketball yesterday, seeing the Nam Blazers win against the City Oilers in Hoima. For those who didn't get a chance to travel, they were live on Kawowo Sports. They got everything, and every detail live. You can check on our page and get to rewatch the game if you missed it yesterday, because it's still on our page. You can also get day one of the Kyadondo 7s still on our page, as right now we are streaming to you live to show you the day two of Kyadondo 7s here at Kyadondo Rugby Grounds in Lugogo.
And we have kickoff Tina Akelo, a very brilliant player, but she has been left out at sea, or rather in the river, to swim upstream, alone. Most of her teammates are with their respective schools at the East African Games. At the East African Games in Tanzania, and Tina has herself and the other girls to do better than they were expected, and that they have done. And now that is Liz. That is Liz of the Walukuba Titans, looking beautiful in that grey. And the Titans want to start from where they stopped. Sarah Chirabo swings the ball out. It is with Liz, and Liz with the big hit. Tina Akelo went for that ball, and she had her hands on it, and she attempted the lift, and therefore she will get Tina Akelo with the restart there. She was stopped, but the now Rapids still have possession, and that is resolute defense from the Titans, not allowing. And surely that is going to be a full double blast, and it is going to be a yellow card for the Titans. That is a serious blow, and it is Sarah Chirabo in the sin bin. Sarah looks like she's thinking about
and it is a restart here for the Nile Rapids to see if they can get a score on the board. They have run short because they are in the back of 19-0. But we go again here. Nile Rapids. Tina Akelo opens up the gap for his fellows there. Nile Rapids still in. Tina Akelo with her magic kicks the ball deep. She knocks on the ball, and Mulala gets to regather that. Nile Rapids still in possession, and the ref is to give them advantage for offside. She calls them back.
The Now Rapids are applying pressure here, and that is Halima Likambo to scratch for the Rapids. She sends it off to Tina, and here is the big ball carrier. Takes down 2, flips over her head in a natural movement there. And Tina Akello dummies one, goes back on the inside, but she is brought to her feet. And the Rapids are seeing the gap there. And that is a good pickup by the big ball carrier in there. The Rapids are edging closer and closer to getting their first points of the game. Now Tina Akello dummies and steps on the inside, then finally offloads the ball. And the ball goes out to Unity Namulala, who beats the defender. And she dots down.
The Rapids get a try of their own after some series of good interplay, having to break through tackles, and we get the first score 5-19.
Unity Namulala gets the first try of the game for
Conversion from Tina Akello doesn't go as planned or as wanted. Scores to 5 to 19.
Unity Namulala with the first try for the Now Rapids, and that conversion by Tina Akello isn't good. And the score shall remain at 5-19. We still have a few minutes to go in this first half. We have a kickoff here. Tina Akello sends a high one out there, and Unity Namulala is there to defend. And she wanted to go over for that ball, but she can't. The Titans with the ball, and unfortunately Liz, that young lady right there, Liz knocks on for the Walukuba Titans, and possession is going to go back to the Now Rapids. Nice. Halima Likambo finds Tina Akello, and the ball goes back to the forwards. That is Destiny. Now Tina Akello sends it off to Unity Namulala. Unity decides to pass back to Tina Akello, and Unity decides to bring down Tina Akello right there. It be your own people usually. And now Destiny with that big carry for the Now Rapids, but the Titans are offside. They are going to be punished, and that is a scratch, and the big ball carrier there. Surely it is going to be another yellow card for, and the Now Rapids have been reduced once again to 6 players. This is the second time in this game that they get to play with a player less. Now Halima decides to scratch, and Unity Namulala on the line just knocks it on. And Tina Akello's hustle is just good enough to prevent. Oh my God, possession is with. And Halima is almost there, but she has her pockets picked, and she loses possession there. The ball is nicked by the Walukuba Titans, and now they send the ball to Hope Mulonde. Hope Mulonde wants to begin her run from her own try line, and Hope Mulonde can go all the way. Look at her run, look at her go. Surely she will not be stopped as she runs in for that try. Look at her. And she is wondering who the converter or where the converter is. She ran on her own, and you can see her smile because she knows kicking isn't her best foot, and she says, I will try. Look at how nervous she is. It is unconventional, but it works. And that's what matters. And she has converted her own try, and the smile on her face is bright. She knows she has done enough for her team.
Another one locomotive, this time the Barbarians. Take one of the Toyota Buffaloes. These are the finalists at the Stone City Sevens at the beginning of the Sevens.
Look at Hope Mulonde, and that is the run by Hope Mulonde. She began that run from her own try area, and she ran all the way coast to coast to make sure that the Titans finish on a strong note.
And yes, Hope Mulonde has proven to be the speedster of the National Women's Sevens, running from her try area to the other team's try area. Wow. Again, the gray is still on, and the Kawowo sponsored side is still on, and this time it is Walukuba Barbarians up against Toyota Buffaloes for the 5 and 6 playoff. Here, Gift Orokorach with the ball in to take us underway with the action here live on Kawowo Sports. Kick is high, try to regather by Walukuba, but the ref calls them back for the earlier knock-on.
Yes, the Barbarians looking smart in their gray. And when you see that pink on the right shoulder, just know that is courtesy of the good team at Kawowo Sports. We once again welcome you to the Kyadondo Sevens as we wind down. Please stick with us and let us see out the day. Right here and now, Humphrey Dahura to Ogwang to Yasin, and Hector Trinomujisha out on the wing. Hector Trinomujisha just releases that ball to Ruben Kagwisaje, and Ruben releases that ball. It goes to Ahmad Sechanzi, and they have Edward Emiemo on the outside, but that ball appears to have been destined for the touchline, but it stays on, and Emiemo measures himself against Douglas Musoke, and for a moment that ball had come out of there, but Gift Wokorach makes sure that the Barbarians stay with possession, but this time surely the Barbarians step out of territory, and that was Edward Emiemo again running in that channel. Captain Edward Emiemo with the knock-on. And to throw is Mehdi Abdallah. He is a hooker in the 15th game, and he doesn't get this right in the 7th game. Ahmad Sechanzi jumping very well and plucking that ball from the sky there. And now that is a knock-on surely. The Walukuba Barbarians washed off that ball. And now Yasin Waswa to Raymond Ogwang. He has a step on him. And Ogwang finds Hector Trinomujisha. And Hector manages to beat his man. Hector Trinomujisha will surely go all the way and score that try.
It's not. This is the Hector we saw in the first circuit in Jinja. Always beating his man and finding the choke. He does it again here against Walukuba to bring the lead to a 5-0. And the extras have been put in as well by Yasin Waswa. Hector there, the man refused the first time. This time, shoves him off, and off he goes. Past the choke to score his first try for this game.
Play is back on, and the Buffaloes are guilty of not releasing their Faizo Baluku in the headgear, gives it to Gift Wokorach, not in the headgear. Gift Wokorach just standing away there and damming that switch. And now Faizo Baluku sends it away to Emiem. Emiem sends it to Ruben Kagwisaje. Ruben with the carry. And Ruben with the fence. And Ruben can't go all the way, but he has Odiambo there to mark him. Ruben using his hand once again. And this time he is bundled into touch by Hector to Inomujisha. And Ruben, look at that dummy switch from from Gift Wokorach. The opponents bought it, but his teammates bought it even more, as you could see him clutching to get that ball. But look at those feints from Ruben Kagwisaje, and he is tackled by Hector to Inomujisha. And Hector seems to be in some discomfort, but he is back on his feet. And rugby will continue. Mehdi Abdallah there to throw for the Barbarians. And the ball lands to Ruben. Finally, Ruben Kagwisaje gets his try, and he is all smiles there after pouncing on that loose. Ruben Kagwisaje pouncing on that loose line-out throw, and he gets it. And now we are level on 7-7, and the restart is with the Barbarians.
Yes, Barbarians find a way through off the line out there. They steal it and go on to score through Ruben Kagwisaje, and the conversion has been good to put the game level here at Kyadondo for the Kyadondo Sevens. You can see there, he gets the spill and goes on. And Humphrey Ndaura finds his way through, and the dance is on. The Chiki Chaka dance is on for Humphrey Ndaura. Showcases beautiful rugby there.
And while we were enjoying the try of Ruben Kagwisaje, Humphrey Ndaura was handling business straight off the kickoff of Yasin Waswa. Ndaura received it in the air, and he had a little bit of work to do, and that little bit of work he did perfectly. Look at that Humphrey Ndaura who plucked it out of the sky from the restart, and look at Gift Wokorach coming to sweep, but Humphrey Ndaura just shimming and dancing away from him, and Gift Wokorach is left for dead, and Humphrey Ndaura goes all the way to get his try. And of course that try was followed by a celebration we haven't seen before. Look at that dance. Shoo. And now the game is back on. Ronaldo Gwang with ball in hand. He cocked a step, but he didn't have to use it. And that ball is recycled by Humphrey Ndaura. And Yasin Waswa sends a long one to Hector to Inomujisha. Hector decided to step back inside. And this is going to be a flag by the ref. And Douglas Musoke, who knew that the big man had a little dance in him? Douglas Musoke says, I will not go for power, I will instead go around you. And he does that. Douglas has said, I won't use the highway. He goes through the panya and he gets his try. Good and clean. Yasin Waswa with the conversion to come. Surely that goes in. Yasin Waswa with a little assistance from the wind. But would you believe if they told you that was Douglas Musoke dancing there, just stepping away from one, stepping away from another, and going all the way? Who knew the big man had a small step in him? It is halftime, and the Buffaloes are enjoying a 19-point lead, while The Walukuba Barbarians are still on 7.
The action is still on. The action is still on. You may wonder where we are now. We are Kyadondo, and this is the 5th and 6th playoff for the Kyadondo Sevens. More action is yet to come. More actions yet to come. Don't forget the final of the men's is going to be between Heathens and the Rams. That will be on today. And the She-Wolves will be against the Thunderbirds in the women's category. Who will win it? Who will win the Kyadondo Sevens? We've been hosted by the Heathens, and it's been good 2 days of rugby. Day 1 came out smooth. Day 2 is yet to end, but the action has been superb. The action has been magical here in Lugogo, here in Lugogo, here in Lugogo, and I'll say again, here in Kyadondo for the Kyadondo Sevens. And we're back underway for the second half of the 5 and 6 playoff between Buffaloes and Walukuba Barbarians.
We are set for the second half. Walukuba Barbarians 7.
We have kickoff. Yasin. And we have a restart. Yasin Waswa's restart doesn't go the full. And now Edward Emiemu with a big run there. And the ball was loose. It was open. And it has been stolen by the Buffaloes once again. And that is a small kick in behind. It is actually a big kick as it goes all the way into the 22 of that kick goes straight out, and they will have to go back. Surely that kick could have gone better than it did, but we are going to have to go for that line out. And the line out is well taken, but the referee, Brian Batakwide, says we are going to have a scrum here.
Let's go. Scores are 7 for the Barbarians and 19 for the Theatre Buffaloes. Faiza Maluku puts in, comes back to the inside.
And now the ball goes to Gift Wokorach, and if you think that pass from Gift Wokorach was bad, you have to keep in mind that there is a lot of wind at the Kyadondo Rugby Club, and that is a show and go by Ahmad Sechanzi. Will he get there? The ball is still on the pitch, and we are going to have a scrum 5 there. That was a great piece of ingenuity from Ahmad Sechanzi. He damaged the pass and then he put it on his toe. And unfortunately, that ball decided to go dead. The 5. The Buffaloes fans are enjoying the outing here as well as the players on the pitch. Humphrey Ndahura thought about damming that pass, but he made it. Faizo Baluku, what a small boy with a big heart. And that is a high tackle. Now, Gift Wokorach dummies one runner, and the ball comes out to Edward Emiemu. Emiemu. In that hit, Emiemu had half his work done for him by the defender who was already on the deck, and Emiemu did the rest. And Humphrey Ndahura is going to spend the next 2 minutes in the bin, as he is reminded that you have to go back the full 10 before you can attempt to make contact with the ball carrier after a penalty has been quickly taken. And now the Barbarians have decided to call for a scrum.
As the player is sent to the sin bin, they will play the 6 men. This for the next 2 minutes.
And the Buffaloes do not commit anyone to that scrum. And the ball has come out with Baluku. And now Gift Wokorach just bumping off Yasin Waswa. And surely that ball has gone forward. And now, what a huge shot from Edward Emiemu. And the referee says advantage over. Now Yasin with the pass. And now Mehdi Abdallah doing so well there. And now Ayebale Godfrey aka Ajax. And unfortunately that ball has been ripped and he has got it back. Now Yasin Waswa. The ball comes in the midfield. It is with Ochaya Ali Adam. And Ochaya kicks it in behind for Gwang to chase, but that ball goes dead. And now the Barbarians will have to take this line out the right way.
There it is. It was a big shot from Edward Emiemu. He got Douglas straight in his ribs, took him to ground, and it was a big shot. Here the Buffaloes are a man down, but still in the lead, 19-7 for the 5 and 6 playoff. The 5 and 6 playoff here at the Kyadondo Sevens. Line out restarted. Walukova Rigatha. Ref, it's a penalty. Walukova with the ball. It's a bit scrappy. Gift here with the ball. Gift trying so, and he gives it to Shafiq. He gathers the ball and it's go. Baluku beats the man, but he's taken to ground and in touch. Great defense by the Buffaloes. They start the ball quick. Start the line out quick. Goes back to the side. Ball is in here. Yasin Wasa steps his man. And his support, he is very much available. Ball is still in play for the Buffaloes. So come back to the short side. And that is the hooter. And the man puts, regathers that ball. Buffalo still in with the ball, and the carries on. He's been banded there. The fight is on. Buffalo puts the ball in touch to end the 5 and 6, and it is confirmed now that the Buffaloes will come out of this series as the 5th team on the radar, and 6th will be for the Walukwa Barbarians, who won the very first circuit of the 7th series in Jinja, in style. Here they finish 6th. Next on, we're going to be having the Avengers up against the use of Mulago for the that will be for the bronze medal match for the women.
And this is the third place playoff between the Avengers and the Youths. This is the second time that the Youths are making it to the semi-final stage, and they will definitely finish in the top 4. The Avengers, on the other hand, have finished in the top 4 in all the 3 previous editions of the National Sevens, at the Stone City Sevens, Rujumba Sevens, and now in the Kyadondo Sevens. Kabrin Chirabo with ball in hand to kick us off. Kabrin Chirabo to kick us off for the Avengers, and of course the day is done for the Buffaloes. The Buffaloes have finished 5th at the Kyadondo Sevens, and they can get to walk away with their heads held high. But now we have kickoff here. Kabrin Chirabo kicked us off. Precious there with the ball for the Youths, and now we are going to have the Youths playing on Julie Ainomojisha. Sends that ball to Masiatek. Masiatek finds Otana on the wing, and Captain Peace Lekuru makes the tackle, and Fazida Namukwaya happily takes the ball away from there, and we shall have to come back for this. The referee in the middle of this fixture is Anguyo, and he is an experienced player. He is an experienced referee, rather. He gets that right. He says that ball went forward, and we shall have a scrum here. The Youths with the ball. Julie Ainomojisha. Julie Ainomojisha with the ball in hand. And now Julie Ainomojisha to Mercy Atek, and Atek to Otana on the switch, and now Julie Ainomojisha. They are with the run, and they are trying to make inroads in there. And Julie again, once again, Mercy Atek just tips it off to Otana. And look at Fiona Nantongo. Fiona Nantongo isn't the fastest, but she knows where the gap is, and unfortunately she didn't know where the touchline was as she is dragged out of the pitch. And that has been taken by Peace Lekuru, and Peace has possession. Peace attempts to step on the inside, but she has a runner there. She is going to make use of that support runner in there. And now Julie Nantongo with, Julie Nandaula. And it is Juliet Nandaula with the run there to open the scoring in this bronze medal match between the Youths and the Avengers. Juliet Nandaula putting in all the hard work, and Juliet Nandaula being rewarded for her hard work with a try. And she will take her sweet time, and she scores that. Julie Nandaula just handing that over to Kabrin Chirabo for the try. But look at that run once again. Fazida Namukwaya doing all the hard work, and Juliet Nandaula making sure that the Youths have possession. Of course, Kabrin Chirabo there to secure the rack. And once Julie Nandaula picked it up, she knew only one way, and she went for it. And Julie Nandaula, look at her go. This is what she knows how to do. Juliet Nandaula, a very good player there, experienced as well, though still young. And now, ball in hand. This time, will the Avengers be stopped? No, they are not. A tackle isn't a stoppage. And now, Peace Lekuru just looking for bodies in there and puts it on the switch. Puts it on the switch. And Julie Nandaula, this time she scores on her own. Last time she handed it off to Kabrin Chirabo, but this time she will make sure that she scores on her own. And that is the second try of the game for the Avengers. The conversion isn't good, but the score is what matters as the Avengers extend their lead to 10 points, whereas the Youths are yet to get on the scoring board. Look at that switch from Peace Lekoro just to put Juliet Nandaula in the gap, and Juliet Nandaula took it with both hands and she scored. And now, yes, on your screen the game is back on. The Youths with the ball, that is Fiona Nantongo, as she is banded to the ground, and the referee says that was high. And Mr. Angoyo tells Julie, let us go back to the mark. And Julie obliges. Julie scratches, and Julie finds Nantongo. Nantongo dummies and carries. The ball is secured and recycled this time. It comes to Otana. Otana finds Atek. Atek invites Otana on the switch, but she doesn't use her. And they hit a proper gap there in the middle. They use, and that ball is secured. That didn't look perfectly legal, but it is what it is. The game goes on. The ball was open. It was taken by Julie Nandaula, and now she has been arrested for her efforts. Surely anytime now. Not sure where the ball is, but the ball is there, and it emerges on the end of the Youths. Marcia Tech recycles. They find Fielder Oroma. Fielder's pass to the wing didn't get there, and Otana ultimately knocked on that ball, and we are going to have a scrum for the Avengers. The halftime hooter has gone, and the Avengers have the lead with 10 points, and they have a decision to make whether they play on or they kick out and have some rest. But the ball appeared there for a second to be coming out at the end of the use, but it is Julie Nandaula with the possession, and Peace Lekuru controls that with her foot and her hands, whole body involved. Peace Lekuru with the kick in front, and who is there to chase? That ball has been killed, and we shall go for the halftime. The Avengers enjoying a 10-point lead. Fazida Namukwaya very emphatic in everything that she's doing on the pitch. And we are going to have a halftime. And after this bronze medal match, we shall have the men's bronze medal match.
As it stands, we are only left with 3 games to end the Kyadondo Sevens. And it has been a beautiful day of rugby, beautiful day started yesterday. Today has also been as tremendous as yesterday was. And today, I assure you, by the end of the day, we shall be crowning the champion of the women's Kyadondo Sevens and the men's Kyadondo Sevens, because the finals are coming fast in. Right now, we are having the bronze medal final of the ladies. That is Avengers up against the Youths, and the Avengers are leading it by 10-0. Second half is coming up next.
The second half is on, and Masia Tech kicks us off here at the Kyadondo Rugby Club. Peace Nemira with a big carry there, and she is stopped by Fiona Nantongo and her colleague. The ball comes out to the wing. Peace Lekuru with the ball, and Lekuru looks for Namukwaya on the offload. She doesn't get her, but she gets Cabrin Chirabo instead with that overhead pass. And Fazida Namukwaya emphatically brought to the ground, just like she did her colleague at the end of the first half. And the Youths try to go for the ball, and Fielder Oroma surely. Fielder Oroma goes for that ball, and no Peace. You cannot do that. And this is a very interesting game. And Juliet Nandaula, once again, this is a Juliet Nandaula party, and we are all just guests to it. As you can see, she is bringing her fellow players to score the tries. She breaks the lines, and on the occasions when she has the first one, she broke the line, and she went all the way and gave the try to Cabrin Chirabo. And this time she has given away her try once again, and that makes it 2 assists for her and a try. And of course that is the first, and that is a conversion, by Avengers' Peace Lekuru. And there the referee says, please go away. Once again tells her to go away, and once Peace goes for the contest, he says the ball is open, let us play on. The law is the law. And of course, Juliet Nandaula has been very generous with her teammates. Masia Tech calling Fielder Oroma on. Masia Tech sends the ball to the midfield, and it is Otana who is looking for an opening. And I don't think Babi intended to do that, but it almost worked out for her to get ahead. And Peace Lekuru just releasing Juliet Nandaula on the outside there. Once again, it is a Nandaula party, and we are all just guests. Torimutent, as they say. And now that is going to be a scrum for the Youths. Youths very resilient in their defense. And now Fielder That is fielder Oroma with ball in hand, and she feeds in that scrum, and it was almost a knock-on.
We don't know what team he supports.
And the U's are still with the ball. Mercy attack to Julie Ainomujisha. Julie finds attack. What a take from her. And the ball was almost behind her, but she pulled it back. And now what a run once again from Mercy attack. Mercy attack decides to hand it off to Otana, and Otana gives it back to attack. And attack makes no mistake and scores. And clearly there was a little bit of gas left in that tank for attack. She felt like she couldn't go all the way, and she released Otana, and Otana paid back the gift in kind, handing the ball back to that young lady, Mercy attack. Look at her. That pass that she got from the back, and she broke the line. She went all the way. The chasers were not equal to her, but clearly the gas tank was almost empty, and she was looking for Otana to pass the ball and go all the way, but Otana returned that gift and said, "No, Mercy, you can have it." And Mercy has got her try, and Mercy has got the restart here. And does it go all the way? Yes, it does. And Julia Inomojisha with the tackle there. The Avengers attacking. And Peace Lekuru, what a special player, what a talent she is. She is caught up by Mercy attack, who says, "No, you will not hand me off." Fazida Namukwaya decides to go on her own. She picked it up and said, Fazida said, "No need to pass this when I can do it on my own." Look at the run of Peace Lekuru, who had a strong, stiff... Fazida Namukwaya there, and now look at that run from Peace Lekuru. Her strong arm out, and Mercy attack said, "I will not be handed off." And she says, "If my hands can't do my my tackle will." And she finally makes that tackle. And Fazida Namukwaya picked it up and scored. And we have a restart here. The restart hasn't gone 10. And so the easy possession is with the Rams. And the U's, and the U's still have possession here with the hooter gone.
Next game, another bronze medal match here. KCB Corps.
And now fielder Oroma says, "We still have something to prove in this game." And surely Peace Lekuru steals that ball, and she still wants to go. She says, "I have one more in me." And now the U's are going to finish this game with 8 players.
19 points to 14 against no district.
The songs on the ground here. The Heathens fans are known composers of some of the most interesting anthems and chants in Ugandan rugby, and they are in the final. We can't wait to hear what they sing here at Kyadondo. And Julie Nandaula knows that this is the last run she has to make today, and she makes it count as she goes all the way rounds Christiana of the Use, and she goes right underneath the poles there. And once again, as she has done before in this game, she hands over her try to Peace Lekuru, and Lekuru appreciates that.
Icing on the cake. The Rangers with the final try before we head into the men's game and make it.
And that is the end of the game. 29 for the Avengers. And look at Julie Nandaula go, well knowing that this is going to be her last contribution in the game. And the TJ, kudos to the touch assistant there for running that line and keeping up with Julie Nandaula. Now we have a third place playoff between the Cobs and the Pirates playing the third place playoff here at Kyadondo in the Kyadondo Sevens. As we wind down this day, we continue to appreciate everyone who has tuned in and followed the action on Kawowo Sports. Kindly subscribe if you haven't and enjoy all the action that is coming from the Kyadondo Sevens at the Kyadondo Rugby Grounds. Calvin Gizamba with ball in hand to restart. So please kindly subscribe, like, comment, and share your thoughts in the comment section. And we have a restart. Calvin Gizamba takes it to the sky. And the Pirates take this very well. It is Douglas Komakech there with ball in hand. Mubarak Wandera sends it to Jones Kamiza. Jones runs through two. And Alan Karuhanga is there. Alan Karuhanga passes it to Jaden Isaac. Isaac to Komakech. And Komakech is almost robbed of that ball. And surely this time, Brian Wandera will not be denied possession. And he goes quickly. And the referee says, you will take your scratch from the mark, and Wandera has to go back and do it all over again. And maybe this time the decision changes from trying to go for a quick scratch to now a scrum. Of course, the forwards in there for the Cobs are Brian Wandera himself, Byron Oketayot, and Ian Bowe as hooker, and the other side and it is a feed. Stuart Mwai is a lucky boy there. The Pirates are guilty of putting their feet in there. That is the role of the hooker. You can't do that. And that ball is taken. The referee says he is first on the ball. And that's what he indicates with that hand and finger up. And now it is a recycle. Jones Kamiza to Alan Karuhanga. Alan Karuhanga finds Carl Ivan Ainamani on the outside. Carl Ivan just hands it off. Alan Karuhanga there almost caught in possession, but he does so well as he forces the offside player to engage him. And now Jones Kamiza goes back on the short side to find Jeremiah Ojambo. That ball is secured. Carl Ivan to recycle. He decides to go for it. And that ball has been nicked. That ball has been nicked by the Cobs, who get it and send it on the outside. There, Calvin Gizamba to recycle. The Cobs are slow and methodical in everything they do. And now Mark William Lukwago says, let us pick up the pace a little bit, and that is a knock-on. Oh, my God. And no, it isn't. Possession is still good. The referee says time off. We shall look at the injured player first. And we have a small medical break, but look at how the Cubs were slow and methodical in the way they were moving that ball. Mark William Lukwago saw the gap there and committed and passed, and that was a big shot on him with his winger putting it to the toe. And the fans are not happy. Look at that. DJ Mas, a good friend of Kawowo Sports, asking for blood there, indicating to the referees that that shot may have gone higher than the allowed threshold. But that man on your screen, Alan Karuhanga, has been impressive. And now we restart with scrum for attacking teams. Stuart Mwai with ball in. Goes to Gizamba. Gizamba finds Lukwago. Lukwago to Gizamba. And the ball goes out on the wing. What a hit! The Cubs still with the ball, and the referee says that is not where you are supposed to contest from. Calvin Gizamba. Gizamba finds ball where the ball comes to the middle. Brian Wandera decides to come back on the inside, and he dummies that pass. And Brian Wandera is finally stopped. And Stuart Mwai dummies that. And now Ian Bowe will pass the ball to Mark William Lukwago, who goes straight to the outside. And surely, we have the first try of the game. Pass, the first try has come from far. It has been a long time coming, and we finally have a score in this game.
Yeah, the patience has paid off for the Cubs, and they've been able to get out a try in that, taking the lead to a 5-0 win. 5-0 lead here at Kawowo. But I would say, and I would tell you, Mark William Lukwago there, making a long pass to find his winger, that all he has to do is dive and look for the choke, steps back in, and all he had to do was put the ball down to call it a try. Conversion wasn't successful, but rugby is on.
We have a restart. Calvin Gizamba sends a long one in, and the player that was carried couldn't get it. But now, Pirates with the ball. The ball is sent to Carl Ivan Ainaman, and the referee says, this is not American football. Come back and get penalized for passing that ball forward. And that pass was adjudged to have gone forward. Surely everyone will have their own interpretation of that ball, but the man in the center has the final word on that. And now Stuart Mwai for the Cubs. Stuart Mwai finds Gizamba. Gizamba goes outside to Mark William Lukwago, who does a little bit too much there. And the opportunity almost goes begging, and they decide to go for violence. And surely you can't roll like that on the ground. And the referee says so. And now we have young Nick to Mubarak Wandera. Wandera says, let us get it done and get the hell off me. Young Nick there recycling once again to Carl Ivan Ainaman, who is taken down by 3. And the referee says, come on, you Cubs. And the Cubs fans on the far end, right behind the referee, are not impressed. And you can see some of those fans who usually say that rugby will kill someone one day. And we advise that young man right there on your screen to come a little bit down as the Pirates continue to cook here. The ball has come on the outside, and Jones Kamisa will not be stopped from there. And right after the hooter, Jones Kamisa has produced magic here for the Pirates. Calvin Gizamba there, guilty of some lazy defending. Surely Jones Kamisa did so well. And now
pending the conversion.
Travis cannot believe what his eyes are seeing. And Travis clearly, rugby will kill Travis one day. He can't believe it. And the other Cubs fans are trying to calm him down. But he appears to have a little bit something to say. And his brother right there on his right hand side, Trent Elijah, just sipping on his drink and saying, "Biansibia Kuleka," because this is just rugby at the end of the day and life goes on. And now, for the next 2 minutes, Travis is going to think about his life and he is going to think about Cubs.
Travis Amala is definitely trying to become the coach here. The stress is high, but trust me, it is still time on. You could see the concentration was very less for the Pirates, but until Captain Kamiza showed up to give them 5 points to take the game into a draw as we head into the second half. Trust me, Jones Kamiza, legendary, soon to be, but that was a beautiful run from Jones Kamiza. 2 touchdowns for the Pirates to take the lead, take the score of 5-5 as we headed into the halftime. You can imagine this is just small action. Next are the finals for the ladies and the men's will be coming up next. We are going to know who are going to be crowned the Kyadondo 7th champion here at Kyadondo, live here on Kawowo for your action.
And we have the second half here. Jones Kamiza to kick us off with his big, beautiful left boot. The Pirates leveling this game just before the halftime. And now they have everything to play for. Jones Kamiza with ball in hand and he kicks off.
Game is tied at 5-all.
Cubs executing that lift very well. That is Brian Wandera with the lift, Calvin Gizamba with the ball in hand, and he will try to make amends for that lazy defending at the end of the first half. And Calvin Gizamba responds, and Calvin Gizamba revenges for Jones Kamiza, banning him there at the end of the first half. And the bells are out for the fans of the Cubs. They can now finally ring their bells after going ahead in this game, thanks to Calvin Gizamba putting down his head and going all the way. Look at that. Calvin Gizamba said 2 can play the game. At the end of the first half, he was banned by Jones Kamiza, and now at the start of the second half, he does the banning as Jones Kamiza comes following him and escorting him like the bridesmaid down the aisle to score the first try of the second half. And he knew he had that even before going over for that try. And it is still game on. Jaden Isaac with the ball to Alan Karuhanga. That is the man you trust to deliver for you, as he has done so very many times today at the Kyadondo Sevens.
And yes, Pirates Koma here is taking in a big hit there. Alan Karanga comes the ball down. Ball is brought back to find Jaden Isaac, and the ref calls it for a forward. This Pirates side has kept on losing concentration in bits and bits and bits. It keeps on losing concentration and they've kept suffering. You saw it in the Rams game via the semi-finals, and you're seeing it here in the bronze medal final against the Cubs. Restart by Stuart Mwai here on the scrum, and Cubs is yet to cook up. The ref calls for Ali hook, or there was no hook, but all in all, it's a free kick for Pirates, and Kato Nicholas starts the restart, gives Alan Karuhanga dummies. Is the ball open, and he's gone. He's checked back by Gizamba. It was a big tackle, but in possession with Pirates. And they're going in high. Easy held up. And he's held up. But it's surprisingly in the sevens. The held up is there, but the attacking team still gets a chance to try and see if they can get their score, because they end up having a scrum at the 5.
And of course, what looked like an opportunity that had gone begging is an opportunity that has been handed back to the Pirates once again. Young Nick or Nicholas Kato with ball in hand. When he left the Kyadondo Rugby Club, he left as Mulongo, and he arrived at the Kings Park Arena as Young Nick, and he shows why this is a place he used to call home, as he scores for the Pirates. And with a conversion to come, pressure is now with the Cobs, and the conversion isn't good, but that try by Nicholas Kato, he surely knows his way around this park, and that's why he was confident with the touchline inside, just to step off Shafiq Okole there and then come back inside and score. It is game on. The Cobs have 12, the Pirates have 10. And the ball has come out on the wrong side of the pitch. And surely the referee thought about it. And he said, we shall have a penalty here. And Stuart Mwai has Humphrey Olauna. Humphrey to Shafiq Okole. And Brian Wandera out on the wing. Brian Wandera is almost nicked there. But the referee says, we are going to play on. Mark William Lukwago offloads there. And the referee isn't happy with that. And he says we shall play on. Humphrey Olauna, not the fastest in the park, but definitely one of the sharpest. And now the ball that has gone out to the wing is going to be scored successfully. And Shafiq Okole is there to convert for the Cobs, but the Cobs have definitely showed up. They have come to the party in the second half. Pass.
Yes, like I said, the concentration of Pirates is very low. Yes, some new faces are in there, but we still expect quality from a side like Pirates, and it has come from the Cobs to take the lead, making it 17 with Shafiq trying to going for the conversion, but he misses narrowly. I tell you this, it was easy. Just a goose, and he's into the try area, scoring a try to take the score. 2-17-10 to the Cobs. Pirates has been a bit mediocre today, but let's wait and see how it recovers in the few minutes we have on the clock right about now.
And the Pirates do well to recover that ball. And that pressure, the referee says it was undue pressure, and therefore they are punished. But now John Skamiza puts down his head. John Skamiza goes for the hit on Shafiq Okole, but Shafiq puts in an educated tackle, goes low for the ankles, and now Komakesh. And Shafiq once again with another tackle. And the young man there, Shafiq Okole, guilty of being too enthusiastic. They are playing the ball while coming from an offside position. But the full-time hooter has gone, and the Pirates still have an opportunity to do something funny here at the Kyadondo Sevens. The score, 10 for the Pirates, 17 for the Cobs, and there won't be an opportunity for the Pirates to recover, and the Cobs for the second weekend running, they finish in second position.
It was indiscipline in the semi-final, and it has been mediocre in the bronze final, and Pirates has lost both of these. Cubs wins this 17-10 to win the bronze medal, and Hamala this time is happy as the coach. I don't know if he sent the notes, but trust me, I'm sure Coach Aredo and Coach Trevor are happy for the Cubs finishing third, although they are short of their goal of trying to win the Kyadondo Sevens today. But the Cubs fans are jubilating. Banter is going to be happening all week because the Pirates have been terrible today. Very, very terrible today. But on we go. We're having the finals coming up next. The two finals of the ladies and the men. First, we're going to start with the She-Wolves up against the Thunderbirds. It seems like both the home teams want to win the Kyadondo Sevens, so they retain the caps here on the grounds. After that, we shall be having the men's final, which is between Rams and Heathens. But now, it is the final coming up. Let's be ready. Tune in. Share right now. Call that friend who has not yet made it at Kyadondo. Tell her, we live on Kawowo, and we're going to show the final of the Kyadondo Sevens coming up just in a few. And yeah, Pirates end their journey today for the Kyadondo Sevens. They are here. They end fourth in this series as they were the winner of the previous circuit at their home in Boyogerere. A few players in there that were taken out because of cards and indiscipline, but they were managed to finish fourth today at the Kyadondo Sevens.
Regarding all team managers for the teams that have done their bid today to get pick their player from the upper of the shop.
And yeah,
And of course, it is a very special occasion for the Cubs. They have been improving throughout the series. They finished third today at the Kyadondo Sevens. But I am with a very special man here, Joseph Aredo, the pastor. Joseph, how would you rate your outing today as the Cubs?
This weekend has been a little bit interesting for us. We had a slow start, clearly at the start of the days, but we picked up momentum, and the team is looking better than, not the result we wanted, but surely we're doing better than would have expected.
Of course, Joseph, in your group, you shared wins and losses in equal measure, and of course you emerged as the best winners in your group. But anything to look forward to in the upcoming sevens?
We didn't finish the best, but we did show up. We did push hard, and the players had to reset after that first loss. But I guess you have very little time to sulk in sevens. They picked up themselves and they showed up. I believe the outing has ended on a better note than how we started.
All right, thank you very much, Joseph. And we have the final of the women. Gamish has kicked us off for the She-Wolves, and it is the She-Wolves against the Thunderbirds in this final at the Kyadondo Rugby Club. The final is on. Of course, as they say, Kyadondo is home, and could this be the first win of the home team in the Kyadondo finals? Of course, the Heathens are also in the final, but for now, it is the She-Wolves versus, according to producer Fred, the T-Birds. And on that penalty, the Thunderbirds have decided to go for the scrum. And Sandra Lona Amoli feeds in that scrum. The ball comes to the midfield here, finds Grace Nabagala. Grace Nabagala has Gertrude Katesa on the outside, and Gertrude Katesa backs herself. Habiba Namalemba doesn't do enough to stop Katesa, and neither does Sunday Aniroth, and the Thunderbirds are through for the first try of the game. Of course, the viewers at home are really hoping this won't be a one-sided affair, but as it stands, the Thunderbirds are in charge of matters.
And yeah, the home side, the semi-hosts of the Kyadondo Sevens today score first on this final to put the lead up for the Thunderbirds that take the score to 7-0. It's hot, and we having good rugby here. I hope you're locked in and you're watching us present to you the Kyadondo Sevens Women's Final.
That conversion was good, and the run from Gertrude Katesa was even better as she went all the way. Namalemba couldn't stop her, and Katesa went all the way to score the first try of this game. And now, the She-Wolves have been pressed in their own half, and that is Proskovia Muchala with the try, and now, with the run, and the referee, Ruben J. Opesa, calls back play, and it is a chance to kick us off, to restart this play, and they decide to go for a scrum. Scrum time. That is Sandra Lona Amoli with the ball in hand, and we wait to see what the Thunderbirds have to cook. Sandra Lona Amoli puts in the ball, and now it goes outside to the wing. Grace Nabagala with sticky fingers there holds onto the ball, and of course with the big fend there, and the referee says that is a high tackle. The Thunderbirds still with ball. Proskovia Muchala has options on the outside, and she finally decides to release Gertrude Katesa for the try, and Katesa has a second one to her name, and the Thunderbirds have a second one to the team's name. Try time to bring the score to 12 points.
And yes, Thunderbirds is coming hot. He wants to retain the cup here at Kyadondo and not take it out to the She-Wolves. But the game is on, and we will be seeing more action today. And I will tell you the truth, the Thunderbirds are here for the win, and they're working all out to make sure they retain the cup here at Kyadondo in this final of the Women's Sevens final here at Kyadondo Sevens.
And we have a restart. But first look at that try from Katesa, and the game is back on with the restart from Nabagala. And Gertrude Katesa isn't able to roll away in time there, and Habiba Namalemba decides to scratch and go on her own. She is covered there well by Mary, and now Gamisha with the ball. Gamisha sends it out to the wing where they find Sunday Aniroth. Sunday Aniroth steps one and then offloads the ball to Gladys Wilembe. The ball is there, and they recycle it until it comes back to the other wing, and it finds Habiba Namalemba, who beats two Thunderbirds, but it is the twin who brings an end to her run. And now coming through the middle here are the She-Wolves. They do enjoy playing in tight spaces there. And Wilembe off to Mary. Mary sends it out to the wing to Sunday Aniroth with a big fend there from the small girl. And the referee says once again, you have to roll away. And Proskovia Muchala almost caught there for being offside, but the offload to Gamisha is good. And the turnover is even better right there by Grace Nabagala. Grace Nabagala makes the tackle and immediately gets on her feet, gets onside, and goes over that ball to win the turnover. Look at that beautiful piece of defending. Nabagala makes the tackle, gets onside, then goes for the ball. That is great juggling work from the Uganda 15s and 7s international.
And yes, the She-Wolves are good with the ball. They contain the ball there for quite some time, trying to see a way out to add points onto the scoreboard. But the defense of the Thunderbirds didn't accept any of that to prosper. And the Thunderbirds are up in action again.
And the Thunderbirds are moving the ball very well here. The ball comes to Gertrude Katesa. And this time Namalemba does better than she did on the previous play. And she tries to stop. And that will be a turnover for and the Thunderbirds say, let us go and have some rest. Because as the famous saying goes, finals are not played, finals are won. And as it goes at the moment, the Thunderbirds are doing the winning with 12 points. And the She-Wolves have 0. After putting up a spirited fight there in the first half, the Thunderbirds have the statistic that matters.
It's halftime and the Thunderbirds are leading this 12-0. It is the women's final of the Kyadondo Sevens here at Kyadondo Rugby Grounds. We're live on Kawowo. Thank you so much for watching. Please stay locked in. You keep liking our live viewership and comment. Please subscribe because we're still bringing you all the Sevens action. Next is the final, and next week we shall be in Gulu, still bringing you live action right here on Kawowo Sports YouTube channel.
We are back for the second half. Nabagala's kickoff goes deep. And that is a beautiful step from the She-Wolves. Now Habiba Namalemba with the ball for the She-Wolves, and that is a tackle. The referee says you are offside and we get to play again. This time Gladys Wilembe tries to back herself, but there is Nabagala at the back who is sweeping, and that ball has surely been nicked. That ball has been nicked by the Thunderbirds, who do so well defensively there, but the run of Gladys Wilembe was great. Unfortunately, she ran away from her support. And the Thunderbirds call for a scrum as they try to be the first team to score in this game, in this second half of the final of the Kyadondo Sevens. Sandra, Lona, Amoli with ball in hand to feed the scrum. Amoli away, and then the loop back to Amoli isn't good, but she ultimately gets it. And now Grace Nabagala has some acres of space to run into on the outside, and she goes for power, and power works in that instance. The ball is recycled now to Achen, and that pickup by Muchala isn't good. And the referee says you are offside. But look at Grace Nabagala going for power and leaves her marker on the ground. That is a powerful rugby crane right there. And it works out. The ball is now with Gertrude Katesa. Katesa this time is stopped. And Katesa won't go any further. Proskovia Muchala with ball in hand. Proskovia decides to scratch. And Proskovia Muchala, what an improved player she has been in the 15s, and now she shows us what she can do in the 7s. Proskovia Muchala with a try for the Thunderbirds.
And yes, the Thunderbirds are proving to be the mighty ones in this 7th final against the She-Wolves. And yeah, they are taking the lead to a 17-0 lead here in this final, and we are waiting on to see who's going to be crowned the women's final in this Kyadondo Sevens. And Muchala there, quick scratching and opens the gap, puts the ball down to score. Then another try for the Thunderbirds.
And the Thunderbirds are enjoying a comfortable lead here. As we have a small medical break, the Thunderbirds get to enjoy their 17-point lead. It would be quite unfortunate for the She-Wolves not to get something in the final. And the Heathens fans are having fun. They are cheering on their sister club, the Thunderbirds, and they hopefully want to continue the party in the next game. But for now, the Thunderbirds with possession. Namalemba kicking the ball to Grace Nabagala, and Nabagala's kick is charged down, and the She-Wolves have possession. She-Wolves are now coming. Gladys Wilembe decides to go back on the inside. They can see the try line. And the She-Wolves are moving the ball very well here. And surely they are making one too many passes and not finding any progress. But Gladys Wilembe loses the ball forward, but she was tackled by a player who was offside, and the referee says the mark is here. And the She-Wolves are there. The She-Wolves with ball on the ground. They are ready to kickstart this game. They haven't scored yet, but that player over the ball, Sunday Aniroth, has been exceptional for them. She is joined in that small meeting by her teammate Mary and Maureen. Of course, with that small injury break, we shall get back to action, and when we do, the 17 points of the Thunderbirds will have to be either increased or reduced. But as for now, the She-Wolves with their 0, the most they can do is add something to the board. It is the final of the Kyadondo Sevens, and we have another final on our hands. Of course, that final of the men's category coming up between the Rams and And that ball has been turned over. Muchala with the ball. And that ball is secured. Now Achen with ball in hand sends it to Gertrude Katesa. And that ball looked like it had been turned over by the She-Wolves. And yes, it has. They hold on to that ball and the referee says we are going to have a penalty for the She-Wolves. And now what do the She-Wolves decide to do? They say let us scratch and go. And that they do. The She-Wolves with ball in hand. That is Gamisha almost brought to the ground. Ball is recycled well. It comes to Sunday Aniroth. Sunday loves to run with the ball in hand. She's trying to find the space there in the middle. And her little dummy creates that opening for the She-Wolves. What a brilliant player Sunday Aniroth is. The She-Wolves finally get something on the board. And they had 0 points now. They have 5 with a conversion from Gamisha to come. But what a brilliant piece of rugby there from the young lady from Mbali.
And yes, the patience of the She-Wolves has paid off. It was a quick step in, took 2 people out of her line and had a dummy, and all the way she had to do was sprint through to get the try. Beautiful try by the She-Wolves. And they have a score here. We hopefully want another, and it will be game on.
Yes, and it is game on. If we can get another try from the She-Wolves, then we shall say we have a final on our hands, because as it stands, the minutes are not on the side of the She-Wolves. And of course, for the side of the Thunderbirds, they feel like the game is taking too long to get done, as the dominance they had in the first half hasn't been replicated into the second half. And now Proskovia Muchala. Her pocket is almost picked. But she had the zipper. And now Lona Molly says, I can also dummy. And the hooter goes Habiba Namalemba. There, Habiba says, let us kick it till the end. But Habiba doesn't find the touch finder. And the resilience of Grace Nabagala finally pays off, as she kept on with the chase even when Habiba kicked it in behind. Nabagala kept on going, and she said, wherever this ball will fall, I will be there. And she was right there to pick it up and score her try. And she additionally adds their conversion, and that is 24 for the Thunderbirds. And the Thunderbirds are officially the women's champions of the Kyadondo Sevens. And of course, look at that final nail in the coffin, the little dummy by Sandra Lona Amoli to put it on the toe. In behind, and the chest by Habiba Namalemba, and it was on. And then not sure what Habiba Namalemba was trying to achieve there, but it didn't work, as the ball fell kindly for Grace Nabagala, who managed to pick it up and score the final nail in the coffin of the She-Wolves. But of course, both teams achieving a milestone here. The She-Wolves reaching their first final of the 2026 National Sevens Series, and the Thunderbirds winning their first title of the 2026 National Sevens Series. So it is a win for everyone. And as the teams walk onto the pitch, we are witnessing rugby royalty right here at the Kyadondo Sevens. That team in yellow launched their kit this week, and every player putting on that kit will get to keep it at the end of the seventh season. And this year's Kyadondo Sevens have been played under the theme Legacy Lives Here, and indeed Legacy lives at the Kyadondo Rugby Grounds. This is a place that was officially opened around the 1999, and the Heathens, as their name suggests, moved here in defiance from the Kampala Rugby Club, which has since changed names to Legends and back to Kampala Rugby Grounds. And now the Kyadondo is going to play home to the final of the Kyadondo Sevens with the home team, the Heathens, playing here. Of course, they are the most decorated team in Ugandan rugby. They have won multiple titles in the Uganda Cup, in the National Sevens, and of course in the Uganda National Rugby 15s League. And Gift Luchams is the man with the ball in hand, with the task to kick us off into this momentous occasion right here at the Kyadondo Rugby Grounds. And we have kick-off, and Andrew Odiambo almost starts on a high note for the Heathens, but he doesn't get that ball to hand. And now Edwin Obo manages to brush off one tackler, and the ball goes to John Tabu. John Tabu with the offload. That ball goes to hand. And now the play looks a little bit scrappy, but rugby is still going on. Now the ball has come to Semakula Yusuf on the outside there. It is secured, and John Tabo recycles for Ryan Joko, who puts in a little dance there, and his kick in behind finds Yusuf Semakula. Yusuf Semakula has officially opened the account for the Rams in this final, and the home team looks shocked, it looks shattered, it looks stunned.
Yes, the badmen from Kamocha, the Mulago Rams, are ahead of the frontliners, Heathens, here as Yusuf puts, and the conversion is short, but right now the final is on, and Rams early. It was a good step by Ryan, who puts in the ball for Yusuf to chase, and definitely the chase was good, so was the grounding. 5-0, Rams is leading this final.
And the center referee, and now Alphonse Open says, I can also do it. He goes for the tackle there. And Alphonse Open's run was stopped by the beautiful tackle of Edwin Obo, who decided to go lower than Alphonse Open, who was carrying the ball. And unfortunately for Open, he loses that ball forward after putting in the hard work with the run. And now possession is with the Rams. But first, look at that run. Open had already beaten Yusuf Semakula on the outside, and when he reached the back, look at that beautiful tackle by Edwin Obo, who goes even lower, and he knocked on that ball as he lost it on the deck. And now the Rams will get to play some footy. They have the ball. Hashim Kabo goes out to Ryan Juko. Ryan Juko to Yusuf Semakula. Alphonse Open is there to defend, and they keep that ball very well. Hashim Kabo goes out there with possession. Edwin Obo running out of options, and he says, Hashim, it is your time to shine. And now Ryan Thierry Juko cannot be touched. John Tabu, the long man there, he is tackled, and Hashim Kabogoza sends the ball to the outside. Hosanna Opileni lands in Kaunyemu as he attempted to go for that step, and the referee Umal Balikanda says you cannot take your man over the horizontal. Look at Hosanna Opileni with that attempt. The tackle was good, but that is Odiambo, lifted the legs of Opileni off the ground, and that called for. And now Opileni knows better than to attempt a step against an immovable object. Now John Tabu recycles. Ryan Thierry Juko to Hashim Kabogoza. Hashim Kabogoza has the try scorer there. Yusuf Semakula, who offloads, and Hashim puts it on the toe. And the referee says, let us go for that line out.
Yes, Rams is having it well here. Rams is not here to joke. Heathens have a long way to fight here. Rams are patient. Rams are going the game minute per minute, and they're trying to play the ball as wide as possible. to get their scorer, Yusuf, and Ryan Juko to think. And the line out has been shown by John Tabu. Heathens are struggling.
Surely, that is a penalty for playing the ball on the ground, and possession is with the Rams. And Ryan Juko dances and passes to John Tabu and Hosanna. But the ball the Rams have emerged with the ball. Walter Otim to Emmanuel Odoi. And the referee says, tackler next time, release the player you have tackled, and therefore the advantage goes to the Heathens, and give Luchams with the ball in hand to kick and find touch. That doesn't go quite far, but it gets good distance on it. It is once again a line out, and Pius Imposa with the charm. This time it doesn't work for John Tabu, as he didn't even try to contest that. Cloud Otema to Luchams. Now to Emmanuel Odoi, who comes on the loop, and Walter Otim doesn't find him. Yusuf Semakula puts it on the boot, and he gets that! Oh my goodness! Yusuf Semakula, the recipient of his own kick, as it goes in behind, and now we have a party on our hands. Oh my goodness, Yusuf Semakula with the try for the Rams, and the Rams now enjoying a 10-point lead with a conversion to come.
If you thought Rams are the underdogs, no, Heathens is the underdog at the moment, because Rams is leading this of Yusuf Semakula scoring 2 tries. We can see the fans of Cubs and all the clubs against Heathens right now in jubilation, because the Rams are leading this 12-0. You can say no, but Rams is leading the final of the Kyadondo Sevens. Line broken by Odiambo. He will go the way. He's looking for support. He can't find it, and he breaks through. The Rams is refusing this. Tension is high. What a cynical offense.
Of course, quite cynical there. And on the scratch, Walter Otim couldn't keep his composure to stay with the ball. And that is a rookie mistake by the young man there. And he doesn't have himself to blame. Plus, please look at that once again. Walter Otim lost his composure there after scratching the ball and losing it forward. Oh my God, that is not what you do in a final when there are high stakes and a lot on the line to play for. But the Heathens are still behind 12 points, and they have to do something definitely different in the second half. But look at that. The pass to Emmanuel Odoi didn't stick, and Yusuf Semakula said, I have a big, beautiful left boot, from which he sends that ball into the back, and it slides for him. And like he had communicated with the ball, it bounces right in front of him. And Yusuf Semakula made no mistake there. And look at that celebration from the man from Mulago.
If you're not attentive, I assure you the next 7 minutes of this half are for you to watch, because action is going to be packed. The Heathens looking for all possible ways to turn this around, because the Rams are leading 12-0. And I assure you, it is silent here at Kyadondo. It is very silent here at Kyadondo. I can see the biggest fans of the Heathens. It is silent, it is dry, and I will tell you the truth. I can never tell you this, but wow. Rugby is here. The Rams are being rooted by all the other clubs all across, but the Heathens are sad. The beer is not sweet. The water is sour, and we still having rugby coming up.
Of course, some of these fans, all they can do is dance in consolation, and others have started pressing their phones. And of course, if you can't win a game of rugby, you can't lose everywhere. You can win in the stands. But as Pius said, the beer isn't sweet, and of course the water is indeed sour. As we come back for the second half, the Heathens fans continue to cheer, but they are not as loud as they were at the beginning of this game. And surely they are going to need, the Heathens players are going to need each one and every one of these fans to get right behind them and support them through to fast recovery and next winning. And we have kickoff. Ryan Juko kicks off. And the ball goes out toward Yambo in the wing. Walter Otim recycles to Emmanuel Odoy in the midfield there. And the passes are sticking. And Mosei Sabuliba is tackled there, and the try is good by Lawrence Sebuliba. Lawrence Sebuliba's try is good, and the Heathens are back in it. Of course, with a conversion to come, it will determine whether the Heathens can come within a one converted try of, but they do not. That pass from Emmanuel Odoye to Walter Otim, who finds Gift Luchams, and Gift Luchams hands it off to the legendary Lawrence Sebuliba and tells him to go all the way. The covering Edwin Obo didn't trap in that tackle, and therefore Sebuliba had every right to get up and continue on his merry way to score the first try of the game for the Heathens. And now we have a game on our hands. The Heathens are kicking off from left to right, and now the fans have started finding their voice. What was once a vacuum is now starting to be filled with a little bit of noise here and there as Gift Luchams prepares to kick off once again. And he sends it high, it disappears into the Kyadondo sky. And Hashim Kabogoza makes the tackle, but the Heathens are back in it with possession there. The Rams committing too many men on that breakdown, and Edwin Obo is fighting. And Mosei Sebuliba Rams guilty of being offside, and that is going to be another try, this time by Emmanuel Odoy, and the Heathens appear to be coming back in this game. What do you think, Piers?
Like I said, they're coming up 7 minutes. We are going to be on fire, and now the Heathens are trying to topple it up, and they bring the points up ahead. Now looking for a way to make it 12 apiece if the conversion is set in, and it is dead. It is now still 12-10, and game is still on. Trust me, the Heathens still have a lot of way to work out. The Rams are feeling like they are settling back, but I wish they could have the energy to pile it up like they did in the first half. I'm sure the Heathens will have a run for their money. It has not been easy, but let's wait and see who will take it home.
The ball comes to Edwin Obo, who does so well to slip away from his markers. And the Rams are almost arrested there, but they still have possession. And surely they have to exit now. And the referee, Umar Balikanda, gives them a reprieve there. And it is a penalty for the Rams. And that ball refuses to go out. It has a big head. The line out has refused. And now the Rams at least playing in the half of the Heathens, but the Heathens have the numbers on this other side, and that is a huge shot. The referee says that ball has gone backwards, but the Rams are pressing very well. Look at them, one line, one defense, and Lawrence Sebuliva sends it out to the wing, and the ball is given back to Sebuliva. Sebuliva takes them up to the halfway point. He has been impressive in this final, and of course he scored that try that sent the Heathens to this final after that sudden death game against the Buffaloes in the quarterfinals. Now abawagizi ba Heathens batandise okwogera oluzungu wano e Kyadondo. Things are getting tough. Luchamzi's pass to Openy didn't stick, and it is going to be possession for the Rams. The Rams are happy to play with ball in hand, and Edwin Obo has their possession. And Eddie Chiwanuka isn't impressed with his players. You can see he is complaining, and he is wondering why the boys cannot get their act together and stop breaking not only his but all Heathens fans' hearts and hate watchers. And now they do so well on that scrum, and they get possession. And now away they go, Walter Otim. Ball with Alphonse Openy. The ball comes to the midfield. Matthew Musasizi sends it away to Walter Otim. Walter Otim has Daniel Otema there. And now Alphonse Openy looking for that opening. Now give Luchams. Oh, and that ball. And surely. First, it was allowing that ball to go loose, and Julius Opio has blood on his hands in case this game ends like this. And once again, the Heathens do not find a touch, and once again, the Heathens have knocked it on, and anytime now the hooter is going, and we may be witnessing history on our hands. The hooter has gone, but we still have a scrum to execute. The previous scrum was stolen, and look at that. Julius Opio just holding on to the ball there, and he is the reason why the Rams have gone down the field. And now it is quite silent. And it is squeaky bum time here at the Kyadondo Rugby Sevens. What celebrates the champions from the runners-up is one simple scrum. The previous one wasn't executed, and now anything can happen. And with that penalty, Adrian Obo makes no mistake, and surely you cannot do that. And he is going to finish the half in the bin for tackling while offside. Give Luchamzi will finish this game in the bin, and with the score at 12-10. And it is over. The Rams are officially the Kyadondo Sevens champions. They have made history from playing placement games in the bottom four to now challenging 4 trophies. The Rams have won the Kyadondo Sevens, and that man on your screen, Yusuf Semakula, with the 2 tries that have made the difference in the final today at the Kyadondo Rugby Club. This is going to be an evening, a day and a night for the Rams to remember for eternity. Coach Lumu there, Coach Lumu with the excitement, the happiness, and he has made it. And whoever finds that man, please hand him a drink of his choice, because he has done the unthinkable. He has spoiled the party at home for the Heathens. And of course, the champions get to celebrate and the number twos get to cry. But for now, let us watch those celebrations. And of course, those fans cannot believe it. The beautiful ladies of the Heathens, in disbelief, they thought they had this the moment they went to the final. And of course, in the semi-final, the Heathens were cheering on the Rams against the Pirates, and the Rams delivered for the Heathens against the Pirates in the semi-final. And when it got to the final, of course, the Heathens couldn't cheer on the Rams, and the Rams have handled the business. Those 2 tries from Yusuf Semakula and the 2 tries from Lawrence Sebuliba with the tries in the day, and the only difference being that conversion for the Rams to give them the win.
And yes, the bad men from Kamocha, Rams, take this to Mulago, take this cup to Mulago. They are crowned the Kyadondo Sevens champion after beating Heathens. It is terrible. The fans are still wishing. The fans are still crying. Don't cry. It is still happy. The game of rugby has been delicious. The game of rugby has won today. And Rams are showcased the beautiful sport. It is still championship by Captain Semuliva, giving them a lot of energy, a lot of zeal for the young boys, because the 7th series are still on. Next week we are in Gulu, and they still have a chance to see if they can win this series. But today, with losing just 1 game in the whole series, starting yesterday and today, Heathens have lost their final to Rams. Rams winning the final of the Kyadondo Sevens. And from my end, from Kawowo, I can tell you the champions of this year and the champions of the Kyadondo Sevens. For the ladies, it is the Thunderbirds that have retained it at home. And for the men, it is the Mulago Rams.
And of course, the Rams get into their huddle and they pray for their victory. And some of these Rams players cannot believe it. And of course, in the semi-final, that man, Hosanna Opileni and Ryan Juko stood up. But when it got to the final, it was the turn of Yusuf Semakula to stand up. And of course, the Heathens cannot believe what is happening to them. And we have champions here. That is Coach Jude Rakayanga, working with his charges. Very proud of the things that they have done right there. And almost doesn't count. And some of the new we have
I can see my man Wako has begun to cook over Olusoga with anger because the Heathens have lost the final to the Rams. But we need to share this event with you, but it's been a tight game.
Of course, we have Taufik Bagalana, current coach of very many teams in the league, but especially on today's duty, you are with the Nile Rapids. Unfortunately, you are not without 8 players of your team, but the girls who came, but the girls who showed up really put up their hands. I was personally impressed with Halima, who managed to stand up. But what do you think of the overall activities at the Kyadondo Sevens this weekend?
They were really good. The teams played really well. The best teams won. I think the referees' decisions are not that good, but you don't need to think about that more. But everyone played their best. Yeah, that's all.
And what are your thoughts in the final? I see you have a very big smile on your face. I'm not sure whether you are happy for the Rams or you are just celebrating a loss for another powerhouse. But what do you think about the final?
I'm very happy for the Rams because I've seen them play rugby and they play proper rugby. They haven't just known it, but now they've realized that, oh, if you see their defense structure, their attack structure, it's different from other teams. They play like Australia if you're watching rugby, the ladies team. And they just have to implement it more, they'll win all the trophies. if they do that.
All right, thank you very much, Taufik. And of course, it is always an honor to run into you and always an honor to watch the teams you're involved with. That is some great rugby. Thank you very much, Taufik. And of course, some of the images on your screen are the celebrations of the Rams. The Rams are still going around the pitch and celebrating, enjoying their win right here at the Kyadondo Rugby Club. And they are being led by Ryan Juko at the front there. They are being led by Ryan Juko and Regan Mungu in there. And of course, they cheer out their fans, they cheer out the head watchers who are on their side. And of course, it has been a tight affair in this final. And the Rams are going to psych up their fans, but as they do that, the Heathens are also psyching up their fans. And of course, this is not how they would have wanted to celebrate. This is not how the Heathens would have loved to celebrate, but celebrate either way they do, as they get to cheer on their fans and thank them for coming out to celebrate and to watch them and to cheer them on at the Kyadondo Sevens. Of course, they are home. They have a new jersey, and that jersey has pushed them to the first final in the 7th series after hitting a brick wall in the Kyadondo, in the Stone City Sevens and Rujumba Sevens, only managing a 9th place, and now they have managed, only managing a semi-final place, and now they have managed to get all the way to the final. And their coach right there, Michael Wokorach, who has just left your screen, has since transitioned into coaching, and life in coaching hasn't been the smoothest as it was as a player, but of course he is adopting the transition and he is loving working with these younger boys at the club to improve. Once again, look at that step from Ryan Juko before putting it on the toe. When that ball went all the way to the try area, the ball seems to bounce in favor of Yusuf Semakula every single time. Is there a way Yusuf has been communicating with that ball?
It's been magical in the whole seconds. Not just today. Sort of his prowess. I think he's been a top scorer for Rams. But Rams has been a very unique team this season. So from yesterday to today, we have seen magic from Ryan Juko. We saw magic from Ozana Opileni. We saw magic from Yusuf Semakula. We saw a lot of more magic from Edwin Bobo. The whole team has been one, and they have showed up to become the champions of the Kyadondo Sevens today. It is not sad. Rugby has won. It is not sad. Rams has won. It is not sad. We still have to celebrate. It is not sad. We still have rugby for you. A lot of clinical mistakes that happened with the Heathens, but also the good ones where Sebuliba had to score right there to bring them back to par and try to chase the game, but they ran short and the score was lean. It was 12-10, and Rams are going to be crowned the champions of the Kyadondo Sevens today. And right there, the chairman of the local organizing committee of the Kyadondo Sevens, Dani. We're still showing you a few highlights coming from that. The knock-ons that happened that gave away the game for the Heathens. They were not as clinical as they were yesterday and earlier today. They get their first loss of the day, and that loss sadly is the final. How sad. Yes, on the side there, the chairman of the local organizing committee, Dani from the Heathens, hands over the certifications to the different clubs that were able to participate in today is Kyadondo Sevens. This is the third circuit of the national series. We are having Rams as the champion and the Thunderbirds as the ladies champions today. It has been action since yesterday. It has been action all the day today. It has been action all weekend. And thank you for watching Kawowo. We have been live here at Kyadondo, bringing you the live footage of the Kyadondo Sevens straight here in Kampala, here in Lugogo. Thank you for watching and stay locked as we look at the crowning of Rams and the crowning of the Thunderbirds as the champions of the Kyadondo Sevens.
Victoria Sharks up next. Yes. Students, you speak your certificates. Then Buffaloes. Rhinos. Leopards. Rams. Yes. Then finally, Pirates. Mr. Emmanuel Mohanji, Secretary, Black Credit Hiddens, please step forward. You will do certificates for all the partners. Right, someone from Platinum Credit Uganda, please step forward, receive your certificate. Then someone from Zora Package Drinking Water also prepare. Zora. MTN Momo representative on ground. Now special representative, please come through for your partners certificates. As also someone from A Sports. Do we have anyone from A Sports? Sedanet, please come receive your certificates. NBS Sports, official broadcasters, someone represent them. Sports will be next to receive their partners' certificates. MTN TV by Afro Mumbai. This will be the partner. Kyadondo Rugby Club. Someone from Kyadondo Rugby Club. The chairman, yes, indeed. So Ian Walker will take that. Do we have MTN Momo? Anyone from Zora? Packaged drinking water? Alright, and then the final one will be for Uganda Rugby. Someone from Uganda Rugby. You are many, choose one. Mr. Andrew Kamarasi from Senanet, please make your way here. We need you to help us hand over certificates to the Kyadondo 7th block. We'll have one representative to receive this on behalf of others. Mohanji Emmanuel will do this, will present the rest. Mr. Jeff Okello, Treasurer Kyadondo Rugby Football Club, please join us here at the podium. We'll be handing over to our MVP for the ladies, and this is none other than Katesa Gertrude from the Thunderbirds. As also the MVP for the men. Prepare yourself, and this crown was taken by Semakula Yusuf from Rams. Semakula, make your way here. That award will be given by Fiona Karunji, the second woman representative at the Uganda Rugby Union. Miss Dorothy Nakisa, Uganda 8th grade at the Uganda Rugby Union. Please join us. You'll help hand over the medals to our runners-up. The ladies, the Avengers. Avengers, make your way here. As also, that is second runners-up, ladies. Avengers and also Corps should also prepare to move cross, where the team's Avengers can pick your second runners-up medals. KCB Corps also get cross. Avengers, please. Look around your team, please move faster. To third place, second runners-up. Please make your way here. Please try to hurry. She rules. Also, you get close Thunderbirds. And also Rams, please be very near. Mr. Emmanuel Baine, please come and help us hand over second runners-up medals to the KCB Corps players. All right, Sheriffs. Mr. Patrick Seveliva, Games Patron, Victoria University, please join us at the podium. Isaiah? Thank you, Mr. Baine. Drake Ford will quickly substitute and help hand over the medals to the ladies' first runners-up.
You know, it's always a pleasure seeing you back on the pitch of play, especially in the sevens.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we really put in the shift, and we make sure that we come and perform.
And of course, for the kids out there who don't know that your journey has also been part of this place, the Kyadondo Rugby Club, please remind them that you used to be a very lethal winger.
Yeah, of course, we started as, we keep changing numbers. Yeah, so started as a winger to a center to flanker, then to the hooking. But hooking has been my primary number. Then the others are the secondary numbers that I could play.
The numbers just kept on reducing from 14, 13, 12, 11, all the way to 6, 7, and now to, shall we see you at number one day?
No, never.
Yes, but Faraji, back to the business that has brought us at the Kyadondo Rugby Sevens. This is the third time that that the Cubs are finishing third. Of course, you came back and showed us what you could do as a team in general. After that, you know, not so successful 2025 season, but in 2026 you've been third twice, and at least you've been around the top. Do you think that the team is going to continue improving?
Yeah, we shall keep improving. We are building, and the building doesn't stop. So with the building, we keep looking at the statistics that we have, performances, and then we build on to the other. So we are still in the building phase, and not only the building, but we are performing as well. So building and performance is top notch.
All right, thank you very much, Faraji, and congratulations.
Thank you.
This is quite the medal.
Thank you.
I'm sure you're going to keep that safe.
I will.
Yes, thank you very much, Faraji Odugo.
Thank you for the work that you do. Thank you for the work that you do. We really appreciate as the clubs and the teams and individuals that keep playing the sport. We appreciate.
All right, thank you very much for appreciating Faraji, and I'll see you around. See you in Gulu.
All right, thank you.
All right, that was Faraji Odugo. He is a player with the
Cobs. But right now, I'm going to be joined by Yusuf Semakula, the MVP. Yusuf, thank you very much. Welcome. If you could show us your MVP accolade.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to have this. Because for me personally, I don't believe in talent. I believe in hard work. This is all I've all sent the Almighty. He has made it the way through for me. Anything beyond that, I just appreciate the Almighty and the team for the support, for everything, because they have done everything for me. Because one of the things they told me that if I don't want to be a star, they will force me to be one. And therefore, that's the Almighty who has pushed me to this extent. But however, on the other hand, I don't believe in talent. Personally, I believe in hard work, then luck. Because luck comes basically from God. Whatever, thank God.
And of course, your hard work has paid off. You managed to score 2 very important tries in the final, and one of them was converted, and that was the difference in today's final. What do you think your other teammates also contributed to that final?
My teammates, just like I played well in the game week 1. Most of the teams were marking on me. If I compare on much of the games, I was not scoring in the first games of the morning because most of the teams had shifted their attention to me. That one was of our advantage because most of the teams we were able to use our pack to score. But Heathens came with a different idea, and therefore I had to execute my opportunity because I'm always good at running personally. Therefore, when Heathens came with a different idea, I said it's my time to shine, and all the way through.
All right, congratulations once again, and you enjoy the win. First of all, your individual accolade, but also for the team. Congratulations.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Yusuf. If you could only show us your accolade once again there. And of course, I am joined by a very legendary man. Who am I to be talking to? The 2 try scorers in the final. Unfortunately, your tries were not converted, and that was the difference today. But Sebuliba, nice to see you out there on the pitch, running like you're rolling back the years.
Yeah, it was a great opportunity representing the team, and I'm happy to play with the young blood. Okay, as you say, I'm trying to gel in with the young lads, and I'm enjoying it. And I hope in the next circuits I'm chosen to be part of the team because they're really amazing. The fight they have, the vigor they have to win games. It's a young group of new lads. I think we literally changed almost the whole team, but yeah, I'm happy that we reached this stage. Our target was to reach the finals and win it, but we went short. A 12-10, yes, Rams wanted it more, but we promised our fans out there that the next circuits, we are podium finishers again.
Of course, as Sebuliba, you are leading from the very front. When that team sheet came out, you were named as vice captain, but that didn't just stop in titles because you've showed in these past 2 days that you can actually get on pitch and lead some of those young boys. What are some of those qualities that you think some of these young boys are going to pick from you as a player and, of course, as a person and professional?
Yeah, the one thing I believe is I know it's out of respect. I've played more rugby than most of them. I'm unnailed, I'm a parent. They listen to me, and of course, leading by example. If you're told to run, I'm supposed to be part of that. And the boys pick from there. They can't let me be at the front of the young boys. I'm also putting the pressure on them, and we need to work hard as a team. What I know with events, team selection is based on merit. You can't step on the team when you're not working hard. So that's the call. Our coaches have put this in the heads of the players that if you don't work hard during training sessions, our training sessions are the basis for the team selection. Yeah.
And yes, we have seen very many young boys, and we believe it is on merit that they have showed up to that team. But of course, we have played 3 circuits. Heathens have been in the top 4 in all the circuits, and now we also have 3 more circuits to go. It is not yet the end. What are the targets for you as a player and for Heathens as a team as they finish out the rest of the 3 circuits?
Of course, our target now, we've seen what didn't work well in this circuit. We're going to go back on the drawing board and polish so that we win the rest of the circuits. That is the pack I have with the young lads. We have to win the remaining 3 circuits.
All Right, and good luck to all of those. We still have Gulu, we have, of course, the coronation, and we have a circuit that the team has won before. That is the Chabazinga Sevens. So good luck to you, and better next time.
Thank you very much, and we promise the fans there we won't disappoint you. Keep supporting the team, keep rallying behind the team. We're up there mentally.
All right, thank you very much, Sebuliba. Enjoy your win. Next time better. I am now shortly going to be joined by the MVP of the Kyadondo Sevens, that is Gertrude Katesa. Gertrude, how are you doing? I almost got tired of shouting your name in the commentary booth. Each and every time you got the ball, what goes through your head when you get that ball and you're seeing the try line over there?
If I get the ball, the one thing that gets my line, I should add points because that's my role as a finisher since I play as a winger.
And of course, as a winger, you are a finisher and you've been doing very well, not just starting this circuit, but all the way from Jinja to Rujumba and now this. What are some of those things that inspire you and fuel you to continue putting in the good performances?
My teammates, they have been there to support me, mainly my best friend, my friend Grace. She has been there to support me.
She's the one worth dying for.
Eh?
She's the one worth dying for on the pitch.
Yes, she does a very good lure on that pitch. She communicates with us, the moves. If I communicate to her to give me the ball, she gives me the ball in order to score. That's how I've managed to win.
All right, congratulations once again. If you could just show us your accolade. That is Gertrude Katesa with a very big smile. She is the MVP of the Kyadondo Sevens at home. Of course, this is one of 2 awards for you. You have a medal, you have an MVP plaque, and you're going to get a trophy.
Yeah, that's a lot. We worked for it. Teamwork pays off.
So which one of these 2 are you going to give to Grace?
She has too much. She has too much.
She already has too much.
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much, Gertrude. And you can rest up and enjoy the win.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you too.
All right, on top of all that, so receive million shillings. This will be handed over by Mr. Ian Walker, the chairman, Kyadondo Rugby Football Club. Congratulations, Rams. And the overall winners trophy will be handed over by Mr. Eric Coutinho, Vice President Technical at the Uganda Rugby Union. Congratulations, Rams RFC. To be the best, number one, nothing less. Lead me to my destiny. Rams, please stay for a joint photograph with your counterparts. The winners do their rituals and as they celebrate, I'd like to thank all the in no particular order that have come through to make sure this is a success. The fans, the broadcasters, the partners, we thank you all. The organizers, Daniel and your team,
Coach Lumue. Coach Chigongo to come. Over there. And of course, I have the winning coaches with me. As we come to the conclusion of the Kyadondo Sevens, I am joined by Coach Jude Rakayanga and of course Coach Chigongo Sevalamu. You are a champion today, but you don't seem to be so happy. You don't let success get to your head.
We still have a long way to go. Winning today, yes, it's take you where you want to go, but the fact is, we want to be overall champions. So this one is just a start. So we hope when we go to Gulu, things turn out on our side, and we also become champions. So for us, what our target is being overall champions. That's what we want to do.
Of course, you've been close to the top. You have been in finals, you've been in semi-finals, and now you have won. Definitely, you're going to climb up on the table, and that makes your targets very attainable. But what else are you going to do different in order to achieve that target?
Sometimes when you do things, you need to do them 10,000 times to make them perfect. So every time we come around or we come down for training, we keep on doing our things the way we want them to be. We try to be perfect. So we are going to continuously come back, do the same thing, and hopefully it turns out on our side.
All right, Coach. Thank you very much, and congratulations once again.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, and now I'm joined by my very good friend, Coach Jude. Coach Jude, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. It's a great moment for me as a coach and for the team and for the whole Rams fraternity at large.
All right, Jude, we are just going to change hands. And you get to this end of my side. But Coach Jude, of course, you're happy for the Rams, and the smile is big on your face.
Sure, thank you. It's a great moment, indeed. So that we've been building for us. This has been since 10 years, since we last won a national 7 circuit, 2016. We repeat it now back, a new generation, and it means a lot, especially for a team that has been pushing to rise on top.
Yes, of course, it means a lot after 10 years. What's next after this?
After this is to hold everything together, ride on this momentum, and get into now the contest for the national overall circuits of 2026.
Yes, 3 more to go. How many of those 3 are you going to win?
3.
That is the confidence that we need in the national sevens. And Coach Jude, thank you for joining us. And
the pleasure is mine. Thank you, Kawowo Sports, for always ensure that you give us a chance to be seen by the world on what we're doing. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Coach. And enjoy responsibly with the boys. I know they are going to definitely enjoy this. And of course, as you get off the stage, your co-coach is here, Coach Lumu. If you
Director of rugby at Rams.
Yes, Coach Lumu, Director of Rugby.
Well done to the team. We came down here, we worked hard for it, and we knew it was our time to take it home. The boys have really dug in so hard, and thanks to everyone. Thanks to Kawowo Sports for covering the rugby sevens. I think it is also helping us as coaches because we can easily go back and review the games to make us better. Thanks everyone. Thanks to the fans. We are now the champions of Kyadondo.
Well done, Coach Lumu. Always bringing the energy, and that's what we want in this beautiful sport of rugby.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Coach. And thank you to everyone who has been watching from home, everyone who has been streaming from yesterday, everyone who couldn't make it to Hoima, but you managed to follow the National Basketball League via Kawowo. We appreciate that. Of course, the league is still going on. We have Game 3 of the women, and you'll be watching that on Kawowo Sports. But I would like personally to thank my co-commentator, that is Pa Simpoza, for joining me today. And of course, I would like to thank the Kawowo Sports team, producer Fred, producer Anthony Opeta from yesterday, Victor on the camera, Gerald, who has provided moral support, of course, not so much, but of course the whole team, Stephen and the rest, and Shafiq, the man himself. Thank you for joining us, and of course, thank you for always keeping it Kawowo. We shall always be here to serve you. We have been at the Kyadondo Sevens, and we shall be back next week right here on Kawowo Sports to bring you all the action live from the Gulu Sevens with the best team in the land. And from me, Joseph Man Muhumza, I would like to call it a day, and I would like to call it a night, and I would like to sign out. Bye-bye.